Before we start, the name is at the top of the screen. The story opens with a man standing before Remilia Rosa Graupner, invoking the authority of the future king as he formally annuls the engagement. By royal decree, the bond between them is declared void. He condemns her as someone who has cruelly abused the Star Maiden and who has shown no remorse for such crimes, declaring that a person like her could never be accepted as a future queen. Remilia thinks that it is no use. Even though she did her best, the outcome has already been decided. Prince Willard, Claude, even David and Stephen are all present, and as she takes in their expressions, it feels as though all the blood drains from her body. The weight of the moment overwhelms her, and that is when she loses consciousness. When her eyes open again, Willard is asking whether she has anything to say for herself. Remilia reflects inwardly that it has already been more than 10 years since she last so much as twitched a finger in resistance, yet she cannot afford to appear unsightly now. She steadies herself and swears upon her own name that she will not utter a falsehood by confessing to a crime she did not commit. Having built such a pristine reputation by Amy as a duke's daughter, she refuses to allow it to be disgraced. She resolves that she will not forgive any of them. The scene then shifts to a much younger Remilia awakening from sleep, parched and in need of water. She notices that there is no one around, and she must fetch the water herself and even change her clothes. As she moves, she suddenly trips. When she awakened then, she found herself in a place of absolute darkness, pitch black in every direction. She wonders where she is. Suddenly, a screen opens before her eyes. She stares at it in disbelief, questioning whether what she sees is herself. On the screen appears someone else inhabiting Remilia's body. That person looks around in confusion, thinking that this place is not a hospital and wondering why the hands look like those of a child, why the children's hands are so small, and why the hair is blonde. Panic sets in as the realization spirals through her mind, and she wonders what all of this could possibly mean. Remilia shouts at the possessor to stop, declaring that it is her body and ordering it to be returned at once. There is no response. She begins to realize that the girl cannot see her at all. It feels as if her entire being has been stolen away. The girl inhabiting Remilia's body begins to cry, apologizing for having died. At that moment, something strikes Remilia, and an overwhelming flood pours into her consciousness, memories, emotions, all belonging to that girl. Remilia wonders what on earth has happened. Even so, she still demands that what is hers be returned. At the same time, the girl who has taken over the body wonders what has happened to the little girl who originally owned it and hopes desperately that she is all right. This thought leaves Remilia speechless. She curses whatever god or evil spirit brought this calamity upon her. Yet when it comes to Amy, the girl who now possesses her body, the one who cries over her family's grief rather than her own death, Remilia realizes that Amy is the only one she can forgive. This is because Amy carries something Remilia has never known, the ability to love and to be loved. Remilia feels it vividly within Amy's soul, in the memories of the life she lived, in the warmth of the family she worried about. Amy continues to cry, apologizing again and again, sorrowful for the suffering she believes she caused. Even Remilia begins to cry as well. The emotions feel thick and heavy, pressing down on her heart, and she cannot help but come to love her. After several days of feeling nothing but emotions flowing through her, Remilia begins to realize that she can now freely browse through Amy's memories of her family, of countless stories, of different cultures and traditions. In the end, she reflects that this existence is not much worse than spending all day alone at home as she once did before. She thinks that she will simply take copies of whatever Amy has and leave it at that. Yet just as it seems that both of them are finally growing accustomed to their own lives, she senses Amy beginning to unravel. Amy stands before a mirror and completely crashes out when she realizes that by Remilia, they mean Remilia the villainess. She is utterly unable to grasp the situation. In truth, one day during a visit to the royal palace, Amy becomes engaged to the second prince, Willard. The moment it happens, it is as though coincidences begin piling up all at once. Amy cautiously asks her mother questions, phrasing them carefully so as not to invite scolding. She inquires about the names of young nobles she has not yet been taught about. Her mother responds with a smile full of smug satisfaction, but inside, Amy's heart is pounding so hard it feels as though it might burst from her chest. The tips of her fingers and toes grow cold. Afterward, through Amy's memories, Remilia learns the truth. This world is the setting of a story. In that story, Remilia is known as the most beautiful and unfortunate girl. Despite possessing near-limitless magical potential, her parents see her as little more than a tool for a political marriage. Starved of affection she has never known since childhood, she tries to force Prince Willard to give her that love, and he comes to hate her for it. From the royal family's perspective, the engagement serves only one purpose: to combine powerful magic with their bloodline descended from heroes. Put bluntly, the arrangement resembles selective breeding on a farm rather than a union between two people. When the Star Maiden appears, a girl blessed with the ability to wield purification magic, the clock begins to tick toward Remilia's doom. That girl grows close to many of the boys at the academy, steadily improves her abilities, and eventually sets out to save the world from destruction. The villain destined to bring about that destruction is none other than Remilia herself. She seeks to destroy the very world that deprived her of love, becoming a loser in love who descends into madness over her obsession and ultimately perishes because of it. Amy is, quite literally, crashing apart under the weight of this realization. She believes that Remilia was simply lonely, nothing more. She cries that she wants to make Remilia something warm and tasty and to sleep peacefully in a comfortable bed. This thought makes Remilia laugh, because Amy loves her all the same. Amy's real family has always remained with her through her memories. Amy thinks that if only they could have been sisters, she would never have let her feel so sad. The woman who cursed the world because it refused to love her, the pitiful and lonely girl named Remilia, shall never exist in this world. With that resolve, Amy decides that she will do her very best. She swears that she will absolutely make Remilia the happiest girl in the world. For the sake of the villainous Remilia's happiness, she will change everything. The very next day, Amy decides that she herself will definitely not cause any destruction. However, if the demon lord is not defeated, then this world is doomed regardless. That means she has no choice but to grow stronger. Suddenly, a question strikes her. Can she really train in real life the same way characters do in the game? In the game, once an item disappears from the inventory after being used, its effects are guaranteed. She wonders if grinding materials and applying them directly to her body might work the same way. She tests it, but even when she grinds materials with high magical potential and applies them to herself, her magic power does not change at all. For the time being, she decides that experimentation is necessary. She experiments for months, and eventually discovers that different combinations of materials can alter their magical properties. Unfortunately, one day, as a last resort, she mixes the materials with water and drinks it. It is unbearably disgusting, but she feels something change within her. The magical energy housed inside Remilia's body suddenly feels thicker, denser. She guesses that this means her sensitivity to magic and her control over it have improved. From that day onward, Amy fights monsters day and night, stopping only long enough to recover from her injuries. She hunts what she believes to be demon shards embedded within those monsters. In the game, these shards can be refined into mana stones. Mana stones are used for gacha pulls to obtain new companions and to recover stamina. In this world, crushing them against the body restores magical power and removes fatigue. In rare cases, they can even be used in prayer to receive an oracle from a god. Because of that, using such a precious substance merely for training is considered heretical. Even so, as the daughter of a duke, Amy spends all the money at her disposal to obtain demon shards and magical materials. She does so both to increase her magical power and to improve her ability to wield it. The scene then shifts to a noble carriage under attack. Shouts ring out in the night as guards cry that they must protect their lord. A thug sneers that it has been a long time since they last caught such a big fish. The lord thinks that the attackers have already broken through this far, but at the very least, Claude is at home and will not have to die in a place like this. Just as a thug is about to kill the lord, something flashes before the noble's eyes. He wonders if the attacker's head has just been severed. Amy steps forward, asking whether they are hurt, and calls out for her uncle. Her magical talent, which has truly blossomed, prevents the death of Claude's father at the hands of the bandits just as it was supposed to happen in the original plot. The events unfold exactly like the game, but Amy is grateful that she was able to intervene. Yet all of Amy's efforts ultimately come to nothing. Not long afterward, Claude's father dies in a massive epidemic that spreads throughout the country. Just as in the game, Claude is adopted into the main family as Remilia's stepbrother. Amy grows fearful of the relentless power of the plot itself. Still, the future has changed, even if only slightly. In this world, the rift between Claude and his father is healed before the latter passes away. Claude has always believed that his father despised him for causing his mother's death during childbirth. Because of this belief, He grows up as a gloomy, cheerless boy, convinced that the coldness directed at him is rooted in resentment. In truth, however, his father has been burdened for years by relentless disasters, devastating floods, marauding bandits, and the crushing responsibilities of governance. He is not a man driven by hatred, but one constantly distracted and overwhelmed by endless duties. He never ignores his son out of a grudge over his wife's death. In the original game, it is the Star Maiden who uncovers this truth after discovering letters in the deceased Viscount's old office. She later shares those letters with Claude, revealing an apology written by his father, one filled with regret for never being able to be there for his son because of his responsibilities. In this world, however, events unfold differently. The Viscount is not killed in a bandit raid. Instead, he survives long enough to personally hand that letter to Claude. Through this act, father and son finally understand one another and grow close, forming the bond that had always been missing. Although Claude is overwhelmed by grief after his father's funeral, he eventually recovers. He is showered with affection by Amy, and through her care and warmth, he regains his light. He becomes every bit the cheerful young boy he was meant to be, openly cherishing his stepsister who looks after him so devotedly. Amy calls Claude her precious little brother, and though he never allows it to show, Claude gradually develops feelings for her. Amy, however, already has a fiancé. In this way, Amy clears the darkness from the hearts of the main characters, just as the Star Maiden does in the game. The second among them is David, a boy from a knightly family who suffers from a deep inferiority complex toward his elder brother, who is revered as the god of the sword. In the game, the Star Maiden is the only one who recognizes David's talent as a swordsman. In this world, David too feels hopelessly inferior, so much so that even his father tells him he should instead learn magical abilities from Amy. After witnessing how Amy grows stronger through brutal training against monsters and acquires demon shards, David becomes desperate. He takes the few demon shards he can find and runs into the forest where monsters are known to gather. When he nears death, he is rescued by Amy, who has rushed after him. David is filled with bitterness and despair, questioning her intentions and assuming she has come to mock him. Amy's reaction is immediate and intense, driven by fear and emotion. She is furious that her friend would do something so reckless and breaks down in tears at the thought that he might have died. David finally admits that he does not want to lose to his older brother. Yet when confronted with the question of what he would do even if he gained the strength to surpass him, he realizes he has no answer. When he turns the question back on Amy, asking why she herself wants to become stronger, she answers honestly. She needs the strength to stand beside Prince Willard and fulfill her dream, and in truth, she does it for the sake of the villainess, Remilia. Amy also saves Stephen, the son of the palace mage. Stephen is not his father's chosen heir and dreams of becoming a musician. Fearing rejection, he abandons that dream before it can take shape. Amy encourages him to confront his father and speak honestly about what he wants. To Stephen's surprise, his father supports him fully and urges him to pursue what makes him happy. Another turning point comes when Stephen hears Amy singing songs from her past life. Amy pretends ignorance when questioned about them, but Stephen attempts to transcribe the melody purely by ear. After repeated failures, he becomes convinced that Amy herself must have composed the music, and he nearly gives up in the face of what he perceives as her overwhelming talent. Once again, it is Amy who stops him from surrendering. She insists that he must continue making music, because his compositions are filled with heart and soul so powerful that they can make someone dance, cry, or feel both at once. She reminds him that no one has ever heard of a mystical magician who creates music, and that such a path would surely make him famous. She believes that once people hear his work, they will want more. The misunderstanding surrounding her song is eventually resolved when Amy explains that she merely heard it in a dream and could never compose something like that herself. Stephen, however, interprets this differently. He believes that her soul is so beautiful that she hears the voices of angels singing to her, and that her kindness is simply her natural state. Amy is someone who cannot help but want to save others, regardless of the cost. The more people she saves, the more her talents bloom, and the more she embodies the ideal lady, Remilia. Because of this, a problem begins to form, one that never exists in the game. Prince Willard becomes jealous. He admits, though with embarrassment, that it is not merely her talent that troubles him, but her relentless effort and her ability to stand firmly on her own feet. He is frustrated by how she faces every problem and resolves it without faltering. Amy breaks down in tears, confessing that she has been trying so hard only so she can remain by his side, striving to become a lady he would never feel embarrassed by. For the first time, Willard truly sees his overwhelmingly talented childhood friend as a girl. Flustered and ashamed, he realizes that he never understood her motivations. He acknowledges that she did everything for his sake and gently comforts her, admitting that he himself has been dense and careless. Remilia watches these dazzling scenes unfold, and she finally understands the truth behind her own wishes. Seeing Amy happy is all she ever needs to feel fulfilled. When she once said that she wanted Amy to be happy, she now comprehends exactly what that meant. Simply watching Amy live joyfully brings her greater happiness than anything else. Remilia truly hopes that Amy and Willard can continue living happily together without their engagement ever breaking. However, those peaceful days come to an abrupt end when a mysterious individual approaches Amy and asks whether she, too, is a reincarnator. This moment occurs just as the Star Maiden enrolls in the academy, marking the beginning of a new and uncertain chapter. At the academy, murmurs ripple through the students as they notice the student council members approaching. They remark that the council looks dazzling, perfectly suited to one another, and feel fortunate just to be able to see them that day. Among the students, one girl excitedly tells her friend that she was rescued by Amy only a few days earlier. She explains that a noble student had been using her status to force her, a commoner, to do chores, but Amy noticed the situation and intervened by telling her that a teacher needed to see her. Her friend responds that Amy is incredibly kind and that such behavior is exactly what everyone expects from her. She says that Amy loses to no one, whether in academics or magic, and yet remains pure-hearted. Both girls openly admire her. A boy joins their conversation and adds that Amy's achievements are not limited to school. He has heard that she helped develop a cure for an epidemic and worked to distribute new hygiene products to prevent the spread of disease. He mentions that she also developed a new magical communication device, as well as a stove that allows food to be cooked without fire. On top of that, there is the free school meal policy that began in the Graupner family territory and later spread throughout the entire kingdom, allowing poor children to attend school. To them, Amy truly seems like the perfect lady. As these conversations continue, someone approaches Amy and tells her that something very rare is about to happen that day. She explains that the figure spoken of in fairy tales, the Star Maiden, is transferring into the academy. Soon after, the principal announces that everyone is surely familiar with the Star Maiden from legend, the Maiden of Salvation who appears when the world is on the brink of crisis. Very recently, her abilities have blossomed, and she has been admitted to the academy as a special case by order of the court. The principal asks the students to greet her properly. The Star Maiden introduces herself as Pina. Some students are stunned, realizing that she truly exists. Others begin to think that if they get close to her, they might gain a connection to the royal court. Pina explains that she is a commoner and does not know much about noble society, and she asks everyone to get along with her. Willard reflects on the fact that he never expected the Star Maiden to actually exist. One of the council members comments that it will take time for her to adjust to academy life, especially since she is a commoner, and that the student council should help her as much as possible. David agrees, remarking that it does not really feel as though the world is facing any kind of crisis. He recalls that the last Star Maiden appeared more than 300 years ago and that she is meant to be a national symbol. They begin to wonder whether the Star Maiden is even involved in politics anymore. As everyone realizes that the Star Maiden has truly arrived, it becomes clear that the real plot has begun to move. At that moment, the Star Maiden enters the student council room and remarks that it is plainer than she expected. She greets everyone and announces herself once more as the Star Maiden, causing the real Remilia to make a strange expression. Willard immediately rises, questioning her presence, but before he can continue, she suddenly embraces him, shocking everyone in the room. Amy notices that something about the Star Maiden feels different. Willard quickly pushes her away, explaining that he is unsure whether this is simply how commoners greet others, but it is not considered proper to hug a man who already has a fiancée. Moreover, as a member of royalty, he must behave with even greater caution than most. The Star Maiden is visibly shaken by this reaction. Claude points out that if she truly admires the Crown Prince, she should know better than anyone that he is already engaged. David adds that she would be better off leaving immediately before being shown the door more forcefully. Stephen also voices his agreement, stating that while he cannot pretend to understand what it means to be a Star Maiden, she must at least learn basic manners if she intends to study at the academy. While Amy reassures the surrounding girls that she is perfectly fine, the Star Maiden appears slightly taken aback. She apologizes, realizing that she became overly excited, and says that she will come back later before leaving. Amy reflects on the Star Maiden's behavior. In the game, the Star Maiden's actions are determined by the player, so it is possible that her real personality does not align with how she is portrayed in the story at all. It is at that moment that the Star Maiden calls out to Amy and asks whether she is a reincarnator as well. She becomes openly suspicious, questioning why Amy insists on pretending ignorance if she truly knows the story. She points out that Amy's closeness to Prince Willard makes no sense compared to the game, and that she was never meant to be close to Claude either. David, Stephen, and everyone else seem devoted to her, and the Star Maiden grows increasingly hostile toward this reality. She accuses Amy of being awful, claiming that she has known about the game since childhood and has deliberately used that knowledge to cheat and rewrite the story. With scorn, she calls Amy nothing more than a villainess, convinced that she is trying to create a reverse harem. She insults her as disgusting and creepy, scoffing at the idea that Amy believes she can get away with such underhanded behavior. She continues to accuse her of deliberately trying to ruin the story as it was meant to be. Through this confrontation, Amy finally realizes that the Star Maiden is also from Japan. She reflects that it is not true that she is trying to destroy the story. She remembers how people once praised her, calling her amazing, and how she always wanted to tell them that it was not true. Everything she has done is only possible because of her prior knowledge, because this is her second life and she has already seen the future. It is true that, in the game, Willard is a capture target for the heroine, and perhaps that path is the correct one. Even so, if her actions prevent people from dying or being hurt, then she believes she has made the right choices. Amy thinks that the two of them should properly discuss what has already happened and decide what to do from now on. She is convinced that they could understand one another, since they are both fans of the same story. Because they both know the tragedies that are supposed to unfold, she believes they could work together. Thanks to her inherently kind nature, Amy remains optimistic. However, she cannot find an opportunity to broach the topic of their past lives, as there are always people around. Some students have begun to notice the Star Maiden's odd behavior, while others are captivated by the legend surrounding her presence in class. The Star Maiden declares that she will not allow Amy to sink her disgusting claws into Lord Claude or David, and especially not Stephen. With that, she leaves. Watching this, the real Remilia thinks that while the Star Maiden claims she will not let Amy have them, she wonders who is truly trying to dig their claws into others. From that point onward, the Star Maiden Pina begins attempting to recreate scenes from the game. In Stephen's case, she approaches him and praises his music, describing it as so beautiful that it makes her heart flutter, and suggesting that even angels might descend from heaven just to hear it. She adds that she simply loves how violent the sound is, saying that it feels as though one can almost feel the kind and happy soul within every note. Stephen later goes and tells Amy about this, explaining that a strange girl came to the hall and made him feel uncomfortable about his new composition. It was meant to carry a tragic tone, yet she began speaking about happy and kind souls instead. Next comes Claude's case. She goes to ask Claude whether he has a moment, as she is wondering if he has any thoughts on the Sandara dynasty. Utterly speechless, Claude responds that before answering, he would like to hear her thoughts on it instead. This leaves her slightly taken aback. He later goes and tells Amy about the incident, mentioning that she had been carrying a book about a completely different kingdom, and that she left after he ignored her for a while. That, in the end, was all there was to it. Then it is David's case. He is practicing swordsmanship when Pina arrives with a towel. David later goes and tells Amy that she came out of nowhere. He says he already knew she was strange, but still. Finally, it is Willard's case. She accidentally falls to the floor. When the other two men try to help her, she does not respond. However, when the Lord offers his hand, she immediately gets up. Willard later tells Amy that recently she is always running up to him and falling over, and that unless he is the one to help her up, she makes a point of staying down. He admits that he has no idea what she is thinking. That girl seems to fail at each and every turn. If she wanted the plot to mirror the original, she should have at least tried to emulate the original Star Maiden. When it comes to Stephen in the game, he comes to like the Star Maiden after she passionately speaks about what she loves in his music. For someone who has already been invited to play at a concert, such superficial praise would not have held any weight. In David's case from the game, he eventually invites her to the training grounds after they build enough of a relationship with each other. However, this Star Maiden simply barges in whenever she pleases. As for the event where the heroine, is carried to the infirmary by Willard after falling over. That incident is originally caused by a jealous girl who decides to take out her spite on the commoner girl who befriends the prince. The real Remilia thinks that if this premise is not at least set up, how could anyone expect the story to play out like the original in the first place? Unlike in the story, the prince and the others are very friendly. There is never any need for someone to be jealous over another monopolizing their attention, and no one would dare to harm the Star Maiden fated to save the kingdom, especially not in front of the prince. Yet little by little, something begins to slip. One day, she slips again, and Willard helps Pina, remarking that she truly is clumsy. Amy is confused by his sudden shift in attitude. She is worried about the compulsive force of the original plot and has always been on the lookout, but it is not enough. Pina has likely begun to take advantage of the power of the items. Around this time, she starts to befriend everyone, and people begin to notice how close she has become with the student council. They used to think she was somewhat rude before, but now they think she is cute and naive. Even though she is the Star Maiden meant to save them all, she is so adorable that they feel an urge to protect her. By the time Amy realizes that something is wrong, it is already too late. It is not only Willard to whom she has clung. It seems that more than half of the school has been affected by the items. Those who have not been taken in simply avoid Pina because she feels strange to them. They are not necessarily taking Amy's side either. The scene soon takes shape as several girls whisper among themselves, asking whether others have heard the rumor about Amy, the one claiming that she is bullying the Star Maiden. They say she is on the verge of losing her fiancé, and that she is lashing out with her influence while trying desperately to cling to him. Many people claim that she has been publicly calling Pina out and hurling abuse at her. Others add that, in the early days, she even set fire to Pina's skirt. Once Pina begins gathering her cronies, Amy thinks she can clear away suspicion simply by avoiding Pina as much as possible. That, however, is not enough for a woman like her. This deeply angers the real Remilia, because everyone is far more interested in ugly gossip than in finding out the truth for themselves. She cries out that they should investigate everything properly and rely on evidence, even offering that both of them be observed by direct servants of the royal family. She insists that they should not blindly trust their classmates or friends. Amy is constantly hurt by malicious rumors about acts she never committed. Those she once trusted begin to desert her. All Amy can do is watch as it happens. Willard admits that they merely enjoy each other's company and that it is nothing more than that. He says he knows Amy did not do any of the things being said about her, but that girl lives in a different world from them and therefore acts differently. He believes it would be better if Amy could change the way she treats her from now on, and asks whether she cannot be kinder to Pina, if only for his sake. Amy breaks down, insisting that she never did any of those things, that she truly did not, and begging him to believe her. Yet misunderstandings, blatant falsehoods, and lies twisted into gospel truth take hold once again. She can do nothing but watch it all unfold. They know Amy, and they should know that a girl with her personality would never dream of bullying anyone, and yet those boys completely lose their faith in her. As if that were not enough, a traitor wearing the mask of a friend has been working with Pina for some time. She provides Pina with personal items that can be used to further frame Amy and even arranges a time for her to be left completely alone. One day, Pina goes to other students and claims that she must be careful wherever she goes, as she does not wish to spoil Amy's mood with her presence. Those students whisper among themselves, wondering what awful thing the Duke's daughter might do if she were to catch her, and they reassure Pina not to worry, saying that the fellows are on her side. Pina then claims that she has received a threatening letter written on the same stationery Amy uses. Some think she must be mistaken, but that girl has a remarkable talent for playing the victim. Willard and his friends protest Amy's behavior in public, viewing her as someone who shows almost no remorse, while the poor Star Maiden is praised for always defending Amy. Such a twisted plot becomes a well-known, everyday occurrence at the academy. One day, Pina is walking down the stairs while Amy is walking up. Pina suddenly trips. Amy reaches out to catch her, but Pina smirks and deliberately falls to the ground. Willard sees Amy's hand still stretched out as Pina begins to cry, accusing her of being cruel and saying that even if she is hated, pushing her down the stairs is far too much. This sparks countless conversations among the students, convincing many that the rumors must have been true all along and that Amy has already gone that far. Amy tries to explain that she was only attempting to help, but no one listens. Willard claims that he is deeply disappointed in her. From that point on, events proceed just as they do in the story. Amy is accused of attempted murder at a royal ball, and she is told that her engagement is to be broken off. It truly reaches the height of absurdity that a scratched wrist and a sprained ankle are treated as an attempted murder. All of Amy's pleas fall on deaf ears, and Willard accuses her of being a foolish woman who dared to harm the Star Maiden. Amy's attempts to assert her innocence are instead taken as proof of her lack of remorse. When it becomes clear that her engagement is as good as over, Amy falls into a pit of despair. That is the moment when Remilia returns to her body. She swears upon her own name that she will not utter a falsehood by confessing to a crime she did not commit. This declaration causes both Willard and Pina to raise their voices in outrage. Remilia can still feel Amy within her, yet Amy's spirit does not stir. It is as though she has fallen into a deep, unending sleep. Remilia already misses her dearly. She knows that Amy has done nothing to deserve this fate, and she knows her better than anyone ever could. Because of that, it is all right. She will be the one to protect her now, just as Amy once saved her heart when she was young. Remilia questions Willard about whether the king and her father are aware of this decision. He responds that of course he would not act so unreasonably as to decide such a matter on his own. She points out that she herself has not been informed until now and has not even been allowed to speak in her own defense. He reacts angrily, declaring that she is merely turning a blind eye to the evidence already presented against her, including testimony from children of lower nobility who were coerced into criminal acts, threatening letters, and other accusations. There is even sworn testimony from 2 of her maids and 3 of her guards. On top of all that, he insists that everyone witnessed the attempted murder that occurred just the other day. Remilia counters that every single piece of this evidence has been fabricated. Willard sighs, telling her that she does not know when to give up. They have known each other for a long time, and for the sake of what little feeling he still holds for her, he offers to forget everything if she sincerely shows remorse, apologizes for her actions, and amends her ways. Remilia refuses, stating once more that it is all a malicious fabrication. This angers him. She realizes that he still blindly believes that foolish Pina, and there is no point in wasting her breath on him. Willard stiffens and orders the guards to escort Remilia away. At that very moment, the king and her father arrive. The king explains that the night was intended to serve both as the Star Maiden's social debut and as an ultimatum to Remilia. If she had expressed remorse and apologized to the Star Maiden, he had intended not to cancel the engagement. It is a pity that things have turned out this way, as he truly had been looking forward to welcoming her as his daughter-in-law. Remilia recalls that when she first swore an oath to be engaged to a member of the royal family, she was asked whether she wished to be assigned someone to watch over her from the shadows, unseen. She now regrets refusing that offer. She is informed that her punishment will be confinement to her family's properties. She accepts this punishment but asks the king to please send someone to watch over her from the shadows. With this, she has lost her usefulness as a pawn in her father's eyes. In truth, his plan for the night had simply been to make a public accusation and then quietly settle everything once she apologized. However, the accusations piled against Remilia had gathered such strong voices that authority alone could not simply wave away all the clamor. Even so, he could never have imagined that there would be no confession at all, nor that Remilia would calmly accept the breaking of the engagement. At present, she is playing with an empty deck. The only move she can make is to withdraw for now. Still, when it comes to those filthy traitors and every member of that vulgar mob, she will have her revenge on all who hurt Amy. Above all else, that girl Pina will be made to live in the hell on earth that Remilia will weave for her, for causing her dear Amy to fall into such despair. Even that will not be enough to absolve her of her sin. Remilia is later sitting alone in her room when her father arrives. He remarks on what a ridiculous match this has all become and informs her that she will soon be moved to a countryside estate, where he will no longer have to see her face. She replies that she is fine with that, but requests full authority over the management of the estate. He questions why, pointing out that it is a barren rural area. She explains that she at least wishes to create a comfortable place to live, and that constantly consulting him over minor maintenance or personal matters would only waste his valuable time. She then offers him full and exclusive rights to all the products she has developed so far, on the condition that he covers the initial costs of her relocation. She adds that she will leave tomorrow and never again have anything to do with this house. Her father agrees and says that the documents will be prepared first thing the next morning. She thanks him, thinking that this is a good start, enough at least to lay the foundation of her revenge and to restore the honor of herself, Remilia the Villianess. She will take revenge on every single traitor and claim happiness for herself. After all, she must become happy. The version of herself in the game who used grotesque spiders suddenly seems far more practical and fitting. She calls out to the spiders, ordering them to become her hands, to serve as her eyes and ears, and to go forth and reveal the world to her. When it comes to refining mana stones, Remilia believes this amount should be sufficient. 2 royal guards and 2 civilians are present in the garden. She was able to leave the house thanks to their blissful ignorance of her teleportation magic. Noting those 2 will serve as excellent reinforcement for her alibi. It would be unfair of her to call them incompetent. If anything, she herself is simply abnormal for being able to cast teleportation magic. She was bestowed with extreme abilities and unique skills for the sole purpose of standing in the way of the heroine, the official cheat. Now that Remilia has returned to her body, she will show them all the true power of her magic. Not the power of the kind Emmy, nor the lonely Remilia, but the power of a Remilia who has known what it is like to be loved. She will create a world she can return to with a face of peace of mind. Gold coins are presented in front of all the servants as they wonder if this is Remilia's money. She informs them that it is severance pay, and that she has also written letters of recommendation for all of them, which she already has prepared. The maid reflects that they were only recently hired from a neighboring village by her father in order to look after her. Remilia is aware of that. In truth, she was falsely accused in the capital and banished here by the new lover of the crown prince. If she keeps them here, they will only be swept up in misunderstandings and misfortune. This is the very least she can do to help them find new places to work. The servants take the money and quietly say their goodbyes. Then Remilia is seen putting up the barrier. She thinks that the barrier is complete and that it should help things go smoothly. She snugs tier coins are the cheapest currency. She is sure they will spread word about her when they return to their village. Suddenly her stomach begins to growl, so she goes and makes herself eggs and bacon, which were Amy's favorite. As she eats, she knows she is going to make all sorts of Amy's favorite food. Just as she nurtured her all these years, she will make sure she can always eat her favorite meals. Amy's memories and experiences are enough for her to live on, and it is thanks to all of Amy's hard work that she has so many materials with which to produce mana stones. She is walking somewhere as she thinks that she will create a world she can return to with peace of mind. With that thought, she enters an alchemist's shop. Her eyes drift toward a charm perfume. The shop owner explains that it is meant to help with one's love life, adding that by using it, a person will come to like her more the longer they spend time around her. Remilia recognizes this premium item from the game, the charm perfume, a love potion purchased from the premium shop. It can further improve how she is viewed if the target ingests it. Pina must have used this to bring the entire academy under her sway. With these items, merely wearing the perfume around academics naturally increases others' favorability toward her. Amy even warned them against casually eating anything Pina gave them, urging them to be wary of her potentially using items. Those fools ignored her, dismissing her words as mere jealousy. While these items have the ability to create affection out of thin air, they do not possess the power to brainwash or make the target lose their mind. That is precisely why they willingly went along with it, trampling over Amy's pain. Considering the location in the capital, this must have been where that woman purchased the item. Realizing this, Remilia understands that her first move is simple, and that move is the premium item shop. The shopkeeper says that if she buys one, he will even throw in another as a freebie, since she is a new customer. Remilia replies that she is afraid she will have to pass on both, as she has not come here to purchase anything. He wonders if this is some kind of joke, questioning whether she wandered in by accident, since the things he sells here cannot be found anywhere else. If they do not have what she needs, then what sort of goods is she even looking for? Remilia responds that the word she is after is not goods, that it is him. She uses her magic to take the cap away from him and notes that her suspicion was correct. She introduces herself as Remilia, stating that just the other day she was forced out of the capital. He can simply think of her as a lady from a small village now. She addresses him as a demon shopkeeper. The demon remarks that she must be the one from the rumors, the idiot ex-fiancé who got exiled to the border for attempting to murder the Star Maiden. It seems her reputation precedes her. The demon states that their business lives and dies on information and asks what such a famous noble lady wants with him. Remilia replies that, to be precise, it is not just him she wants, but all of demon kind. He wonders if she is thinking of roaming around the city and wiping them out. She dismisses the idea, questioning what he is even thinking. What she has in mind is offering a mutually beneficial deal. She proposes that he and all the other demons hiding in this country set up a village in her new territory. She wants to create a prosperous land and rub it in the faces of all those who wronged her with false charges. To do that, she needs people who are willing to settle there. The demon admits that it is hard not to be suspicious when she approaches demons with such a proposal. Remilia understands that reaction. She points out that her own race was more than happy to betray her. She asks whether he truly thinks it is strange that she is expected to trust humans simply because they are human, and distrust demons simply because they are demons. From her point of view, they should work together as kindred spirits who have been driven out of their homes by humans. Naturally, she does not expect him to give her an answer immediately. This is merely to make her acquaintance with him. With that, she gives him a bag filled with mana stones. Each and every one of them is of premium grade. The transparency, size, color, and overall quality are flawless. He wonders where she obtained something like this. Remilia answers that she made them herself 1 hour before coming here. She even gives him some gold as a token. This, she notes, is all the money she has saved since she was a little girl. The demon thinks that she is insane. Remilia, however, reflects that it would indeed sound insane for an exiled girl to claim she wants to create a village of demons in the remote countryside, which is precisely why she has to do at least this much to appear credible. The demon points out that she is trusting him not to simply take the money and run. Remilia replies that of course she does. After all, he is a savvy businessman, and would hardly be expected to let the profitable relationship she is offering go to waste. The demon then asks if this means she is offering to continue supplying this shop with mana stones. Remilia confirms that this is correct. She explains that the demon realm is not a particularly easy place to live. Many demons come to secretly live among humans and sell their wares and resources in order to send support back to their homeland. In her village, however, she is offering them a chance to work in peace and live like themselves. The demon responds that he still needs time to talk to his friends. Holding back her impatience, Remilia says that she would be grateful to receive his answer before she needs to go and ask some other shop managers. After she leaves, the demon continues to wonder how someone as sharp as her ended up being falsely accused and driven out of the capital. Remilia's explanation lingers in his mind. She simply did not know about the existence of demon products that could influence a person's thoughts. Since then, she has had plenty of time to think about it, and about what form those premium items from the game take in the real world. Left alone, the demon thinks to himself that a demon village is an idea he has never heard from a noble lady like her before. From the sound of things, she will have her hands full in no time. When it comes to demons, Remilia does not have to worry about Pina interfering at all. In the game, the love potion and charm perfume did not work on demonkind. The villainous Remilia is building a land where demons can live in happiness. She is certain that Amy would have done the same, working toward the creation of a world where she herself could live in happiness. After all, what happier world could there be than one that worships her? It is not as if they have a particularly special first meeting. They simply get along. He takes her hand and leads her through the garden, and in the end, that is all it takes for a love that will lead the world to discussion to form. The truth is that Amy truly loves Remilia a great deal. She wants her to be happy more than anyone else. She begins to see her not as the stern and beautiful villainous Lady Remilia, but as a lonely girl who simply wants to be loved. She has always liked her demeanor. She is so beautiful and strong, and those sharp eyes are truly captivating. She thinks that it would have been nice if she could have forgotten about the prince. Perhaps she could use her amazing magic and sword skills to become a heroic adventurer. By combining new magic tools with the Heart Asian spell, she could create battle golems, or even race and control death. She is also very strong in politics, so seeing her become a local lord, or maybe even start her own version company, would be truly impressive. But the truth is that instead of it being about any grand ambition or success, the dream Amy has is simply one where she becomes friends with the main character and lives a happy ending. Remilia reads all of this from one of Amy's memory fragments and thinks that Amy is really quite silly, pointing right now she is already far happier than she can possibly imagine. Several days later, the report from the shopkeeper brings good news regarding the resettlement of the demon folk. She even recommends that he stop selling those particular items, since they are beginning to attract undue attention from numerous parties, and the usage of them is making people suspicious about where they came from. She advises that, before any investigation is launched, it would be better for him to move to the town near the village instead. With this, she completely destroys Pina access to the other perfume items. She says that the help she has already received is more than enough, but there is one more favor she could possibly ask of him. Several days into the mission to surveil the exile of the second prince's ex-fiancée, the two of them notes that their target comes to the nearby town for the first time. The boys keeping an eye on her think that she has already fired her servant, so they suppose that she is merely out shopping. All they have been tasked with is writing down reports of her movements, and they do not raise concerns about, but today they are confused wondering what she is doing at the Adventurer Guild, since they think that possibly she is not here to register as an adventurer, a profession where one earns money by hunting monsters in dungeons. They believe there is no way she can handle it and are convinced she will go crying back to her parents any day now. However, when she states that she has already taken the liberty of collecting some materials she hopes the receptionist can appraise for her, the boys watching her are left in shock. She lists the plumes of a cockatrice, the liver of a crimson bear, and the venom gland of a white rat, one rare item after another, and they begin to wonder just what she plans to do with the huge amount of money she will receive from this. The situation feels suspicious. At that moment, they notice that the demon shopkeeper is also present. Remilia remarks on the coincidence of meeting him in the capital and wonders whether he is shopping for something in particular. He explains that he is actually waiting for her, as she is an excellent mage. She questions whether he has business with her, and he admits that he came to ask if she would still be willing to do business with him even after moving locations. This conversation draws the full attention of the boys observing her. Remilia expresses gratitude for his kind words, but explains that she has already sold the rights to all the product lines she started to the Duke family. She also notes that her reputation among the nobles is poor, and that merchants in the capital cut ties with her one after another even before her exile. The demon shopkeeper responds that he does not look like the sort of squeaky clean businessman who concerns himself with noble manners, as he is far more interested in the mountains of money they could make with new developments if she were to agree to a priority trade supply deal with him. Remilia replies that she could not ask for a better deal and expresses her thanks. Those watching from the shadows wonder whether she is planning to jump straight into developing some sort of new product, but she makes it clear that she has no intention of developing anything new, as her focus is simply on properly taking care of the village. So instead of a priority trading deal, she wonders whether she could ask him a favor, and whether he might introduce her to any prospective settlers. She knows that it is still a village with nothing in it, but she would like to bring in orphans and elderly people with no relatives. The demon shopkeeper remarks that she certainly is an odd one, but if she truly intends to build a village, then arms, armor, and manpower will be needed, and he admits that he can do almost anything as long as there is coin involved. After redeeming the funds from the appraised materials, she proceeds to take her first commission job as an adventurer, one that involves defeating monsters infesting an already conquered dungeon. The boys keeping an eye on her are puzzled by the fact that she takes on a request solo. There is only one way in or out of the dungeon, and if they were to follow her inside and she were to use the same kind of traps or magic she had displayed before, rescuing themselves would be difficult. Because of this, they decide to remain outside. Inside, Remilia fights through the monsters calmly, thinking that the two of them watching her are falling into place far more easily than expected. With this, there should be no reason for anyone to raise their eyebrows once people begin to settle in the village. In the game, this particular dungeon is called the bonus stage. The reason for that name is that players are meant to ignore the final door and instead proceed to the left side of the room, where a hidden chamber contains a ring that raises all of one's abilities. The fact that she acquires this item, which is relatively cheap to obtain despite its impressive power, is proof enough to her that the heroine has yet to advance very far in the game's plot. It seems that the girl has become so intoxicated with basking in male attention that she has ignored her actual role as the Star Maiden. Even though those men are more capable than their counterparts were at the same stage of the game due to Amy's support, they are still far from being able to achieve feats such as defeating the Demon Lord or saving the world. That said, this world does not need saving in the first place, because the villainess who was meant to drag it toward destruction no longer exists. A group of young nobles and idealistic youths cannot simply abandon their duties and responsibilities to raise their levels in dungeons unless the country itself is at stake, as it was in the game. In that story, Remilia, driven to despair after losing Willard to the heroine, slowly descended into madness. She successfully summoned the Demon Lord and formed a pact with him. The sky became covered in choking miasma, and monsters trampled and overwhelmed the land as Remilia offered the entire world in exchange for the heroine's soul. The Star Maiden, possessing the power to cleanse the world of the miasma and death polluting it, would then rise. With her friends by her side, she would conquer the temples of the gods that had turned into dungeons and save the world. That was the story that should have been told. But now, Remilia is the one walking the path of victory. No matter what the heroine does, she will always be one step behind. The villainess, as she once was, no longer exists. As Remilia exits the dungeon, the boys watching her wonder whether she truly cleared it at all, suspecting that she might have simply run away. At that moment, however, they spot a monster approaching from behind them. The two leap forward to deflect its attack, only to realize that the creature is about to strike a little girl and an old man nearby. Before it can do so, Remilia steps forward and cuts the monster down in a single motion. She plans to save the world long before the Star Maiden ever has the chance, and she intends to rob her of her very reason to exist. The old man apologizes that they cannot offer much, but asks her to accept something as thanks. She refuses, knowing that Amy would not accept a reward in a situation like this either. Instead, she shares what she has with the little girl, who ends up calling her a saint. The title takes her slightly by surprise. After the appraisal is completed, the boys keeping an eye on her ask whether she wants a ride back with them, quickly clarifying that she should not get the wrong idea, as they are simply heading the same way and it would be a waste of time to spend 2 hours watching her walk back. She replies that she understands and thanks them anyway, while noting that it almost feels as though she is slowly disarming their suspicion. As they travel, the image of the little girl calling her a saint lingers in her mind. It is hardly something worth noting, she decides. After all, Amy Remilia is gentle and pure, a lovely girl who deserves the title of saint more than anyone. She had only given the child a bit more food than necessary because she happened to be in a good mood, and that was all there was to it. A man is seen looking slightly taken aback when he notices that it is raining. This city had once been on the brink of total collapse due to the drought brought about by the dragon god's wrath, but after the quelling of its anger, the people say that Remilia saved all their lives, and they truly cannot thank her enough. She responds that there is no need for gratitude, as what she did was simply the duty that God had revealed to her. The people begin to murmur among themselves, recalling that a former noblewoman had once received divine gardens from God, and they wonder if the rumors about someone like that traveling around and saving people are true. They also wonder why she stopped being a noble. One of them mentions that another rumor claims she lost her fiancé's affection to the Star Maiden, and that in her grief she attempted to harm her. A lady scoffs at this, remarking that trying to steal an engagement is far worse, and that if they were in her position, they would have wiped the floor with that girl. Hearing all of these comments, Remilia thinks to herself that it seems to be working, as a certain perception of Amy Remilia is beginning to spread among the people. Now, after collecting the 5th key from the Desert Kingdom, she has finally acquired the last key she needed to advance to the next stage. A few months have passed since she began clearing this game, wiping out the dens of monsters infesting the borders, rescuing a young girl who was being sacrificed to a monster ruling over other monsters, and foiling the skybus incident in the City of Flowers that was tied to the cause of the world's destruction. The miasma affects everything, whether it is the land, humans, or even monsters, and because of that, she is finally ready to make her next move. Before doing so, she needs to stop by the guild near her village in order to give herself an alibi, as it has already been 3 days since she last saw the village. When she returns, the little children are overjoyed upon seeing that Remilia has finally come back. They excitedly tell her that they have been doing all the composting just as they were taught, and that they have been going to school every day, where there are many fun things to learn. She tells them that they have all been very good and adds that she wonders whether the chief is around. One of the children says that he is at home and mentions that this is supposed to be a secret, but the chief told them something. The scene then shows the demon shopkeeper at work when she enters and greets him, calling him Thorn. She notes that he has truly grown into the role of village chief. She knows that what he really wanted was a quiet place, cut off from sight, where he could focus on his studies until the scrutiny over the charm perfume and love potion products died down, but he happened to be the perfect man for the job. She tells him that she has heard the village is coming together wonderfully and that new children are arriving all the time. One of the children also informed her that while she was away, the funds she had left behind were not sufficient, and Thorn had covered the necessary costs out of his own pocket, when the merchants are under the assumption that they are supposed to be much more frugal with their spending. Because of this, she goes to thank him. Thorn states that it was merely a business investment, and that all he is doing is ensuring the village continues to run properly, just as she asked of him. If anything, he believes he should be the one thanking her, because being able to live together in a village like this was not something they could have dreamed of long ago. Those children, the ones from the slums who once had nothing to eat and nowhere to stay, whose only clothing had been worn rugs, now stand as a picture of perfect health. Seeing this, Remilia smiles and reflects that she too is simply doing what she feels she should do. She is acting in the way Amy would have acted if she were here, fulfilling Amy's wish so that the happiness of Remilia the villainess may become reality. In the end, she considers all of this to be little more than travel matters that must be settled, things that are necessary for her ultimate goal. Before long, she decides to distribute clothing, as distinguishing who does and does not belong to her race by memorizing faces would be far too much of a chore. The first group that comes to the village consists of children between the ages of 2 and 14, whom Thorn had brought from the capital slums. She introduces herself to them as Remilia, the lady of this village, but they do not respond and instead hide behind Thorn, their eyes heavy with tension and their bodies tense in every way, clearly wary from the lives they have lived until now. Considering the hardships they endured, such a reaction is only natural. They once survived by sharing a single loaf of bread and a single thin blanket, and yet the reason these children with human-like appearances undertook the dangerous journey from the demon realm to the human realm was because even the perils they faced along the way were preferable to waiting for extinction at the hands of the miasma, which is far denser in the demon realm. Even in the human realm, under the influence of the slowly increasing miasma, some have begun to lose themselves, and the number of monsters continues to rise. In the end, the only thing that can save this world is Pina's overwhelming power. This world is little more than a stage prepared for Pina, and these unfortunate beings are merely props in her play. Remilia thinks that she will not ask these children to blindly place their faith in her, but if they ever choose to do anything for her, she wants them to know that she is someone who will always make sure to reward them. As a first step, she thanks them for coming to her village and offers them a meal. After that, she shows them the house she believes will suit them best. It is not a particularly wonderful house, as it is an abandoned one she repaired with the little time she had, but it is enough. When they enter, one of them asks what they must do in return, and she replies that she demands nothing from them, only that they live here and make this place their home. Over time, they begin to help her with cultivation, and she wonders whether providing a meal for every day they assist would suffice as a reward. The scene then cuts to Thorn explaining the cultivation results to her. He adds that they have obtained 1 wheeled handcart and 2 bundles of straw paper, and he asks her to confirm whether the order for boards and nails, with no specified size or quantity, is indeed correct. He then asks her how things are going with the children, and she replies that they are still very cautious, but they are beginning to grow used to living here. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and the children rush inside while calling out to her. One of the children is terribly sick, and the healing magic is not working at all. She realizes that the physiology of a demon's body must be different from that of a human. One of the children begins to cry, asking if she can save her little brother. Another boy blames himself, saying that it is all his fault, that he was supposed to be the one watching over him today. He says that he should have asked for help when he noticed the boy was not feeling well that morning, but he did not say anything because he thought that if he asked for help over something like this, Remilia would think he was useless and say that a weak body was good for nothing. This village is the first place where they have been able to live together normally, and he wonders where they would go if they were forced to leave. He begins to choke badly as he apologizes over and over, saying that he is sorry for being bad and that it would be fine if they threw him out. Remilia tells them that it is enough, and that relying on her, a human, for help must have been difficult for them. She says she is sure they were all frightened, and that the kind of courage he showed is something she will always be sure to reward. She considers it her duty to look after the health of her previous subjects. There is a possibility that the child is suffering from an infectious illness, so she decides that he will stay under close observation at her house for the time being. Thorn then speaks up, admitting that he too had his doubts. He had thought that Remilia might be just another human who would not live up to her words. Unlike humans, demons can have very unique physiologies even among themselves, so he is unsure how well the medicine he prepared will work. He urges her to proceed carefully. She reflects that those children had once been in an orphanage, but were likely ostracized and eventually cast out as demons because of their non-human characteristics. After she heals the youngest child, they place their trust in her completely and without hesitation. What is more, they begin offering praises, and as more demon folk arrive afterward, including builders and farmers, the development of the village is greatly accelerated. In order to keep funds flowing, they develop several ideas that Amy had not yet brought to fruition. On top of that, she decides on new special products that take advantage of the various magical characteristics unique to demons, things that humans cannot replicate. The scene then cuts back to the present. She tells Thorn that since she has delivered his compensation, she should be going now, which makes him complain that she has only just returned and is already leaving again. As she opens the door, she sees the children looking sad after hearing that she is leaving, and they ask her to please take some time off, even if it is just for tonight. She smiles, realizing that they must have been listening the whole time, and that they are truly a troublesome bunch of children. This situation reminds her of Amy with her family, so she says that she has heard all about how hard they have been working, and that she supposes she can delay her departure until tomorrow. She suggests that they have dinner together, saying that food tastes best when it is shared with everyone. The next day, she finally reaches the lands of the dwarves, the Cavern City. It is a city entirely populated by demi-humans. She has read about it in books, but seeing it in person is something else entirely. It is a truly densely populated city, a melting pot of many different races. Suddenly, someone bumps into her, and before the child can fall, Remilia reaches out and grabs her. Remilia hurriedly apologizes, saying that she was not watching where she was going and asking if she is hurt. The little girl says she is fine and insists that she should be the one apologizing. Remilia tells her that it is no problem and mentions that she has just arrived in this country today. The girl replies that her name is Sarah and thanks her for catching her. She is in fact the dwarven princess, Sarah. The land of the smiths, the kingdom of the dwarfs, holds within it the god of flame. Sarah asks Remilia to come this way, and the two of them roams around for a while. When they finally sit on a bench, Remilia expresses her surprise to learn that Sarah is actually the second princess who usually venture outside to play in town. She points that in her own country, there are few women who know how to wield a sword or fight, so she had never had a friend she could talk to in this way before. Remilia wonders if it is truly appropriate for the younger sister of the holy princess to converse with her so freely, particularly when she knows that even nobles must often wait long for an audience with her. Sarah reassures her that it is perfectly all right. After all, that is the reason she came to this country, and if it is for someone who genuinely needs to see her, like Remilia, then her sister can indeed be quite generous. She urges Remilia to return and share more stories about dungeons sometime. As expected of divine architecture, everything surrounding them is majestic in its design. Soon, two subordinate priests arrive to inform Remilia that the holy princess awaits her. The strategy of first securing the goodwill of the second princess, Sarah, before attempting an audience with the holy princess has succeeded. Such a feat would have been nearly impossible on a first meeting, especially for someone like Pina who seems ill at ease with those of the same sex. Of course, this makes sense, since she is acting as Amy Remilia, a person impossible not to love. For the sake of overcoming the final stage of this journey, she must first bring the god of fire to heal first. When she finally meets the holy princess, the princess acknowledges that she has heard much about her from Sarah. She has even heard that she is an oracle who travels the lands to aid those in need. Rumors of her deeds have reached this country as well, yet the princess wonders what exactly brings her here. Her magical power is overwhelming, but it is fortunate that she can dispel any lingering questions simply by invoking her reputation as an oracle, one who receives divine revelations. Remilia explains that she has had visions shown to her by divine forces, visions of strange beings not of this earth, of a looming crisis that threatens to bring about an apocalypse, and of the necessary steps to prevent it. There is only one reason for her journey here: to obtain the sacred armor of the god of fire. The magical princess hears this audacious request and asks whom exactly she intends to strike down with such power. The sacred armor defies the divine judgment of the gods, granting mortals the ability to slay even gods themselves. This revelation causes the magical princess to laugh softly. It seems yet again that someone with lofty ambitions has come seeking to tangle with the most powerful of divine beings, just as many before have done. Remilia states that those two gods are the root cause of everything. The gods who govern the world are the true source of the miasma. The magical princess wonders how and why the gods could be responsible for something like this. She responds that the knowledge she is about to convey was imparted to her through a revelation. It is a history that predates all records and is also a prophecy of a catastrophic fate that awaits the world. In the beginning, there are the heavens and the earth. In those distant days, the gods reside in the heavens, while humans, dwarves, and elves develop upon the earth. The two realms remain separated from the demon realm by a vast expanse of ocean. During the Earth's ancient history, in the primordial age, a single god discovers humanity in a darker corner of the world. This god often descends from the heavens and reveals himself to mankind. At times, he directly influences the course of human development, and under his watch, civilization begins to take shape. In time, humans come to worship this god as the creator of the world. The other gods observe these events with great interest, and little by little, they also begin to intervene in the affairs of the earth. Some gods cause the land to bear fruit, some bring floods and calamities, and there are even gods who instill certain wisdom and talents into humanity to drive civilization forward. As a result, humans, depending on the type of power each god wields on earth, build shrines and temples in their honor and uphold them through faith. It becomes apparent that Remilia truly possesses deep knowledge of the ancient history of the earth, yet there is a sense that this is not the end of her account. The question remains of how the miasma is connected to the creator and the ruler of the heavens. Remilia explains that the power of the gods to perform miracles upon the earth is infinite in nature, but there is one critical problem. When gods choose to wield their power in the heavens, there is no issue. However, once they descend to the earth, the circumstances change. When using their power on the earth, they begin to experience what humans would call fatigue, and they start to give off a certain sediment. This sediment is the true nature of what is known as miasma. As a result, most gods eventually stop descending directly to the earth and instead exert their divine power through priests and holy agents. This remains the case even in the present era. However, if this sediment accumulates to a certain degree, it becomes so heavy that it drags the gods downward, preventing them from ascending back to the heavens. The creator still languishes within the demon realm, and for that reason, the demon realm is heavily saturated with miasma. The risk of using divine power on earth is not unknown to the creator. The magical holy princess is made to understand that the creator exerted himself despite this danger because of the god known as the Lord of the Heavens. The creator is fully aware of the sediment gradually weighing him down, and for that reason, his daughter, the goddess of purification, is given the task of purifying this sediment. However, an accident occurs, a single spark that leads toward the destruction of the world. The goddess of purification rejects the Lord of the Heavens' proposal of marriage and, out of spite, is imprisoned. Some of the gods are said to have objected to this act, but they are crushed by the Lord, who has already become a tyrant in all but name. From that point onward, the number of gods continues to dwindle. Even so, it becomes apparent, even to a mortal like Remilia, that the influence of the gods upon the earth has greatly weakened. Now, having lost the purification once provided by his daughter, the creator has ironically become the herald of mankind's destruction. The miasma overflowing from his body pours into the earth, giving rise to monsters, and the dead are little by little released into the world. The places known as dungeons are originally intended only to cordon off regions deeply infected with miasma, in an attempt to prevent it from spreading to nearby civilizations. However, this measure is nothing more than temporary relief. Although the speed at which the miasma spreads is slowed, it is far from eliminated, and in essence, the creator himself has become an existence that must be destroyed before he brings the world to ruin. As the miasma continues to affect more and more of the world, the number of monsters steadily increases. At a certain point, it will even cause humans to transform into monsters, the earth to split open, and mountains to erupt. In order to prevent such a future, Remilia gathers the keys that unlock the gateway to the heavens and asks the holy princess to grant her the sacred armor of the goddess of fire. The holy princess is confused, wondering whether Remilia does not tremble in fear at the thought of defying the gods. Remilia's resolve is founded on the belief that being forced to witness a terrible fate looming over those one loves, while being unable to do anything and merely hoping for a miracle, is far more unbearable. Compared to that execrable and terrifying nightmare, slaughtering a god is nothing. The holy princess smiles and says that she has taken quite a liking to Remilia, and that she has done well to come this far. It seems Remilia is not the pathetic little girl playing at being a martyr, nor someone blindly strung along by divine revelations, as the holy princess had once thought. She reminds Remilia that she gave her word and that she shall devote body and soul to bestow upon her the greatest armor ever crafted. Remilia offers her thanks, and the holy princess begins to speak of the first requirement, the materials needed. Before she can even finish, Remilia has already prepared them all in advance. Remilia also assures her that she swears to return the sacred armor without fail once the two gods are slain. The holy princess remarks that she is well aware the armor is something that can never again be acquired on this earth, a treasure beyond all possible value, and asks why Remilia would choose to relinquish it. She answers that it is far too great a treasure for mere mortals. She believes that both during her own lifetime and for countless generations after her passing, its existence would become a source of conflict among humans and between humans and the gods. Besides, she feels it is only fitting that it be returned to the goddess who created it. If there ever comes a day when someone in this world truly requires it, then the goddess of fire herself should personally judge them worthy, just as she once judged Remilia. The holy princess praises her answer and declares that, in that case, she shall also grant her the divine protection of fire. This is an unexpected boon, for the sacred flames possess the power of purification as well. After the holy princess completes her work, the armor wreathed in flames stands complete. She bids Remilia farewell, wishing that the fortunes of war be with her. Remilia makes the keys float in the air and declares that now, then, for the sake of the world, her first of the two gods shall disappear. She begins to sing the ritual, and the staircase appears. The barrier standing there is clearly an attempt to dissuade intruders, created by that foolish god who tyrannizes over his tyranny with brute force, yet still has the audacity to call himself the Lord of the Heavens. Certainly, without the purifying power of the sacred armor, she would never be able to proceed. In the game, it would take quite some time to prepare enough materials to armor the entire group, but since she only has to prepare enough for one person, it does not take very long. This is meant to be a battle attempted only once they have gathered all their friends, but considering how strong she is, the only person she needs to rely on is herself. If anything, she believes she does not need any friends at all. She can finish progressing faster than in the game since she does not need to waste any time gathering them. She gives thanks to Amy for raising her to be strong, and thanks to that upbringing, she believes she can even defeat a god. She leaps toward the god, turning the magical sword's power loose, greeting the evil god with contempt. The god delights in the goddess for all that she is. He adores the graceful way she soars through the skies, and he has always been watching her. He follows her collections, the flowers she leaves behind day after day, for countless years, for centuries, for many thousands of leagues. Eventually, he comes to realize something twisted in his mind, that she and he must become one. When she refuses him, he transforms her into a lotus so that they can be together forever. The reason the goddess of purification rejects his feelings is because he is enraged by how filthy he believes the world to be. He convinces himself that the filth must be washed away. He seeks to return the world to the way it was before, keeping only what he considers pure, believing that everything will become beautiful and clean again. In his delusion, he imagines that she will then praise him and love him for all that he has done. Thus, he shouts at Remilia to not get in his way and to turn back. Remilia glares at him, thinking that no one would ever need a reason to reject such disgusting vermin. To her, a single slash is more than enough to rid the world of him. As she strikes, she declares that he ought to be thankful, since she has just made the world the slightest bit more beautiful. She then approaches the lotus flower and helps the goddess of purification to be released from it. After returning her to her true form, Remilia explains the situation concerning her father, the creator of the world. The goddess, whose true name is Renge, agrees to help, saying that when the need arises, Remilia should use the lotus as a catalyst to call for her. With this done, only the creator remains. Remilia thinks that she should be heading back, but then she notices the cave. If she recalls correctly, it contains rare and powerful clothing meant exclusively for the Star Maiden. She chuckles to herself, thinking that she has no use for something like that, and wonders why she would want something so tight across the chest. Even so, a plan begins to form in her mind. On the other hand, she senses that Pina is crashing out, frustrated that everything is being done exactly as it was in the game, yet their favorability rating is not increasing at all. Pina wonders if it is because they are gacha-only characters, and she is already running out of premium items to use on them. Worse still, the premium item shop has somehow disappeared. Since the miasma is not yet a big enough problem, they cannot even begin adventuring. That means she cannot go out into the towns with the characters at this stage, and she will not even be able to make Willard hers. If it comes to this, she believes she has no choice left. David then comes to her, asking what is wrong. She responds that he is the only one she can ask for help, since he is connected with the Order of Knights. She claims that her friend accidentally bought a product containing illegal drugs without knowing it, and now that friend is in terrible pain. She explains that she was told it was medicine for weight loss, and that her friend did nothing to deserve this. David is taken aback and wonders where such illegal drugs could have come from. She replies that the shop was said to be in a back alley on 10th Boulevard in the capital, and that a nobleman introduced it to her. When she later tried to contact the shop, she could not find it at all. David says that he will report this to the order immediately so they can investigate. Pina thanks him, saying that she simply could not let this go. David, in turn, thinks of her as kind. At the same time, someone else overhears their conversation. That person goes to the queen and states that there is something that must be reported, something concerning the Star Maiden, Pina. Unseen, Remilia's spider is also there, listening carefully to everything that is said. Back in the town, the people warmly welcome Remilia upon her return. She notices that the bridge she ordered to be built is coming along nicely, its structure steadily taking shape. One of the couples involved in the construction reassures her that she can safely leave everything to them. Just at that moment, someone calls out to Remilia. The voice belongs to Sophia, a talented woman who was personally handpicked to become the queen's personal bodyguard while she was still a senior member of the student council. Based on the information Remilia has gathered through her own intelligence network, the chances of Sophia being here as a spy are low, though she cannot completely dismiss the possibility. Remilia acknowledges that it has certainly been a long time. Sophia, in turn, expresses her relief that Remilia is doing well and remarks that the village looks impressive. Remilia does not hold any resentment toward her, as Sophia's new post required her to leave the capital for a while. Not long after that, Pina enrolled, and Remilia recognizes that she cannot allow Sophia to wander freely around the village when Remilia herself is not present. She offers her thanks and then considers the reason for Sophia's visit. Sophia explains that she has come because there is something extremely important she wishes to ask. She then lowers herself to her knees and asks to become Remilia's knight. This act shocks not only Remilia but also the villagers who witness it. Earlier events come to mind, when Sophia had been seen confronting David. She had demanded to know what had happened during her absence, why Remilia's engagement had been broken off, and how Remilia had ended up expelled. David had claimed that Remilia was jealous of Pina and had attempted to murder her. He had further stated that, after evidence of other suspicious actions was gathered, Willard decided to annul the engagement. Sophia had found this accusation impossible to believe. The idea that the perfect Lady Remilia would be jealous of Pina, whom she viewed as a strange girl, made no sense to her. David had dismissed her doubts, insisting that she should not speak ill of Pina and declaring her to be the Star Maiden, the most charming and friendly person in the world. Hearing this only deepened Sophia's confusion. Everything about the situation felt too sudden and unnatural. Because of that unease, she decided to investigate the matter herself. She examined the evidence and testimonies brought against Remilia and closely observed Pina and the people surrounding her, attempting to discern Pina's true nature. Ultimately, she chose to come here to discover the truth from the supposed culprit herself, Lady Remilia. Sophia had heard that Remilia's territory was meant to be little more than a barren wasteland, so seeing how much it had developed in only a few months leaves her astonished. She sees people laughing and enjoying their lives, a sight that brings a smile to her face. Her first impression of Remilia resurfaces in her mind, a beautiful and gentle noble lady. The two of them had once practiced swordsmanship together. She remembers pointing out that Remilia had a habit of overstepping herself. Remilia had admitted that it was a little embarrassing but explained that it was simply her nature, adding that she was grateful to be able to practice with Sophia. Practicing with the boys and merely imitating their techniques had not been particularly helpful for her. Sophia had noted that Remilia was already an outstanding magician and questioned why she pushed herself so hard to master swordsmanship as well. Remilia's reason had been simple. The person she admired most had always excelled at everything magic, swordsmanship, and leadership alike. Remilia only wished to keep up. Beyond that, she believed that the stronger she became, the more people she would be able to protect, which was why she resolved to become stronger than anyone else. That sweet young lady Sophia had known back then possessed a beautiful soul that elevated her above others, and the village Remilia has built now proves that she still holds on to those same values. That is why Sophia believes in Lady Remilia. In the present, Sophia explains that according to reports from royal intelligence agents and from speaking directly with the villagers, Remilia is not seeking revenge despite being betrayed by everyone. Instead, she has devoted herself to creating a place where people abandoned by society can live with dignity and peace. Hearing this makes Remilia deeply happy, simply knowing that someone believes in her. At the same time, she considers Sophia's position, the daughter of a count, a serving knight, and once even David's fiancée. She wonders how she could possibly accept such a request. Sophia immediately puts those concerns to rest by revealing that she has already broken off the engagement, left her family behind, and even accepted her discharge as a knight. Remilia is deeply shocked. She never expects Sophia to throw everything away simply to come here, and she realizes that she must have miscalculated her intentions. Sophia, however, makes it clear that there is no need for concern. She has no attachment to a family that was willing to marry their daughter off to a piece of scum merely to strengthen their political connections among the kingdoms of Night. She explains that traveling across the world alongside the queen has shown her countless lands and settlements, yet she has never once seen a village as genuinely happy as this one. On her honor as a knight, rather than serving a foolish and corrupt country that would squander someone like Remilia, she would rather dedicate her loyalty to a ruler who truly cares for her people. This declaration brings a gentle smile to Remilia's face. She expresses her gratitude, finding Sophia's words deeply reassuring, and asks her to look after her from now on as well. The fact that Sophia is willing to dedicate her loyalty to Remilia convinces her that she can be trusted. Remilia also appreciates that Sophia chose to investigate the truth on her own instead of being swept along by the opinions of others. Having Sophia here will be helpful in more ways than one, especially since many young noble girls, still confused by their emotions, once harbored misguided admiration for her. It is about time that someone of Sophia's standing understands the truth behind Remilia's condemnation, and in the end, everything works out neatly. Remilia informs Sophia that there should be a spare room available in her mansion if she wishes to stay there. Sophia reacts with visible delight at the idea of having a room in Remilia's mansion and decides to move her belongings immediately. Remilia also mentions that there is a small shop run by the village chief should Sophia need anything. With matters settled, Remilia heads to the chief's house. Thorn welcomes her warmly. She thanks him and asks to see the report detailing what occurred during her absence. He explains that the first page summarizes information regarding the newly arrived human orphans, while the second page outlines the programs related to new products currently under development. Initially, he had been uncertain about her plan to bring human children into the village, but after the demon children took the initiative to welcome and care for them, the orphans adjusted remarkably well. He even asks her to be sure to praise the demon children later, as such praise would surely make them overjoyed. Remilia smiles, agreeing that he is right. Thorn continues, stating that aside from that, she must already be aware that the development of the reservoir and the bridge is progressing smoothly, exactly as she instructed. The official applications submitted indicate that the bridge and the new reservoir design will only be used for small-scale agriculture. Remilia smiles again and thanks him, noting that it is imperative for now that the government does not realize the true scale of development taking place here. The conversation shifts to the government. Thorn mentions that the location in the capital where his store once operated has been raided as part of an investigation into illegal drugs. Fortunately, he had managed to escape in time, thanks to Remilia's warning. She explains that she has already looked into the matter herself and discovered that the Star Maiden intended to use the investigation as an excuse to imprison him for her own personal gain. After running low on the favorability-increasing items he produced, she grew impatient. Her plan was to have him arrested, then conspire with guards she had already seduced to falsely accuse him of attempting to escape custody, giving her justification to lock him away indefinitely. Once confined, she intended to force him to manufacture those items for her in secret. The revelation makes Thorn furious. He had always believed she was nothing more than an ordinary customer and never imagined she would attempt to enslave someone. Meanwhile, noble customers in the capital who had relied on his products for hair growth and weight loss have been desperately searching for information about why his shop vanished. As rumors spread, rumors deliberately planted that the Star Maiden herself led the investigation into illegal drugs, resentment is bound to grow. Piece by piece, she is arranging the entire board to secure her victory. However, in the real world, there are no convenient conversation events or reply choices. Now that she has run out of special items, it is nearly impossible for her to get close to anyone using charm alone. As long as the world remains peaceful, Pina lacks the justification needed to advance her schemes. Without chaos, she cannot even meet the people she was originally meant to befriend over the course of the game. In other words, she will never be able to win over any new allies again. Remilia tells Thorn that she is simply glad he is safe. He replies that he must repay her properly one day. She tries to dismiss the idea, but he insists that settling debts is a matter of credibility for a merchant, pointing out that despite being the village chief, Thorn is a merchant first and foremost. In that case, Remilia makes a request. Thorn assures her that if it is within his power, he will do his best to fulfill it. She tells him that there is someone she would like him to help arrange a meeting with. Thorn is puzzled, as he believes he has no significant acquaintances beyond Remilia herself. She then reveals that she wishes to meet their ruler, the Demon King. The request leaves him speechless. He thinks it is far too much to ask, but Remilia explains that the application blocking demon folk for centuries, the frenzy, may have a solution after all. If such a solution truly exists, it changes everything. This immediately prompts Thorn to urge her to explain further. A few days later, Remilia is informed that she has secured an audience with the Demon Lord. She plans to make Amy Remilia the saint who saves the world. After all, Amy Remilia is someone who always helps others without expecting anything in return, and she is certain this role suits her perfectly. As she arrives, someone calls out to her, remarking on the fact that a human would willingly use such an expensive transfer device to travel between the human and demon realms. He admits he never expected such a thing. From that point onward, he personally guides her to the castle. Even before meeting the Demon Lord, the despair weighing upon the country is obvious. If even basic and long-established administrative matters have become insurmountable obstacles, the situation must truly be dire. When the Demon Lord finally appears, he instructs her to raise her head, addressing her as the daughter of humans. He mentions the rumors he has heard that she possesses knowledge of a solution to the frenzy and asks whether they are true. Remilia cannot help but feel stunned by his beauty, internally thinking that the Demon King looks almost angelic. Gathering herself, she requests permission to speak. She tells him that although it is not a cure, she does know of a solution to the frenzy. Meanwhile, Thorn thinks about the meeting with the Demon King, sincerely hoping it goes well. As he reflects on past memories, he wonders how much time has passed already, questioning whether it has been nearly 20 years. During the frenzy, someone calls out to their brother, saying that this is the last child from the orphanage and that they will take the children away by teleporting them to the human realm. It is the only way, since there are still so many frenzied demons outside. The demon woman begs her brother and tells him that she is leaving the rest to him. With their arrival, the hour of dormancy comes for all demon folk. The first thing Thorn remembers thinking is how much easier it is to breathe. The demon woman explains that this is the human realm, where the miasma is far thinner, nature is still abundant, and there is plenty of food. She tells them that the clothes they are given are the native dress of a certain religion in the human realm, and that these garments are excellent at hiding the distinctive features of demon folk. In order to avoid persecution, they must hide who they truly are and live inconspicuously. Even so, she says, this kind of life is far better than one lived in fear of the frenzy back in the demon realm. She asks them to gather as many of these plants as they can by nightfall. Oftentimes, those who came here before them and found roles as adventurers return to the slums to provide them with work. Thorn goes inside and asks Miss Mazzari how she is feeling. Miss Mazzari states that she only needs to recover enough magical energy today so she can return this evening. She apologizes for putting him through so much trouble, saying that using ancient teleportation magic to move people around is absurd, and that it is a miracle she is even able to move at all. Miss Mazzari explains that the only people she can bring with her are those whose magical power is much weaker than her own, and she finds this deeply frustrating. She explains that the only children who can be safe here are those whose low magical power makes them resemble humans. The frenzy also affects those with little magical power, and in such cases it only makes sense that their power is so weak they can barely breathe in the demon realm, leading them to be used there. However, if they live here, since they look similar to humans, they can conduct business with them. Thorn continues that it takes much longer for the frenzy to affect those with strong magical power, and in that time they can search for a cure. At the same time, those who escape here can trade potions and items that only demons can create in exchange for supplies to send back home. This, he believes, is the best way to save as many lives as possible. He thinks that perhaps one day, the kind man who was always proud of his strength and who worked to develop crops resistant to miasma would not fall to the frenzy. Perhaps his gentle friend, who gave her life to protect the children from the man she once knew, would not have to be beaten down. Maybe they can find a way to save everyone from the living hell their homeland has become, a place where they no longer have to kill friends and family who fall victim to the frenzy. These thoughts bring tears to Mazzari's eyes. She says that they were both amazing people, and that she is truly sorry they could not save them. She reflects bitterly that they call themselves royalty, and yet they cannot even save their own people. When a person, once a demon, is taken by the frenzy, they are left with only one instinct: to consume the flesh of those with magical power until they themselves die. At the very end, just before passing away, that man regained his sanity and thanked the Demon King for stopping him. Thorn asks Mazari to convey that gratitude for him, and to thank the Demon King for saving all of their lives. Mazari continues to cry and says that she will. A very few possess the power to defeat a demon who has become completely deranged due to the frenzy. It cannot be even imagined how many times does the Demon King himself has wept as he cut down her own brethren. To be honest, before that day, Thorn had no idea that the Demon King who ruled over the land carried such anguish from having his hands stained with blood. When a demon is taken by the frenzy, they must be killed, or else the number of deaths will only increase. Yet even among those with the power to do so, the will required to cut down friends and family, even when there is no other choice, is something few can truly endure. Some offer themselves up to the loved ones who have become frenzied. Others go so far as to claim that the Demon King, who can turn his blade on his own brethren so mercilessly, must have been born without a heart. Yet the truth is that no one has ever faced reality as directly as he has. Thorn wonders how much easier it would have been if the Demon King had simply told himself that he was doing it for the sake of the country. The reason he never does so is because he does not believe it is right to lessen the weight of those lives in any way. Those tears are not shed in respect for a frenzied being put down, but for a citizen of his country who is being laid to rest. The rest use any means necessary to justify their own weakness, placing the burden squarely on the backs of the strong, while still having the audacity to pretend that they are the ones with pure hearts and untainted souls. Witnessing him in such a state shakes Thorn to his core, yet at the same time fills him with frustration. He is confronted with just how powerless he truly is. Since he has already seen that Remilia is someone who can bring relief even to such suffering, he admits that, despite his warnings, it truly did turn out for the best that he began selling those illicit potions. She used to tell him that he can read, write, and do mathematics, and that he has a keen eye for detail. It seems to Mazari that he will surely make a fine merchant. However, she adds that he will not be much of a merchant if he never smiles. If he wants people to trust him, he must learn how to smile. Thorn reflects that Remilia's smile alone is so powerful that it makes him want to believe in her without even hearing an opposing argument. He doubts he will ever forget the shock of that day for the rest of his life. Seeing a merchant who has wielded a smile as a weapon for years is like witnessing someone brandish a gleaming legendary sword. Instinctively, people are drawn to her, as though they know they are safest by her side. It is not like the Demon King's strength, whose kindness and sense of responsibility compel him to shoulder countless burdens alone. Instead, it is her absolute faith in something greater that protects her, allowing her to keep moving forward. Thorn is certain that this faith is the source of her strength, something that will one day deliver them all from hell. Because of this, he believes that she can save not only the demon lord who has protected them all this time with tears in his eyes, but also all demons, with a smile upon her face. It is explained that when a demon loses control due to an outburst of frenzy, it can sometimes lead to the awakening of special magical abilities. In the past, some have gained the power to teleport at will, their instincts guiding them to the human realm, a place far less saturated with miasma. If a demon afflicted by frenzy avoids consuming others, they can eventually regain their sanity. Those who gorge themselves on humans with only small amounts of magical power become the origin of many mythical monster stories among humans. Those fortunate enough to both survive and recover their sanity often attempt to pass themselves off as human and live among them. It is a little-known fact that the first prince of her homeland is himself the son of a demon descendant through his mother, a concubine. The demon lord does not know how she has come to learn all of this. What troubles him is that she appears to be suggesting that he abandon their homeland entirely. He wonders about his people. Though their numbers have dwindled, there are still 30,000 of them. Not all possess the means to cross the Great Sea, and he questions whether she truly intends for him to abandon them behind. She replies that she did not come here to suggest a solution that is little more than a postponement. Even if he were somehow able to migrate everyone to the human realm, it too would eventually be covered by miasma. The frenzy is not something that can simply be fled from. He glares at her, insisting that all one needs to do to regain sanity is to consume enough humans, and fortunately there are more than enough humans to sustain all of his people. She counters that even if they can regain their sanity by eating humans, Can his people, such kind-hearted demons, truly live with themselves while trapped between the guilt of murder and the fear of turning frenzied once more? It is unreasonable, she says, to expect an entire race to survive an endless cycle of madness and slaughter simply because the ones losing their lives are no longer demons, but humans. He shouts in response, demanding to know what it is she is truly suggesting. Remilia knows that the one who guided her to the demon lord's chamber stands first in line to offer himself as a sacrifice should the demon king ever lose his sanity. In truth, that man only wanted to save his little brother. However, on the day the demon king reaches his 140th birthday, a limit will be crossed, and he will end up killing his own younger brother. As the demon king is veiled in grief over having slain his brother with his own hands, Amy begins to cry as well. From between him and the wilderness, Remilia watches. She thinks that Amy truly does have far too soft a heart for the cruelty of this story. After reading the chapter, Amy cries, thinking that the devs are heartless, wondering why everything must be so unbearably tragic. Now, however, Remilia says to leave it to her. The demon lord states that despite centuries of tireless effort and research, all they have been able to determine is that the miasma is the source of the frenzy. Each year, crops fail more frequently, and his people can barely sustain themselves day to day on what little can be obtained by sending magical products to be sold in the human realm. He questions how a mere human girl like her could possibly claim to have a solution that would save the demon realm. She answers that she does have a way to save it. She asks that he permit her a small concession. It is not just the demon realm that is in danger. A game clip is shown in which the real Remilia begs the demon lord to grant her Willard's soul. When he asks what she has to offer in exchange, both the Remilia within the game and the original Remilia answer the same way, the world. She says that this is what she has come to save. The demon lord is shaken. His eyes should be able to perceive any falsehood through magic, and yet there is not the slightest trace of a lie within her words. How can she speak of salvation with such absolute sincerity? She asks him whether he knows the true source of the miasma. It is not a natural phenomenon. It oozes from the god known as the creator of the world, who languishes at the very heart of the demon realm. If left unchecked, it will not only destroy his people, but will eventually choke the entire world, bringing all life to an end. He wonders how a human like her could possibly know of the shrine to the creator hidden within the demon realm. She replies that there is only one way to prevent the spread of the miasma. Each time the creator uses divine power, the corruption worsens. Therefore, the goddess of purification, who possesses the power to cleanse the miasma, must be brought there and allowed to restore the world to its natural order. The demon lord questions how she could possibly know such things. She answers that she carries the memories of the girl who will save the world, memories that have not yet come to pass. Using those memories, she trained and strengthened herself, traveling across the world through ruins and dungeons, collecting the keys that open the path to the realm of the gods. She defeated the Lord of Heaven. Amy is this world's salvation, and those memories now reside within her. This is not a falsehood. It is true that Pina's meddling interference and Remilia's failure to play the role of the villainess have caused events to diverge. Even so, she has not spoken a single lie. She has merely twisted the truth in such a way that lying is unnecessary. At the very least, the Demon King does not realize this. From his perspective, it would seem that Pina, driven by malice, manipulated those around her and orchestrated Remilia's banishment. She continues, explaining that the only way to purify the creator of the world is to destroy his body, which has been irreversibly tainted by miasma, and then purify the heart that remains within. The demon lord asks whether she has any understanding of the gravity of such words. The creator is the god who made their world as it exists. If she attempts this, forgiveness may not be granted. She may be condemned to a fate of suffering beyond anything either of them can imagine. She apologizes, but says that no matter what god she angers, no matter what terrible fate awaits her, it is insignificant compared to her faith in Amy saving the world. That belief is something she holds with absolute conviction. Her words leave him speechless. She then beseeches him, asking whether he will lend her the key he possesses, the key that unlocks the shrine of the creator of the world. He replies that the key is a national treasure, not something he can simply loan to another. Internally, she thinks that she has already come this far and said this much, and wonders why he would refuse now. At that moment, he steps down from his throne. Standing before her, he says that he will go with her. The declaration shocks both Remilia and his younger brother as he extends his hand toward her. Clement asks the demon lord Angel whether he is truly serious about planning to go forward. Angel responds by urging him to remain calm and not to misunderstand the situation. He does not fully trust Remilia, but since she has not lied to him even once so far, he decides that he must continue to keep a close eye on her until she gives him a reason not to. Compared to completely binding himself to the Lord of the Heavens, destroying only the body of the Creator while leaving the Creator's works intact would be a far more troublesome task. In such circumstances, being able to make use of the Demon King's strength would not be unwelcome at all. With that understanding, Remilia takes his hand and expresses her thanks. At the same time, she reflects inwardly that he may scrutinize her as thoroughly as he wishes, yet he will find no falsehood, because her gratitude is entirely genuine. Later, Clement shows her to a room, explaining that preparations will begin tomorrow and asking her to stay there for the night. He tells her that he will prepare dinner for her and encourages her to use anything in the room freely. She smiles and thanks him for showing her around, and he leaves, saying that it is nothing. After he leaves, she checks the amount of dust on the table and shelves and thinks that, at the very least, it is better than camping in the wilderness. That is what she would like to say, but given the state of affairs in this place, she instead shudders at the thought of what they might be planning to serve for dinner. In the kitchen, Clement is working when he notices that Remilia has come in. He tells her that the food is still being prepared and that her meal is not yet ready. She apologizes, wondering if she is bothering him, but she also notices that there are no kitchen staff present. He explains that the only people in the castle at the moment are himself, the gate guards, and the demon lord. The aides and servants were sent away on various official duties for a while, as they would not have taken kindly to a human being invited here. Remilia finds it difficult to keep herself from commenting, since openly showing a guest just how bluntly short-staffed they are hardly seems like a good idea. Still, she supposes he is trying to say that, since she is only a single human girl, neither he nor the Demon King requires guards. She tells him that, if that is the case, she may have come slightly over-prepared. She then brings forward the large amount of vegetables she has brought with her. Now that she knows the coordinates of the castle, she can summon all the ingredients they prepared in advance, and she asks him to accept them as a small token of their new friendship. Clement checks the fresh vegetables and seeds and sees that there is even dried meat and fish among them. Not only that, but all of it is preserved food. He thanks her sincerely. She adds that, if he is worried about poison, she can help prepare the food herself. He replies that he doubts a human would attempt to poison them, but he does not mind if she wishes to help with tonight's dinner. Eventually, the dinner is presented before the Demon Lord, who wonders whether this is meant to be his last meal. Clement explains that Remilia provided all the food as a token of friendship. The Demon Lord takes a bite and finds that it is genuinely good. Clement adds that Remilia said everything came from the land she commands. In other words, it is a meal made from crops grown, meat raised, and fish caught by the children who managed to escape the demon realm. He also realizes that this is the Demon Lord's first time tasting something this good. Unlike other dungeons in the game, the Creator's dungeon contains no items or monsters, only the fallen god himself. The choices given there are not limited to the usual advances but also include purification, which must be carried out once everyone turns. Otherwise, a random member of the party will fall into a frenzy. Despite having a higher resistance to frenzy, demons are unable to use purification magic. Because of this, Remilia must be the one to cast it on the Demon King tomorrow. If they had been able to find a human with the ability to use purification magic, then no demon would ever have needed to fall victim to frenzy. However, she is the only one who knows about this alternative solution. She plans to tell them only after the goddess has purified the Creator. If the Demon King were to learn the truth before then, she is certain he would bitterly curse himself, because the Lord of the Heavens locked away both the goddess and the qualifications needed. There is no way the demons could have known about purification magic. That is why she resolves to reassure them that there was nothing they could have done and that they truly exhausted every option during their long history of struggle. She wants to safeguard the spirit of the Demon King, Angel, who had to become ruthless in order to protect his people in a world where enemies never ceased to exist. The next morning, she calls out to the Demon Lord and casts purification magic on him. His body feels strangely lighter. According to her memories, purification magic is able to mitigate the god's power of divine judgment. She suspects that it was because of her ability to use this magic that she was chosen to receive divine revelations in the first place. She decides that she will continue to apply purification magic to him to keep him safe from divine judgment and urges him to focus on pressing the attack while she works to protect him. After the miasma-corrupted body of the creator is destroyed, they will summon the goddess of purification to cleanse his heart. After that, she will purify the entire world. When he questions whether this is truly the plan, she confirms it, even as she wonders whether he smiled just moments ago. The demon lord reflects that he can hardly believe the day has come when he fights side by side with a human girl to save not only the demon realm but the entire world. This makes her smirk, and she points out that demons and humans were once one and the same. As he looks at her, she continues, explaining that the demon race came into being because only those with strong resistance to the miasma in this land survived and passed on their traits to future generations. Just as animals in colder regions did not inherently possess thick fur, but developed it through countless generations of individuals with thicker coats surviving and reproducing, demons and humans diverged because of their environments. What she means is that demons and humans are only slightly different because of where they were born. Because of this, she truly believes that humans and demons can work side by side to create a peaceful world. At last, they reach the gate. She asks whether he is ready. The demon lord opens it and tells her to call him Angel, as that is his name, and steps through the door. Because it is a simple name to call out in the heat of battle, she does not think that is the only reason. It seems that he has begun to notice her portrayal of Amy Remilia, this girl who is trying with all her strength to save the world without any promise of reward, even if everyone were to call her a villain. In other words, the Demon King has started to take a liking to that mask. She realizes that she can make use of this from now on. Perhaps she will begin to show him a familiar image, a girl so completely focused on saving the world that she remains oblivious to the feelings quietly blossoming around her. It will not be a lie, because she is certain that this description fits Amy Remilia perfectly. Both Remilia and the demon god enter the area of the creator of the world. Remilia immediately notices that there is nothing there. In the game, the creator was meant to appear the moment the scene changed, but it seems that things are not going to unfold exactly as they did in the game. Reality is already diverging from her memories. The demon god makes proper use of his shadow magic, judging that the limestone cave provides sufficient cover from projectiles and obstacles. In such a confined space, it is more efficient to channel magic into a single, powerful weapon rather than disperse it. He senses that the creator does not intend to welcome them, and considers the possibility that the god is hiding somewhere within the caverns. According to Remilia's memories, they should have encountered him the instant they entered this place, but there may be a discrepancy because they have arrived much earlier than the time recorded in those memories. It is difficult to sense where exactly the god is, as the entire cavern is thoroughly stained with his energy. Rather than investigating haphazardly, Remilia determines that it would be better to wait and confront the creator once he comes to investigate the intrusion himself. However, before that can happen, the creator suddenly drops a rope-like appendage from above, attempting to strangle her. The demon god reacts instantly, but Remilia flips backward and cuts the rope cleanly. At the exact same moment, the demon god also slashes at the creator, both of them moving with extraordinary speed. For a brief instant, Remilia wonders whether the demon king might falter before the very deity he once worshipped. The demon king also notes that despite having been grabbed by the neck only moments before, Remilia shows no sign of hesitation or weakness. Her movements remain precise, confirming that her talk of killing a god was not empty bravado. The creator forms a spiral-like construct embedded with seeds, which begin to surge toward them. The attack is not enough to force Remilia to use defensive magic, but it is not something she can afford to ignore. She briefly considers how the demon god will handle it. As the seeds approach him, he raises a wall of shadow as a shield. Most of the seeds are blocked, but a few pass through and fall to the ground beyond the barrier. Those seeds quickly transform into long, rope-like tendrils that entangle his sword, making him realize that he has been careless. Remilia signals for him to stop focusing on cutting away the peripheral parts and instead concentrate on attacking the main body, just as they had planned. Once that is done, purification will be possible. The Demon King reflects on how long it has been since he last fought a battle where he both relied on someone and was relied upon in return. Remilia moves swiftly, cutting away the chains restraining him, and remarks inwardly that what she is about to do will hurt a little. She then slashes into the eye of the creator. At that moment, she turns her attention back to the demon god, urging him to act. The Demon King, in his own thoughts, recalls how the creator of the world once gave life to him and to all demons. He knows how deeply he once loved that being, who nurtured the entire world as if it were his own child. Channeling all his mana into his magic sword, he cuts down the remaining guards, determined not to allow the world to be destroyed. When Remilia sees that he has fulfilled his role, she giggles softly, realizing that he is even more skilled than she had assumed. Thanks to that, she is able to keep more of her own cards hidden. She deliberately exaggerates her movements, running around as if desperately giving her all. From the outside, it appears as though she is struggling, though in truth she is far from reaching her limits. The Demon King had not expected this fight to be manageable, even with victory in sight, yet he now realizes how much easier battle becomes when there is someone fighting at his side. Remilia identifies the fish-like structure before them as the creator's last line of defense before the heart is exposed. According to their plan, she will handle it from this point onward. She has already compressed the purifying flame into as small a sphere as possible. All that remains is to insert it into the creator's flesh and purify him from the inside. Her intention is to drive it into his stomach, and she requires the Demon King to turn the creator onto his back while she completes the magic. The Demon King observes that even while performing something as profane and grotesque as slicing open the belly of a god, Remilia still appears like the very embodiment of a saint. He reflects that it was only through the blessing of their Lord and Creator that demons were able to live at all. His sincere prayer is that the Creator may finally be freed from the blight of miasma and the unspeakable suffering he has endured, and that one day, by the august and beautiful purified light of his daughter goddess, he may return more majestic than ever. With that, the god is purified. The battle is over. All that remains is to purify the surrounding area and summon the goddess of purification. Remilia knows that she could not have accomplished this without the Demon King, and she expresses her gratitude for fighting side by side with her. He corrects her title for him and asks to call him Angel. She responds by thanking him nonetheless, calling him the King Angel. He insists that there is no need for such a title, believing it only natural that he should fight for the sake of his people, and that he should be the one offering thanks instead. He asks to be allowed to do so properly. Remilia smiles and accepts his gratitude, welcoming it in kind. In her thoughts, she reflects that after all, she is Remilia, and that this outcome is simply a matter of course. She then considers the next step and turns her attention to whether they should begin preparations for the summoning. Remilia uses the flower of lotus to summon the goddess of purification. The goddess finally appears as the demon lord bows in front of her. She questions her father's actions, noting that even if he has become much smaller, they must work hard until he is restored to his full strength. She reflects that the source of a god's life is faith. As long as faith remains in their very core, gods can return time and again. Those who keep faith in them allow them to circulate life repeatedly. Her father's survival is proof of how the demons never lost faith, even in the darkness of time. As his daughter, she expresses sincere gratitude to the demon lord for his efforts. The demon lord responds that she is giving him too much honor. It was only through the magnanimous guidance of the Creator that they could survive in inhospitable lands. He recalls how the Creator, wielding powers far beyond their understanding, used the anger of the mountain of fire to clear poison, divert falling rivers of lava, and spare them from countless dangers. The goddess of purification points out, however, that even with all this, she was unable to help the Creator fully recover. She could not purify the sediment of his labor, which brought unimaginable pain to all. She asks if they still resent or hate her for betraying their faith. At first, some believed the god had abandoned them. Those who had received blessings from other divinities could feel the Creator's power weakening, and when the divine protection vanished completely, they instinctively knew the god had perished. It was not abandonment but a disruption in the very house of the god itself. The evil god, drunk with power after imprisoning the goddess of purification, began killing opposing guards. As the god weakened, the demons who held faith spiraled down, dragging both god and followers into ruin. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, some demons maintained faith. The goddess turns to the Remilia, noting that her father's restoration would not have been possible without her help. She grants her the title of Purification Maiden. Internally, Remilia doubts she deserves the title, thinking it should belong to the Star Maiden. She protests quietly, unable to believe herself this, while the Demon Lord insists there is no title more fitting. She struggles to accept her role, feeling forced into the story of the Star Maiden, which she hates, even as she participates. With the twin issues of miasma and frenzy resolved, a peaceful spring blossoms across the demon realm, the like of which has not been seen in many years. Two demon children run and play, marveling at flowers they have never seen before. Suddenly, a warm monster emerges from the land. The children panic, one throws a sword at it while the other shouts, scolding him for throwing the weapon. The monster thrashes left and right, making them cry in fear, until it suddenly vanishes into ashes, leaving them bewildered. Remilia arrives, checking on the children, and the demon lord is also present. The children are shocked, unsure who he is, but they feel safe in his presence. Together with Remilia, they confirm that the source of the miasma has been purified. Traces linger, and the demon lord notes that while the land is improving, it will take time to heal completely. Now officially the purification maiden, Remilia begins purifying the remaining miasma, accompanied by demon lord Angel. News spreads across the demon realm via magical communication that the sources of miasma and frenzy have been resolved, crediting a human woman guided by the creator. Angel observes the children, full of energy and vitality, noting that even those without strong magical abilities will soon thrive. Thorn's reaction to Remilia's rapid progress is one of shock. She left just yesterday, yet has already dealt with the frenzy. Remilia explains that the demons were not told the truth about the creator being the source of the miasma and frenzy, to protect their faith. They were told that an evil god had tried to destroy the world with miasma, and only after the demon king and a human girl defeated this evil god could the creator regain strength. As they arrive at areas still stained by miasma, purified water spreads through rivers and wells, gradually restoring the land. Angel expresses immense gratitude, asking how he can ever repay her for her efforts. Remilia humbly replies that she is simply following what has been revealed to her. The demon lord insists, wishing to repay her. Remilia takes the opportunity to request help removing false feelings caused by a love potion. Angel hesitates, noting that a complete cure would be difficult without the demon who created it. When pressed, he asks if she still has feelings for the man called Willard. She is taken aback and replies no. Even if his affection was artificially planted, she cannot forgive the betrayal of trust it represents. Angel remarks on her generosity, which she meets with a scoff, dismissing his perception of her. She then warns him of a dangerous item capable of manipulating demons' emotions and mentally crippling them. She provides all the ingredients and instructs him to prohibit their production. Angel agrees, noting that the long-term health of the demon realm outweighs short-term profit. Finally, she requests the construction of a teleportation gate linking her land to the demon realm, enabling a first-of-its-kind connection between humans and demons. While Thorn manages her land during her absence, she intends to personally oversee the project. With the land purified and the remaining miasma cleared, she extends her hand toward Angel to formalize a trade deal between their peoples, solidifying cooperation and mutual benefit between humans and demons. Remilia suddenly appears, dispersing the miasma and uncovering an answer to resolving the frenzy. The scene shifts to another place, where Angel speaks to Clement while he is resting. Angel asks whether there have been any reports regarding the miasma. Clement replies that there is nothing beyond what they already know. He remarks that Angel asks about this every single day, and Angel admits that it is because everything still feels so surreal. Reports of joy are spreading everywhere, and the miasma has truly subsided. Clement then asks whether Angel is creating mana stones. Angel replies that he is doing so because just when he thought he could take advantage of this brief period of peace, he was restricted from training and fighting monsters. Clement smiles and tells him to simply make sure he does not overwork himself, adding that mana shirts made by Angel, the strongest in the demon clan, will certainly sell for a high price. Angel feels relieved, thinking that thanks to the restrictions placed upon him, he finally has something productive to do. As he works, Angel reflects that Remilia even helped them defeat the evil god. Even if it was only a little, he wants to repay her for all her hard work. After all, the demon folk are now burdened with an absurd amount of debt. Clement, on the other hand, thinks about the one who bestowed divine revelation upon them. He feels truly grateful that Remilia is the one standing by his brother's side, and he glances back at Angel with quiet relief. Mizari greets Remilia, expressing that it is a pleasure to finally meet her. Remilia responds, insisting that the pleasure is all hers, addressing her as Lady Mizari. Mizari quickly points out that she should not be called Lady, and asks simply to be called Mizari. Remilia, in turn, says that in that case, Mizari should feel free to call her Remilia as well. Mizari acknowledges this and, with that, goes down on her knees, expressing her gratitude for saving their homeland and its people. Remilia also kneels, taking Mizari's hand in hers, assuring her that she only did what anyone could do. This causes Mizari to start crying, overwhelmed with emotion, saying that she feels like she is going to burst from joy and wishing she could hug Remilia. The two of them embrace, holding each other tightly. Angel, witnessing the scene, is utterly taken aback, feeling as though he wants to hug Remilia too. Once they are finally seated, Angel asks about the nature of the teleportation gate. Remilia explains that it is a gate different from standard teleportation magic, capable of allowing both people and goods to pass through freely, without any limitations. They are initially skeptical, questioning whether such a thing is even possible, as teleportation magic typically requires either a rare specialist or a very rare item, and even then, a specialist can usually only teleport those with lower mana than themselves. She notes that as long as the gate has fixed coordinates, anyone could theoretically travel through it. Clement wonders if it relies on some form of human magic unknown to them. Remilia clarifies that it is halfway between the two. The gate will combine the teleportation magic of demons with the summoning magic of humans. Combining the wisdom of two different worlds, she explains, is the key to bringing them together, a truly beautiful thought. Remilia smiles, noting that while it is indeed an intelligent concept, it is actually a completely forbidden magic intended solely for summoning demons. When Mizari asks how she plans to create the fusion of magic, Remilia explains that she will rely on the memories she gained from the girl who will save the world. She opens a bag, revealing a collection of items she has gathered from all over the world for the sake of constructing the teleportation gate. Mizari is visibly taken aback. Remilia elaborates that, using these memories, she has prepared all the necessary materials and is ready to explain how the gate will function. While Angel and Clement do not fully understand the technicalities, she emphasizes that they will need to build a pair of gates, one here and one in her territory. She hopes she can count on their help to build the gate on the demand side. Angel asks if there is anything he can do to assist. Remilia requests that he oversee the preparation of the trade goods, including a list of what can be produced in the demon lands and an estimate of what can be exported. Clement states that in that case, she should leave the physical surveying to him. He will investigate the current state of the oil and minerals in the kingdom, as well as the animal and plant life native to the region. Remilia notes that from their side, Thorn will explain what they can offer as part of this exchange. Thorn states that 2,500 tons of food from their territory, along with 2,500 tons of wheat they can purchase from associate granaries, will be enough to feed the entire demon population of 30,000 people for a year. Angel is taken aback by the sheer quantity, having heard that her territory was just a small, undeveloped village. Remilia explains that this is only possible thanks to the demons who came to the village in her territory. The cornerstone industry and the majority of their income derive from the production and sale of compost. Using demon magic, they have been able to ferment and mix the compost far more effectively, allowing them to sustain and multiply their resources beyond what anyone would expect from a small village. Even if the demons who had escaped to the human lands were comparatively weak compared to those who remained in the kingdom, they still possessed far more mana than the average human soul. What they had been producing was groundbreaking when it came to agriculture. According to the reports they had received, the farms that had sold compost experienced a yield increase of 30% compared to the previous year. As a result, they could buy the surplus for export and trade it back to the demon lands once the gate was open. Mizari begins to cry, telling Thorn how hard he had worked. Thorn smiles humbly, insisting that it was all thanks to Remilia. On that note, he asks where they plan to build the gate. She explains that it will be constructed near the bridge, which she had ordered to be large enough to accommodate lanes or wagons going each way, designed solely for this purpose. To keep the government none the wiser, she had instructed Thorn to report that it was merely a small bridge intended for local-scale agriculture. However, Mizari questions whether, if they were to secretly smuggle trade goods back and forth, it would not have been wiser to build something small instead. Remilia responds lightly, noting it seemed like Thorn did not remember the promise. Everyone else is taken aback by this, and Remilia stands, repeating her point clearly. She tells the demons in her village that she is offering them the chance to work in peace and live like kings. Whoever has heard of peaceful work done in the shadows, or of a king who smuggles in the night? She emphasizes that all must recognize the demon kingdom as equal if they wish to eventually sign a trade deal between their countries. Bizarrely, Mizari questions whether they can realistically expect a human country to trust a nation of demons, which must have appeared out of nowhere in human eyes. She adds that humans tend to view all demons as monsters. Remilia responds that to reach that goal, they will begin with small-scale trade adjustments involving her village. Humans naturally fear the unknown, but perceptions are always shaped by what benefits them. She intends for the goods flowing from this trade to reach nearby towns and even foreign cities, slowly revealing the true nature of the demons. Over time, humans will learn that these creatures, created by demons from another world, are not the monsters of legend. By using the influence of Thorn, the demon's former customers, and the noble figures who bear grudges against their rivals, they can pressure potential competitors out of business. When this culture exchange between humans and demons is firmly established, and the time is right, the king himself will surely reach out. They scoffs, laughing that when Remilia puts it that way, it sounds like the easiest thing in the world. Compared to defeating a god and purifying an entire land of miasma, it may not seem like a big deal. Remilia smiles, agreeing that after enduring hundreds of years of darkness, it is indeed nothing. This makes all of them chuckle. She adds that it is true, it really is nothing in comparison. After living for so long in misery, it is difficult for them to imagine a bright future. They are utterly clueless about their own immense value. By having the wider world interact with these beautiful-looking demons, Remilia intends to establish connections that will gradually create partnerships, not because she plans to exploit humanity, but because the people will inevitably come to rely on the irreplaceable merchants of the demon kingdom. From her land, the reins of this monopoly on trade across the continent will be held. Angel observes that it seems Remilia is truly looking forward to this, and she confirms that she is. She explains that if all this trade goes well, it will bring them one step closer to her dream, creating a world where someone with a kind heart can live in peace. Suddenly, it all makes sense to Angel. He understands what she had meant by saving the world back in the human realm. Meanwhile, in the human world, some girls are planning to go shopping for shoes. Someone praises their choice of store, but as they head there, they notice people literally fighting over who should be next in line. Puzzled, they wonder what is happening. A man arrives, instructing them to take another route, explaining that food is being distributed fairly often in the area these days. The young ladies are taken aback. Why would such activity occur on one of the main streets of the capital? The man explains that it is apparently a plan approved by the royal family to help the poor, and it is said that the maiden star is the one carrying out this charitable work. The queen reflects on the situation with Willard, noting that she has received numerous complaints about Pina and the lavish cost of the luxuries she has adorned herself with. She questions whether she has not taught him to grant awards that reflect the accomplishments. Willard responds, explaining that many of their recent policies and outlooks are influenced by the knowledge Pina has shared with them. He is confident that in time, her ideas will contribute significantly to shaping the country's future. The queen, intrigued, comments that she clearly holds high expectations for Pina. She then asks, beyond her ideas, what practical contributions she has made. Willard explains that Pina has expressed her desire to venture out and subjugate various dungeons across the world alongside him and his retainers. However, he has kept her within the palace due to the demands of his duties and political obligations. He notes that recent days have seen fewer casualties from monster attacks, and a sudden royal expedition to conquer dungeons across the continent would provoke the outrage of adventure guilds and foreign governments alike. Furthermore, it would not be proper for his fiancée to travel accompanied only by male retainers, so he has restricted her movements. The queen points out that there is no shortage of capable female officers in the country, suggesting that if Pina were to express her wish to conquer dungeons within the borders with such skilled individuals, there would be no issue. Willard mentions that Pina herself has emphasized that, in order to avert an impending calamity, she must gather a select group of people. Curious, the queen inquires where exactly she is right now. Willard hesitates, reluctant to answer, because Pina is currently engaged in charitable work. She finds satisfaction in the long lines of people waiting to be fed and, even without any special items, her presence alone draws admiration and affection. Despite being unable to embark on adventures at the moment, she remains immensely popular, her reputation growing with each act of kindness. She is known as a saint with a heart of gold, and word of her deeds spreads quickly, prompting more and more individuals from the game world to flock to the capital just to see her. Pina intends to take a brief respite, and during this time, one man approaches her, fanning himself in admiration. He expresses that her dedication to feeding the people has deeply moved him. The prospect of consuming meals prepared by the beloved star maiden of the gods herself, he believes, brings untold benefits. Pina, despite not having personally made a single bowl of the food, scoffs gently, yet her face gleams with a sincere warmth as she explains that she prepared it out of a desire for everyone's happiness. She believes that this act will not only improve their health but also soothe their worries. The man is visibly touched by her explanation and, in response, presents her with a gift. When Pina opens it, she finds jewels and money. The man goes on to share that he has never truly had the chance to demonstrate his abilities to others, feeling that everyone should appreciate his talents more. He admits that perhaps he has been unlucky compared to others, and that he has failed to meet even the expectations of his own parents. Pina instructs the man to hold out his hand, and he obediently does so. She selects a single feather from her fan and places it in his palm, instructing him to offer a prayer to the Father every day, but strictly in secret. She emphasizes that this is a special favor, granted solely because of who he is, without expecting anything in return. She tells him that to attract the same love and blessings onto himself, it is vital to cultivate the power of his faith, to truly believe in the divine strength with all his heart. Overwhelmed, the man becomes ecstatic, swearing that from this moment forward he will praise her and pray to God at every possible moment of his life. Pina is pleased, feeling a quiet satisfaction, especially considering the palace treasurer had been a persistent nuisance, and now she sees a way to lighten her burdens. Meanwhile, in another office, Willard discusses with Claude the knowledge Pina has received from the gods and how it could dramatically improve the kingdom's agricultural output. Claude listens attentively, intrigued, and asks for details of the method. Willard explains that repeatedly planting the same crop in the same field drains the soil of essential nutrients, making it increasingly difficult to cultivate over time. To counter this, they implement a system of crop rotation, changing which crops are grown in a given field each season. Furthermore, farmland is divided into 3 distinct sections, one for wheat in summer, one for barley in winter, and a fallow section left uncultivated for the season to allow the soil to recover. Claude is curious about Pina's proposal for the fallow field. Willard elaborates that she suggested sowing crops there specifically to feed livestock. The animals' droppings would naturally fertilize the land, while providing more fodder would increase the livestock population. This approach, he explains, simultaneously improves self-sufficiency in food production and strengthens the country's foundation. If successful, this reform could counter much of the criticism they and Pina have been facing, particularly the rumors that the treasurer accused her of attempting to swallow the annual budget. Willard believes that it is important for Pina, and by extension the state, to always maintain dignity and composure. He reasons that her behavior is likely a natural reaction to suddenly acquiring wealth, having grown up as a commoner, and that it merits understanding rather than harsh judgment. Claude then mentions the lingering voices criticizing him for being the reason of Remilia exile. Willard dismisses the notion, pointing out that he had offered her more than enough opportunity to apologize, but she rejected it herself. He had always believed her to be intelligent and kind, and it had been disappointing to see her act with jealousy to the extent of committing a crime. Such behavior, he insists, disqualifies her from ever being a mother to a nation. Allowing emotions to dictate her actions, especially in such a critical position, could have led to diplomatic disasters, and even war in a worst-case scenario. Claude quietly feels satisfaction that Willard broke ties with his sister, while Willard reaffirmed to himself that the judgment passed on Remilia was correct. From a distance, Remilia observes the scene through her surveillance spider, a sly laugh escaping her. She scoffs at crop rotations and soup kitchens, amused by what she considers their futile efforts. She then directs another spider to check on Sophia in the dimly lit wall rim and sees that Sophia appears content, examining potato clovers, turnip-like vegetables endemic to the demon realm used in silk, paper, and as building or precious stones. Sophia's keen eye identifies materials that would be valuable in the human realm, confirming her excellent judgment. This leaves her with only one remaining task: to investigate all the false charges. Her patience is deliberate, and she knows that soon it will be time to strike, to seize control and exact vengeance on Pina, the one she believes has ruined everything. At I and the wheat field, Remilia is teaching the demon children how to synchronize and raise their consciousness. She guides them to use their staffs to gather magic into the mana shaft, and within their imagination, to perceive the object as an extension of their own bodies. They take their stances and release the magic, and soon a pile of weeds begins to float into the air, which makes everyone extremely happy. 2 months have passed since she started gathering evidence in the small room she created in the middle of the dungeon. The harvest has also been set aside for now, and with education and infrastructure in Paris firmly established, it is finally time to expand the scale of commerce. Someone approaches Remilia and informs her that there is a report from the trade division regarding the production of craft items made from scrap. The business has been thriving, but they are struggling to keep up with demand. As demand continues to rise, the products circulate widely among commoners and quickly become a popular topic among the trend-sensitive populace. Remilia plans to enhance both novelty and security in order to increase the value of the products. In addition to everyday items, she intends to establish a luxury line for commanders, targeting the nobility. Suddenly, someone calls out to her, and it is Thorn, who reports that there is a problem. He explains that Sophia has collapsed in the demon realm. Remilia immediately goes to the room to check on Sophia, but she finds that Sophia is actually enjoying herself while eating food. Sophia appears confused about why Remilia is there and wonders whether today is not supposed to be the state's harvest day. Remilia explains that she heard Sophia had collapsed and came to use her qualifications, worrying that the charm controlling the miasma might have begun to wear off. Sophia apologizes for causing concern, but it is clear that she is recovering well. She explains that she gave the charm to someone suffering from asthma who lives deep in the mountains. Unfortunately, that person later became involved in a battle with a monster, and Sophia collapsed after being exposed to a surge of blood containing miasma. Since the injury was minor, Clement reported that he would monitor her condition using liline fruit. However, it seems the situation was exaggerated somewhat. Liline fruit is not something found in the human world, which makes Remilia wonder what it actually is. Clement reacts with shock upon realizing that humans do not possess this fruit, even though it is what he is holding at that very moment. Liline fruit has the ability to restore the body to its original state. Unlike potions, healing magic, or purification magic, it does not directly heal wounds. Instead, it consumes the individual's mana and strengthens their natural ability to recover on their own. Since Sophia was low on mana, she was instructed to eat plenty of liline fruit, as its effect is proportional to how much mana one possesses. In contrast, she has excellent self-healing abilities due to her original physical strength, which allows her recovery to be quick. Sophia blushes as she reflects that she wanted to be of help to Remilia, but instead ended up becoming a hindrance, feeling that she is quite inadequate. This makes Remilia realize that thanks to this fruit, demons were somehow able to sustain life even in land heavily saturated with miasma. The fruit that once sustained the lives of demons now has the potential to become the beacon of reconstruction. Remilia expresses her gratitude to Sophia, recognizing that this discovery is exactly what she has been searching for. Sophia is glad that she could be of help to Remilia and believes that everything is worthwhile because of it. Remilia reflects on how demons revealed their full existence to humans and even allowed clinical trials to be conducted on a normal human body, and she wonders whether they truly understand how valuable such trust is. Sophia then shares that during the 2 months she spent with demons, she often thought about how demons and humans could definitely live in harmony. The excitement of seeing the world evolve surpasses everything else, and she feels thankful for being chosen to stand at the forefront of this change. She believes this stage to be the most exciting moment of one's life and resolves to continue pushing forward together with all her strength. This causes Clement to laugh, as he admits that he always believed humans were the weaker race and had never seen someone so spirited after fainting from miasma exposure like Sophia. Sophia firmly believes that even without mana, as long as one has stamina and a strong mentality, there is always a way to make things work, and to her, this is exactly what a knight represents. Remilia observes that Clement is fitting in well and appreciates how competent, lively, and free-spirited Sophia is. Remilia then asks them to listen carefully, explaining that this fruit is the key to establishing a trade alliance. That is why she wants to create trial products combined with various goods, based on research into the fruit's components, to make it more effective for humans. In response, Clement says that he knows someone perfect for this role. Angel is already nearby, as they picked him up earlier that morning after just finding him. The scene shifts to Angel, who asks someone whether he is the alchemist who created the love potion and the charm perfume. The alchemist becomes confused and reluctant upon seeing Angel. He explains that he is merely one of the people who sold general products and enchanted tools to Mr. Thorne's shop. Angel reflects that he had been worried about whether cooperation would be possible, as the alchemist appears to be an eccentric individual who dislikes interacting with people. We see that the low-mana demons finally return to their own land. When Remilia comes to Thorne and asks how it feels to be back home, he removes his cloth hat and smells the air, thinking that it is beautiful. With the transportation gate now complete, living beings and birds begin to travel actively, and from the demon rail and the estate, many come to the estate to study before returning to their homeland with their newly cultivated skills. Because of this, the development pace of the estate accelerates. All the items now have better quality than the ones Thorn handled at his previous job, and moreover, the variety has increased, making it seem that they will be able to manufacture refined products. It appears that the craftsman Angel persuaded is doing a wonderful job. Some demons come forward and ask what they are going to do with so many things and whether the village chief plans to go to a big town to sell them. They then say that they can count money and even write the alphabet, so they can help as well. Remilia responds that before anything else, she needs to write a letter meant to initiate acquaintance. She asks Thorn whether the list of his past clients is ready, and he replies that the document has already been drafted and that all that remains is for the estate lord, Remilia, to sign it. She smiles, thinking that it is as expected of him, as he is very good at his job and immensely helpful. She then wonders what kind of small gift would be appropriate. He smirks and explains that normally it should be something that wins the neighboring noble's favor, an extraordinary present that would not even bend to the orders of the Star Maiden. Finally, all of them arrive at a noble house, while the demons marvel at how amazing the residence is, as this is their first time visiting such a place. Remilia reassures them that as long as they do as she taught them, everything will be fine. The butler arrives and apologizes for keeping them waiting, informing them that the master is waiting inside. The noble woman is angry at Thorn, wondering where in the world he has been all this time, as she heard that the Star Maiden conducted a search over his disappearance. Thorn apologizes for causing her worry over that accident and expresses his great delight at being able to gaze upon the face of the lady of the house again after such a long time. She dismisses the pleasantries and instead focuses on whether he has brought a sample of the item. Thorn smiles, as it goes without saying. The noble woman is pleased, since without his help she cannot lose any weight, and she questions whether he understands how desperate her situation was. Thorn humbly offers his sincere apologies for causing her such a great inconvenience, especially since the Star Maiden's national trial was about to throw him into jail. The noble woman finds this extremely infuriating, yet acknowledges that she is now saved, since his escape without injury means he can obtain the potion again. She is shocked to hear that Remilia has been sheltering the shopkeeper. Remilia then states that it is her pleasure to make this acquaintance and asks the Countess to call her, adding she is erased from the family tree of the ducal house. The Countess mentions that all kinds of rumors about the Star Maiden have reached her, and she is certain that Remilia possesses even more information, leading her to question what kind of business Remilia has come for today. She explains that she has come in hopes of receiving permission to conduct business in the Countess's territory. The Countess straightforwardly refuses, reasoning that if she does so and hires the shopkeeper, she does not know what the Star Maiden might do, and that it would be more logical to avoid setting up a store and simply have the shopkeeper sell the potion at that price. Remilia asks her not to rush to that conclusion, stating that it will not be too late to discuss it after she accepts a small gift first. This gift is the new slimming potion developed during their year in hiding. When the Countess asks how it has changed, Thorn gently takes her hand and drips a few drops of the potion onto her fingers. The immediate effect makes her fingers slim down, and the next item even smooths her wrinkles, causing her to nod in astonished agreement. Thorn replies that this product contains special magic from the citizens of the Remilia state and also features items originating from there. Even if she were to hire him, he would not be able to reproduce the product, as he is merely a businessman and not the creator. This explanation causes the Countess to grow outraged. Remilia then calmly counters the situation by explaining that the two standing behind her will be placed at the shop front, ensuring that the Star Maiden, who is searching for Thorn, will not be able to lay eyes on him. The plan is to modify the product's content so that it has a mild effect and to turn the shop into one that caters to ordinary citizens, offering an obtainable price range. The Countess questions whether it is then meaningless to have developed such an amazing item. Remilia explains that this is precisely why the current product is a special small gift meant only for her. If she grants permission to open the shop, she will secretly visit her mansion on a regular basis, and if the Countess can put in a good word with the Merchant Guild, she will receive a 30% discount on transaction prices at any time. Thorn also adds that Remilia is currently working hard on developing a foundation that will prolong the effects of the slimming potion. They promise that if the business performs well and development funds are secured, the speed and effectiveness of the process will greatly improve. All of the usual magical tools that are the specialty of the ducal house were developed by their daughter, Remilia. Since starting school, she has been hailed as a magical genius and was never meant to be chained down as the crown prince's fiancée. With the image of the two of them simply standing in front of the store, customers will be drawn in of their own will. The quality of the products needs no explanation, and if the countess herself enters the shop and tries a sample, victory is guaranteed, leaving her overflowing with loyal customers. The narrative that labeled her as a fool who was banished after losing her fiancé to a random woman now seems to have been a mistake. In the end, the countess decides that she will grant them permission to open a branch in her territory. She agrees to take care of the store and to persuade the merchant guild as well, but she places one condition. She requests that goods also be developed using special products from her territory, and that one of their employees be sent to her residence under her care. The two sides shake hands, and Remilia smiles as she expresses her gratitude, finding it interesting to have a hand in what this woman will do. Finally, in the carriage, they feel relieved that everything went well. More than anything, it was thanks to her explanation that the negotiation succeeded. The nobles are sincerely eager for their products, and while they remain cautious, that caution stems from their overwhelming curiosity. The other demons ask Remilia whether they are truly helping her, and she answers that of course they are, because their presence alone is extremely effective. Having all of them present and visible at the same time already creates a strong impression. This moment leads directly into the main highlight of the day, which is the negotiation. She asks them to posture themselves properly, as they are about to meet Viscount Bastian. Viscount Bastian is a young nobleman of high society, known as one of the top playboys among the renowned beauties and artists of the capital. Upon seeing Thorn, the Viscount beams with relief, as he has been waiting for him and had even assumed that Thorn might have been killed somewhere along the way. Thorn approaches and apologizes for causing concern, explaining that he received protection under Remilia's estate, and as can clearly be seen, he is alive and well. Remilia then steps forward and greets the Viscount, expressing her pleasure at making his acquaintance and humbly thanking him for the generous invitation. The Viscount responds with equal courtesy, acknowledging it as an honor to meet the famous maiden known as the treasured rose of high society. As rumors suggest, she is indeed brilliantly beautiful. He also notes that even her companions possess a beauty foreign to these lands, and it appears that Thorn is living quite comfortably. Thorn cannot deny this, as ever since Remilia took him under her wing, his lifestyle and the quality of his goods have improved drastically. The Viscount remarks that in that case, he can make a guess. The foreign goods that have recently become popular among the common folk must be related to Thorn's store. Thorn confirms this observation, noting that the Viscount's insight is impressive, as expected of someone of his standing. The Viscount casually mentions that Thorn often refuses his many invitations, though it seems he has been keeping something significant hidden all this time. He then urges Thorn to reveal what he has brought today and what it has to do with his new business. Thorn explains that his role is limited to making introductions, and from this point onward, Remilia will be handling the negotiations herself. The Viscount becomes visibly pleased at the prospect, doubting that this young merchant alone would have had the chance to secure such a deal. Remilia expresses her gratitude and begins by stating that what she wishes to discuss is permission to conduct business within the Viscount's estate. He responds enthusiastically, saying he could not ask for more and will make all the necessary arrangements, though he naturally expects a substantial fee in return. Remilia continues by adding that, in addition to Thorn's shop, there are other businesses she wishes to introduce, ventures more suited to a trendy and sophisticated estate. She also mentions that there are several attendants she would like to present to him, individuals who are knowledgeable in art. The Viscount notes that Lady Remilia is offering him not only an opportunity but also valuable connections. When he questions whether she is confident in making such claims, she calmly responds that the scale of the business she is proposing far surpasses the goods currently sold in Thorn's shop. This revelation shocks the Viscount, as the items sold at Thorn's shop are already rare and valuable, items that cannot be found anywhere else. Based on this, he realizes that Remilia has been operating her business in secrecy. If expanded to a larger scale, the market value would be revolutionary. Yet she indicates that there is still more. This deeply intrigues him, and he wonders what kind of item could possibly be more valuable than Thorn's products. He asks whether it would be possible to see this remarkable asset. In response, Remilia uses her magic to remove the cloth hats worn by the three demons, revealing their true identities. The Viscount initially wonders whether their scales are fake, but Remilia clarifies that they are not, explaining that the demons have possessed them since birth. The Viscount begins to tremble as he gazes at them, openly admiring their beauty. He states that it is crystal clear they are far more valuable than any product displayed in Thorn's shop and wonders whether Remilia intends to place them on display in a small showroom. Remilia explains that it is not exactly that, though it is somewhat similar. She has no intention of subjecting such precious beings to a cheap exhibition. She acknowledges that he must be curious about what he is witnessing for the first time. Their value, she explains, cannot be determined by sight alone. If something rare is merely displayed and consumed by the masses, its value inevitably diminishes. Instead, she proposes introducing a selection of painters, writers, and directors. This proposal causes the Viscount to burst into laughter at first, but he soon realizes the brilliance behind it. He understands that the reason Remilia can demonstrate their value is because she intends to introduce them through her artistic network, allowing mystery to surround their existence. She then asks the demons whether they are considered especially beautiful among their own kind. They reply that they are merely standard individuals among their race, and when asked who is the most beautiful among them, they naturally answer that it is their king. Compared to him, they see themselves as little more than weeds. The Viscount takes note of this, realizing that they belong to a tribe with companions and a king, which suggests they are an entire race rather than isolated beings. His interest deepens further, and he agrees to go along with Remilia's proposal, telling her to state whatever she needs. She has successfully awakened a deep curiosity within him, compelling him to see what she intends to reveal next. Remilia responds with confidence, stating that she had faith he would come to this conclusion. Later, inside the carriage, the demons confess that when their turbans were removed, they thought their hearts would stop. They recall the expression Remilia wears when something carefully hidden is revealed. More importantly, they acknowledge that their fear stemmed from knowing that such traits are highly valued by artists. Remilia apologizes for startling them, but they reassure her that while they were surprised, their stronger emotion was disbelief that a human would view them favorably at all. The fear and guilt they carried from hiding their identities fades, leaving them feeling lighter and refreshed now that the burden has been lifted from their chests. Remilia is pleased by this outcome, as she wants them to live in a much larger world rather than being confined solely to her territory. She sees today's negotiation as a major step toward that future. Ultimately, Thorn wonders about her true intention in involving herself with the demon race. She reflects on how a mysterious existence that suddenly appears can capture the hearts of the people, concluding that love is a necessary element. A few months later, a screenplay, picture book, novel, and song series titled The Demon Lord and the Maiden of Salvation is completed by the artists she introduced. Together, they bring the story to life, creating what becomes the world's very first musical. In the capital, a sense of excitement buzzes through the streets as the magical tool shop becomes the talk of the town. The latest trend draws attention from everyone curious about its wonders. One visitor speaks of their experience, explaining how they purchased a pen that refills its own ink, an item of both practicality and fascination. They marvel at its exotic packaging, the elegance of the shop's employees, and the almost otherworldly allure of their eyes and mystical antlers. Another girl is asked if she acquired anything, and with a proud smile, she presents a ticket. It is a spoofer red ticket, 1 in 100, granting her a premier seat to the play The Demon King and the Angel. The crowd erupts in disbelief and jealousy, eager to hear her impressions. The play itself proves to be mesmerizing, its mixture of tragedy and beauty, strength and love, leaving the audience trembling with emotion. People cry, enraptured by the performances of singing, dancing, and acting that seem to reach into the depths of their souls. Sales of items from the demon realm surge as their novelty and quality make them a topic of widespread discussion. It emerges that the products were created by an ethnic minority known as the demon race, who trade with towns across the land. As the play concludes, attendees rush out, proclaiming it unlike anything they have ever experienced. Sarah finds herself moved to tears, reflecting on the depth of history, strength, beauty, and love conveyed by the production. Remilia takes satisfaction in knowing her taste aligns with the audience's pleasure, having experimented with the musical style of the play. Sarah wishes that the demons gets happiness equal to the suffering they have endured. As anticipated, the play is deeply effective, leaving a lasting impression on all who witness it. Amid the crowd, someone calls to Remilia, who smiles warmly in response. When Sarah inquires about the identity of the girl, Remilia explains that one is from the local shopping center, while the other is connected to the church, having received an oracle. They are contributing a portion of the proceeds to the church, while local shops are permitted to partially manufacture related products, benefiting the community. The endeavor proves successful, with citizens growing favorable toward the newcomers, their guard softened by the defeat of the evil god and the appearance of a human savior. Sarah reflects on her limited understanding of magic, having believed it used only in daily life or battles. She marvels at the magic capable of blooming flowers and producing lights of various colors. Remilia, noting the scarcity of magicians in the country, explains the rarity of magic used purely for entertainment. Sarah recognizes that Remilia possesses the business acumen to spot opportunities others overlook. In the dwarf kingdom, populated by many demi-humans, she imagines the potential for a spectacular play inspired by their culture, enhanced by dance and personal touches. Later, Sarah considers the possibility of Remilia appearing on stage herself, wondering if it would increase popularity, since it is unclear which girl received the oracle. Remilia politely declines, revealing that she was once exiled for harming the Star Maiden, a national treasure. She notes that it would be wasteful to place herself before the public now, only to fuel controversy. Sarah is impressed by the meticulous management, realizing that the revelation of Remilia's identity and eventual exoneration will only increase her fame, showing the world how her kindness has the power to save it. Remilia agrees, acknowledging that such a stage is perfect for Amy to stand upon. She then asks Sarah to accompany her as they fly over the land, observing the fertile terrain below. Sarah marvels at the growth, realizing the effort required to cultivate the land, especially considering its initially harsh conditions. Remilia explains that the soil improvement owes much to leguminous plants, which host microorganisms that enrich the soil with essential nutrients. While Sarah wonders how this could be observed, Remilia clarifies that it is a unique phenomenon visible only through the roots. During her travels, she had discovered pulse beans compatible with the country's soil, and Sarah is thrilled to have played a role in this development, even unknowingly. She hopes to experiment with these plants in her own homeland. Remilia continues to explain that crops in her country are cultivated using crop rotation and fallow land, with compost applied to enhance growth. The mana-infused compost is particularly powerful, providing a workforce equivalent to tens of thousands, and has become a prized resource in her territory. She offers it to Sarah at a special price, recognizing its importance for successful agriculture. Sarah understands the significance of fertilizers in this method, acknowledging the perpetual investment and labor required. She imagines Willard tasting the crops he has diligently cared for, and having a taste of his stupidity. A man, recently dismissed from the Magician Tower due to royal government personnel cuts, finds himself increasingly frustrated. Seeking distraction, he decides to visit the popular magical item shop. The store, foreign in style and completely captivating, overwhelms him. Every corner is saturated with red, every display dazzling, and before he knows it, he realizes he has spent far more than he intended. Fortunately, he knows that if the items fail to meet approval standards, he can file a claim and have them returned. His thoughts are interrupted when the demon girls call out to him. He quickly realizes he has accumulated so many purchases that the contents of his wallet have vanished entirely. Overwhelmed with gratitude and admiration, he writes a letter to express his thanks. Meanwhile, he begins working part-time for his family to rebuild his finances. Though he finds the service industry ill-suited to his temperament, he accepts it as unavoidable and resolves to endure it until he secures his next position. Despite his personal misgivings, he recognizes that the service industry is unmatched in its efficiency and opportunity. One day, as he continues his work, he notices the two demon girls have arrived for a meal. He immediately senses the gravity of the moment, aware that someone so extraordinary appearing here is no ordinary event. Observing their behavior, he detects hesitation, as if they are troubled or uncertain. One of the demon girls explains that she is still unaccustomed to this kingdom and requests that he recommend something from the menu. He suggests the third option on the lunch menu, a dish he personally enjoys. After finishing the meal, the girls approach him to offer thanks, expressing that their experience was exceptionally delightful thanks to his recommendation. Noticing that his glasses are cracked, one of the girls uses her magic to repair them, presenting it as a token of appreciation. They also inform him of a defensive anti-magic leakage solution available at their store. Before departing, they express their anticipation of seeing him again. The man remains frozen in place, stunned by the encounter. Another worker approaches, puzzled by his tears and immobilized state, asking why he is reacting so intensely. He murmurs to himself, promising his parents that he will devote himself fully to his work, making him realize he has, in fact, fallen in love. Willard is visibly consumed by rage as he slams his fist against the table. He demands to know the meaning of the situation unfolding before him. Claude urges him to calm himself, reminding him to take a breath. Willard reins in his temper and apologizes for losing control, yet his frustration remains evident. He cannot comprehend why they are being treated this way, especially when their methods for agricultural reformation were admitted to have already spread throughout the land. Rather than being praised, they have become a laughingstock. 2 months earlier at the royal capital, the scene shifts to Willard standing before the king, who questions him about Pina and the Gateway Detached Palace. When Willard asks for the reason, the king explains that the nobles have grown discontent following a large-scale food poisoning incident at a charity food distribution center. Desperate citizens fell ill, public safety declined, and the main streets became covered and filled with chaos. This incident served as the final blow, and the king states that someone must be held accountable. Willard argues that new foods such as chocolate and mayonnaise are certain to advance the kingdom's gastronomy and future prosperity. The king acknowledges that this is unfortunate but insists that the nobles will not accept the situation as it stands. He advises Willard to wait until public sentiment cools and asks him to leave the royal capital for a time, suggesting that he think of it as a vacation. Willard bows deeply, expressing his understanding. However, he makes one request. Since he has been planning agricultural reform, he asks for permission to test it at the Gateway site together with Claude. The king agrees, stating that if the results are successful, no one will be able to raise objections. He adds that he looks forward to hearing good news. All of this information is overheard not only by a maid, but also by the spider of Remilia. The scene then cuts to Jim, who asks Willard whether the Gateway site has truly been suspended. Willard confirms that it will be suspended for about half a year and asks Jim whether he will be coming with them as well. Jim makes an uneasy expression, which prompts Willard to comment that he looks dissatisfied. Willard tells him that if there is something he wants to say, then he should say it plainly. Jim points out that he has raised this issue many times before and suggests once again that Willard should consider distancing himself from Pina. Willard immediately rejects the idea, stating firmly that Pina is a candidate for his future wife and that Jim should not ask for the impossible. Jim counters that she is still only a candidate and questions whether it would not be better to leave her with the church, where she could demonstrate her abilities as a scientist. Willard responds that Pina is doing her utmost with the powers she possesses. He further argues that allowing the church to grow stronger would upset the balance between the church and the monarchy. They both know what kinds of demands would eventually be made if that balance were to collapse. Jim maintains that it is still more problematic for Willard to shoulder responsibility every time Pina causes conflict. Willard sharply rebukes him for being disrespectful and reminds him that even though Jim is his foster brother, he should remember his place. At last, Jim says that it should have been Remilia who accomplished these reforms without causing such turmoil. He then grabs Willard's hand, pleading with him to allow Remilia to return. Jim confesses that he is afraid, as ever since Pina arrived, many people have begun acting strangely, including Willard himself. He warns that if they continue down this path, it will soon become impossible to take anything back. Willard pulls his hand away, his expression cold. He accuses Jim of speaking as though he is demanding that Willard defy a royal edict. Willard warns him that if he does not wish to be accused of treason, he should keep quiet. He then declares that Jim will not be accompanying them to the Gateway site. Instead, Jim is ordered to compile agricultural data from the past 50 years and to ensure that he does not neglect his regular duties. With that final command, Willard tells him to leave the room. Remilia observes the situation quietly and lets out a soft sigh, finding the entire development oddly amusing. To her, the circumstances are becoming increasingly interesting. She wonders what truly lies on the other side of all this turmoil. It appears that information from earlier events has already leaked to influential nobles. One such noble remarks that word has spread that the king has decided to suspend the second prince and the Gateway site. With resentment growing to such an extent, they likely had no choice but to take decisive action. With this turn of events, it is speculated that the first prince, born of the concubine, may now have a better chance of succeeding to the throne than the second prince, who is the child of the queen. The noble is certain that many people will soon change their opinions. It is further noted that if the plan was to push the prover forward, it should have been accompanied by employment support or patronage. Even then, the charity food distribution event turned into such a disaster that it overshadowed everything else. Remilia observes that no premium items remain, indicating that they were unable to attract that particular demographic. She concludes that she may try again another time, as she already has the perfect bid prepared. The scene then shifts to Jim, who is buried in work with no realistic way of finishing it all. His hands are already full dealing with the aftermath of the Star Maiden incident when someone arrives and piles even more work onto him. Jim protests internally, thinking that this is not even part of his job. The man delivering the work coldly points out that the reason Jim draws attention at all is because of his position as the prince's foster brother. He adds that while he does not know what Jim did to anger Willard, it is uncertain what will happen to him if he loses the prince's protection. From the man's perspective, Jim already looks foolish enough. This remark causes Jim to twitch in frustration. The man continues, mockingly suggesting that Jim should decide whether he intends to pick a fight or talk back to the very person who assigned him all this work. He adds that personal dislike will not change reality. With that, the man leaves Jim behind. Jim begins to feel dizzy, and his vision blurs as a dream overtakes him. In it, he sees Willard and Remilia smiling warmly. He asks them whether the cancellation of their engagement has been withdrawn. Willard responds calmly, stating that he never broke up with her, not even once. Remilia also asks Jim if he is all right, noticing that his face looks pale and wondering whether he had a bad dream. Jim starts to question whether everything he experienced was only a dream. Remilia gently tells him that he looks too tense and suggests that it might not hurt to take a vacation from time to time. She remarks that it would be troublesome if someone who supports others so sincerely were to collapse. Jim replies that such concern is more than he deserves and insists that his presence or absence makes no real difference. He believes that since he cannot go to the gateway site, staying behind will only further irritate Willard. More importantly, he thinks that Remilia being by Willard's side is the greatest support they could have. Suddenly, the dream shatters as Jim is slapped across the face. Willard angrily reprimands him, reminding him that he was told never to speak of that matter again. Willard demands to know how many times he must repeat himself before Jim understands. He accuses Remilia of attempting murder out of jealousy and emphasizes that she is the kingdom's national treasure, the Star Maiden. He states that Jim should be grateful that her punishment amounted to no more than banishment. At that moment, Jim's memories come flooding back. He recalls Remilia crying and insisting that it was all a misunderstanding, desperately asking why no one would believe her. Jim admits to himself that he never openly acknowledged it before, but he now realizes that Willard has truly changed. He does not fully understand what Remilia supposedly did, but he knows that all she ever wanted was for Willard to believe in her. In that sense, she was just like him, yearning to be trusted. Despite having supported Willard faithfully for so long, exile was the only thing Remilia received in return. If running away is the result she was given, then Jim feels that he, too, wants to escape from this place. Jim jolts awake from the dream, laughter escaping his lips as he sweeps all the papers off his desk. He admits that he cannot take this anymore. Right now, all he wants is to breathe freely by the sea. He wants to go to the beach, and he has enough savings to allow himself that freedom. He decides that he will enjoy himself to his heart's content. After all, Willard is a man who discarded a fiancée who loved him deeply without hesitation. Jim does not know when he himself might be cast aside in the same way. With that realization, he comes to a firm conclusion. If that is the case, then he will simply leave. Remilia watches all of this unfold and begins to clap lightly, her expression bright with satisfaction. A few days later, murmurs spread through the capital that the second prince has left the city. On top of that, his right-hand man, a government official, has taken an unusually long vacation. A maid who overhears these rumors immediately goes to report to the first prince, carefully explaining the current developments and asking what course of action should be taken. A man standing beside the first prince remarks that it is impressive how successfully his advice to the monarchy worked, particularly the decision to move Willard to the detached palace. He further notes that it was fortunate that one of Willard's trusted subordinates chose to leave of his own accord. The first prince rises from his seat, his expression dark. He states that he is not in the mood to celebrate, but acknowledges that this turn of events signals the time to strengthen their resolve. As a first step, he orders the maid to contact the person who took over the business from that former confidant and bring them over to their side. He instructs them to dangle money before this individual, evaluate their abilities, stimulate their desire for recognition, and provide them with a convincing reason to become a traitor. In addition, he commands that all information coming from the royal capital be cut off, forcing Willard to work completely independently. While Willard is occupied with spreading his wings, the first prince intends to bring influential nobles over to his own faction. Although the wind appears to be blowing in their favor, it is acknowledged that winning over the stubborn nobles will still be a struggle, prompting speculation about whether the first prince has a concrete plan. The first minister reports that he has been investigating the movements of the Star Maiden's cash flow and believes they may be able to seize upon some kind of weakness. He states that preparations will begin immediately to secure tangible achievements. One of the men present remarks that even though they are not at war, he wonders whether it will truly be so simple to accomplish their goals. The first prince responds that it is not simple at all, which is precisely why he is gambling everything on this move. He adds that they have been playing nice up until now, but perhaps it is time to reveal their hidden threat. The scene then shifts to a village, where Thorn is once again rushing toward Remilia. She wonders why he appears to be in such a hurry. Thorn hurriedly explains that an absurd person has arrived, but before he can finish speaking, the first prince is already standing behind him, calmly greeting Remilia. Remilia steps forward and remarks that she never imagined the day would come when she would receive a visit from the first prince. She states that it is an honor to make his acquaintance, inwardly thinking that he has managed to swim here quite skillfully. With that in mind, she decides to reward him by granting him a role to play upon a magnificent stage one that will ultimately bring about the destruction of the second Prince Willard's once bright future. The first prince states that he must apologize for his foolish brother's actions, explaining that his brother wished to see firsthand the renowned village associated with demons, but the first prince feared that such a visit might cause inconvenience. Remilia assures him that there is no need for an apology, as his visit to their village is an honor in itself. The two of them reach the peak of the upper mountain, where she asks whether he is able to see what they have always wanted him to see. As he looks upon the infrastructure, he finds it beyond his imagination. In addition to farmlands, there are now shared residential areas, schools, churches, factories, and commercial establishments. It has come to his attention that artisans and the impoverished, displaced by competition with demon-made goods, have resettled there. The scale of development surpasses his expectations, yet most importantly, he says that thanks to her, he has come to believe that a day like this would arrive, a day when the blood running through his veins could witness the radiant light of day. He then turns his thoughts to business, announcing that his mother is of demon lineage and that he wishes to propose full governmental trade between the two nations. He questions whether she would like to cooperate, and she happily agrees, saying that it is more than she could have wished for. Just as he has revealed a secret, she too has something she wishes to confide in him, revealing that she owns the memories of the maiden who will save this world. She states that she will tell him about the situation she went through and what she plans to do from now on. Speaking of which, she notes that he has chosen to tie his hair, remarking that while it looked lovely flowing, this style suits him better. The first prince smiles, thinking the same, and reflects that thanks to her there is no longer any need to hide anything. While living the life of a prodigal son suited his nature, he realizes that his younger brother's excellence was all thanks to her. After all, if their family is in trouble, they cannot afford to play around. On the day of the meeting, the vassal members are seen laughing when one of them remarks that Willard indeed has a knack for humor. The agricultural method he proposed is already gaining traction in rural areas, and when combined with the development of fertilizers and the securing of sales channels, tax revenues are expected to reach record highs. Willard exclaims that such information has yet to reach him, prompting a vassal member to explain that it is understandable since he has been away from the capital for some time. As for Claude's proposal regarding a national simplified insurance and pension system, one of the vassal members points out that it lacks sufficient funding and management. Furthermore, it does not take into account the potential deterioration of relations with the church, which attracts followers by supporting public health. They laugh, saying that they had higher expectations, given that the second prince and Claude's men were reputed to be outstanding during their student days. However, it is noted that it is rather harsh to judge recent graduates too quickly, as their true potential has yet to be seen. Someone raises a hand, suggesting that the matter be considered further, and it is revealed to be the first prince. A vassal member then mentions that he understands the first prince has a proposal regarding national trade, and that all present would certainly appreciate hearing it. Willard notes that the atmosphere seems different from before and that the way the vassals treat them has changed. The first prince explains that in recent times, in regions near the capital, there has been a rise in the circulation of demonic artifacts. As they may have noticed, the salons of influential nobles are abuzz with discussion, with some already engaged in state management. The Countess's salon in particular is thriving, with her becoming quite a social figure. Someone comments that despite their age, they found themselves excited by the mysterious items on display for the first time. The theatrical performance at the Viscount's estate is described as magnificent and enthralling. Among other items, one vassal member's wife is said to collect novels and dolls, while back home, another vassal member's son has begun carving a life-size statue. Willard and Claude stand there wondering what this gaze directed toward them means, as the looks they were accustomed to suddenly transform into something unfamiliar, inducing an eerie sensation. The culture and artifacts of the demon folk are not merely a passing trend. Indeed, it should be evident to those who have actually handled such items firsthand. Therefore, the first prince proposes that instead of remaining at the level of small-scale private transactions, they should consider expanding into full governmental trade. This immediately causes Willard to raise his voice, asking for a moment of pause as he humbly admits that he is unfamiliar with the nature of the items originating from the demon folk. From his perspective, he questions whether their nation or its people are truly trustworthy enough to engage in intergovernmental transactions. Entering into a contract with an unfamiliar party, regardless of the quality of their offerings, can be premature if the nature of that nation itself remains uncertain. Personally, he has never heard of either the demon folk or their homeland. One of the vassal members remarks that it seems the prince has yet to watch that particular play, which prompts Willard to retort that surely a minister of their nation would not take a fictional story at face value. The first prince then interjects, stating that both sides would do well to avoid embedding thorns in their words, as doing so would obscure their true intentions and prevent meaningful discussion. He acknowledges that Prince Willard's concerns are understandable and asks that he be allowed to first provide an explanation regarding the demon folk. At that point, he reveals the truth that his mother is of demon lineage. Murmurs ripple through the meeting, and even Willard is visibly surprised. The first prince remarks that such a reaction is natural. Several vassal members question why he has remained silent until now and whether this revelation constitutes a betrayal of the nation. The first prince clarifies that the existence of the demon realm was only recently proven, and that had he claimed to originate from a non-existent country, no one would have believed him. He argues that there was no point in disclosing an origin that could not be verified. Their nation has long flourished through marriages with the nobility of other countries, and his mother, though a commoner of demon lineage, became a concubine favored by the king. Aside from these well-known facts, he believes there is no other information about his origins that is necessary for the nation's governance. He then asks for their thoughts on the matter. One of the vassal members responds that it is nothing of concern, noting that throughout history there have been individuals with elven or beast bloodlines as well. The first prince expresses his relief that they understand and moves the discussion forward. He explains that the demon realm was previously located on an uncharted continent where miasma pervaded the land. There were instances in which children were evacuated to their country through teleportation magic in order to save them. Recently, the miasma problem has been resolved, and with discussions underway to open borders for reconstruction, the scarcity of information can be attributed to those circumstances. The demon folk have long been integrated into society and have lived among humans for centuries. In the past, he himself was instructed to live quietly, striving to remain inconspicuous, and many others like him followed the same path, avoiding close relationships to prevent others from noticing differences in lifespan. In the end, many chose to disappear or even end their own lives. If they were a dangerous species, their existence would surely have been recorded in the annals of history. The absence of such record stands as the greatest proof of their modest way of living. One of the vassal members states that he believes this presents no issue, as they are merely a minority group among the population. Another raises a practical point, asking that assuming cordial relations between the countries, what advantages there are in scaling up from private trade to state-level transactions. The first prince expresses his gratitude for the question and explains that the demon realm possesses abundant and well-developed resources, and by assisting in their development, significant benefits can be gained. Furthermore, the demon realm suffers from food shortages due to miasma, creating an opportunity for affordable and profitable exports. Given that their own country is currently advancing agricultural reforms, the timing is exceptionally favorable. He stops mid-explanation, apologizing and stating that he has no ulterior intentions. Laughter spreads among the other members, while Claude and Willard are noted as the targets of their amusement. The vassals remark that providing support and exporting goods to a developing country rich in resources are essential components of trade, and that international transactions between nations offer substantial benefits. On top of that, trust can be easily established due to the demon folk's deep ties with the first prince. The circumstances appear optimal, and his foresight is praised as remarkable, with many agreeing that acting ahead of other nations is a wise decision. A few days later, in the present time, Remilia observes the entire situation and wonders whether Claude and Willard have always been this foolish, concluding that they deserve what they receive. Even so, she recognizes that this alone will not be sufficient. The projects that Willard and the others were meant to undertake regarding the repeatedly flooding river have already been resolved by the dam constructed upstream within her territory. There are no longer any floods or disasters, and the threat of monsters has also been eliminated by cutting off their source of miasma. To achieve distinction now, attention must be turned inward toward internal affairs, yet she intends to thwart those efforts as well. Consequently, the first prince, once so low in the line of succession that he was barely considered, is now rising to the center of politics. She understands Willard's pitiful inferiority complex, knowing how deeply it stresses him to see someone he deemed inferior prove more competent than himself. That is why he felt at ease beside that foolish and repulsive woman. She regards him as truly small and foolish, and believes that he will have to learn his lesson the hard way. Suddenly, one of the communication channels begins to gleam, and she sees that Angel has arrived in the village. She goes outside and waves at him. Angel rushes toward her, explaining that he had been in the middle of searching for her. She wonders what could make him look so happy. Angel thinks to himself that it has indeed been a long while since they last met, but aloud he announces that he has finally completed the task he was requested to undertake. He then presents the antidote to the love potion. Back on the day when Angel goes to meet the alchemist who created the love potion, the moment the alchemist catches sight of the demon lord, he drops everything and starts to run. The demon lord, however, immediately seizes him and asks why he is fleeing. The alchemist, trembling, cries out for him to simply let him go. When the demon lord calmly urges him to relax, insisting that he only wishes to speak, Angel begins to glow with astonishment as the alchemist blurts out that if he gets too close, he will fall in love with him. Angel is utterly shocked at this revelation. The alchemist, his voice quivering, continues to wonder that if nothing else had happened, it has already been several months since the first prince proposed expanding trade at the assembly. Though there had been significant backlash from rival nobles whose profits were threatened by the influx of competing products, those nobles who were still reaping benefits from their own villages suppressed any objections. Remilia then asks Angel what ultimately happened to the alchemist. Angel responds with the truth: uncontrollable mana that naturally exudes charm leaks from the alchemist's body, constantly causing complications in his personal relationships. Consequently, he has been living in isolation. This same mana, however, inadvertently seeped into the numerous potions he produced for their country. Some of these potions were eventually smuggled into the human realm, where it was discovered that they possessed charm effects effective only between humans. These potions were quickly transformed into a marketable commodity. Remilia had suffered as a result, though she notes that "suffered" might be too mild a term. Originally, the potion's effect was intended solely to amplify feelings that already existed. It is tragic that the alchemist's natural mana, acting as a kind of sentence buffer, created a multiplier effect far beyond expectations. The alchemist himself was deeply heartbroken by the unforeseen consequences, but he resolved to work even harder on developing an antinode. Remilia reflects that if the alchemist's mana is transmitted unconditionally, creating an antinode must have been an extraordinarily difficult task. Indeed, his work earns a reputation for repeated failure. Initial attempts start promisingly, only for instability to emerge partway through, undermining his progress. Yet, thanks to the alchemist's diligence and the demon lord's mana, which is completely unaffected by the alchemist's charm, he successfully completes the antinode after combining several carefully selected herbs. Angel's mana, as expected, seems to act as a stabilizing factor. The alchemist is elated, convinced that he may finally be able to develop medicine capable of controlling his own mana. Remilia smiles, recognizing that it will likely not be much longer before the alchemist can safely live among others once again. The demon realm, saved by her intervention, has prospered to such an extent that even the alchemist can now pursue research into his own mana in earnest, and he feels immense gratitude toward those who made this possible. While Remilia insists that she merely obeyed the revelations from heaven, Angel gently shifts the focus to her, asking how she has been feeling lately. Remilia responds, reflecting on her responsibilities as the point of contact for the trade alliance. She recalls the opposing factions' attempts to impose heavy taxes on Demon Fox magical tools, intended to protect local products. When she mentions to the First Prince the potential of negotiating new trade agreements with the Dwarven Kingdom and other foreign nations, he skillfully maneuvers his supporters to ensure a fair tax rate. Thanks to this careful negotiation, combined with agricultural reforms that resulted in overabundant harvests that might otherwise have caused prices to collapse, Remilia purchases all the surplus herself. This decisive action prevents widespread economic damage and safeguards numerous territories. In other words, it is entirely due to her efforts that they now possess a vast network of allies and a stable foundation for trade and prosperity. Of course, Remilia deliberately ignores the territories of the nobles who had caused harm to Amy, allowing their precious crops and products to crash in value. At the same time, she makes certain to welcome all the commoners who had fled their lands due to overtaxation, thereby significantly increasing the population of her estate. She also oversees the creation of a teleportation gate connecting the village directly to the capital. While the employees from the Magician Tower are overjoyed by this innovation, there is some concern about establishing a direct connection to an estate where demon folk reside. These concerns, however, are met with disapproval, regarded as discriminatory and unfounded. This bold infrastructure project ensures a revolution in distribution, transforming the movement of goods and people in ways previously unimaginable. Angel observes, almost in disbelief, that the day has arrived when beings once persecuted as demons are now so well received and respected. Thanks to Remilia's foresight and the cooperative efforts of merchants and stores, the number of citizens who have interacted directly with demon folk has grown exponentially. Now, even Angel is considered a national celebrity. The estate itself has evolved into a grand center of trade, with the aid of the local population contributing to a booming economy. Hotels, restaurants, theaters, entertainment facilities, and souvenir shops for tourists multiply in number. Among them, the hotel stands out, an astonishing cavern-style structure carved into the cliffside, constructed with the assistance of the dwarven princess Sarah as a reward for her efforts. Angel, reflecting on the responsibilities that lie ahead, resolves to give his utmost during tomorrow's treaty negotiations. The entrenchment of vested interests and factional power runs deep, and Remilia advises him to remain cautious of extremists. Even now, Angel notes that she continues to worry about everyone around her. He tentatively asks if she will accompany him, but she sighs and explains that if he is seen alongside a so-called criminal, there will undoubtedly be critics who brand him a criminal accomplice, potentially jeopardizing the agreement. Reluctantly, Angel acknowledges her concern. When he inquires if she would do one thing if the alliance succeeds, she hesitates, unable to articulate her thoughts, and he quickly reassures her, suggesting that he will share his intentions once everything has settled. The conversation concludes with laughter and smiles from Remilia, fully aware of Angel's true purpose's eventual proposal. Finally, the day of negotiation arrives. Many participants had expected to extend civilization to what they considered an uncivilized minority, intending to channel profits behind the scenes, relying on knowledge gained from winning numerous wars as their leverage. Yet, when Angel arrives at the meeting accompanied by the Climate, every person present is struck with awe, unable to breathe or even blink. Angel begins by expressing his deepest gratitude for their long-standing care of refugees, emphasizing that it is his sincere hope that this alliance will catalyze development and friendship between their two nations. After the meeting concludes, Angel returns to Remilia, who eagerly asks how it went. He assures her that the agreement was reached without any problems. Overjoyed, she notes that both countries have successfully established diplomatic relations peacefully. Clement tells her that the king and opposition party, struck by Angel's extraordinary mana, are frozen in fear, becoming like dolls, only able to nod along. Originally, the Willard and Star Maiden faction would have been powerful enough to confront the Demon King, but in matters of diplomacy, overwhelming strength is sometimes required, strength that can single-handedly lay waste to an entire country. Angel's march into the castle, with such power at his side, shocks all who witness it. Angel reassures Remilia that he posed no threat and that the successful negotiations were aided by cooperative nobles, though Clement misinterprets the situation entirely. His misunderstanding amuses Remilia, who laughs at the apparent discrepancy, while Angel pretends innocence in her presence. As a ruler, he takes the most prudent course of action, but the remaining matters are surely for Amy's vengeance. Meanwhile, Pina, scrutinizing a selection of jewelry pieces, commands her designer to procure something new, for the Star Maiden has finally returned from her isolated health retreat. The designer suggests a piece featuring a new, trendy style from the demon realm, differing from the Star Maiden's usual tastes. Pina freezes in shock. When the designer mentions that the Star Maiden may not yet be aware of the demon realm's flourishing trade and civilization, Pina learns that the continent, home to a small civilization called the Demon Folk, has been freed from the miasma of the evil god. The country is now peaceful and engaged in trade, with aristocrats holding exhibitions in salons. Enraged, Pina clenches her teeth and storms out, demanding to understand what is happening. She cannot fathom how trade with the demon realm has commenced without the prior occurrence of disaster, and what it means that the miasma has been cleansed. She struggles to reconcile this reality with the Star Maiden's unique purifying power, the power that was supposed to solve everything, the power for which she alone should be worshipped and loved, particularly by the former villain Angel. Bursting into the room, Pina finds the meeting in session. Willard, startled by her sudden entrance, asks what has happened. Pina declares vehemently that everyone is being deceived. Willard asks her what she is talking about, at which point Pina explains that when demon folk continue to be exposed to miasma, they enter a state of madness known as frenzy. In order to cure themselves of it, they devour humans, and all those who witnessed such horrifying incidents came to call them devils. She claims that the root cause of this is that the creator, the god worshipped by the demon folk, has fallen and become an evil god. However, she tells them not to worry, declaring that she, the Star Maiden, possesses the power to purify the evil god and save the world. The vassal members begin to reflect on her words, wondering if, should the demon folk truly be devils, she intends to persecute other races despite holding the position of the Star Maiden by labeling them as such. All of the vassal members turn their gaze toward her, causing her to raise her voice and shout that they have it all wrong. She insists that this was recorded in history, that a devil once appeared and devoured hundreds of citizens, and that this was what the demon folk looked like when they fell into frenzy. One of the vassal members responds that they nearly allowed themselves to be deceived, while another adds that he does not understand her intentions, questioning how the Star Maiden, who has never even left the country, could know so much about these matters. She becomes slightly hesitant, stating that she is the Star Maiden who will save the world. A vassal member clears his throat and points out that she cannot deny what the rulers of the demon realm have already announced without providing any evidence. Furthermore, to accuse the god worshipped by another nation of such a travesty would inevitably lead to war. The demon realm has even donated a significant sum to their country's church as a gesture of gratitude toward the girl who received the oracle from the gods. Her words and conduct, however, are likened to pointing a gun at the principle of respecting each other's gods, a principle vital to the mutual benefit of nations with differing cultures. On top of that, they wonder whether Pina made such claims while fully aware that the first prince present is himself of demon descent. At the moment the first prince turns his gaze toward Pina, she is utterly taken aback by his beauty. This is the first time she has ever seen him, and she wonders whether he is different from how he appeared in the game. She begins to fidget, saying that she knows he has demon blood in him, but questions how everyone knows about it when it was supposed to be a secret. The first prince responds by asking whether she is attempting to defame him as the child of a concubine with demon blood in order to ensure that Willard, her lover, becomes king. Pina shouts that this was never her intention, insisting that she merely spoke the truth for all of them who are being deceived. The first prince reframes her words, stating that what she truly wishes to say is that the demon folk are man-eating devils who worship an evil god, that everyone else was foolish enough to fall completely for their deception, and that only she is clever enough to know their true nature and condemn them for the sake of the world. Pina affirms this, believing that everything she has done is for their sake. A vassal member then points out that if she truly possessed the miraculous power to see the truth of the world, the capital's public safety would still be as secure as ever. At this, the room fills with laughter, while Pina feels utterly disgusted. Willard orders her to return to her room, and as she leaves, the first prince calls out to him, remarking that his lover truly suits him and telling him to treasure her well. Full of shame, Willard takes Pina and exits the meeting room. Inside her chamber, Pina wonders what exactly is happening as she loses control and destroys everything around her, her mind unraveling as she curses those filthy pigs who dare to look down on her. She reminds herself that she is the Star Maiden, a national treasure. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door. It is a servant who tells Pina that he was informed she had called for him, though he wonders whether he should return later. Pina thanks him for coming, addressing him as Romano. She acknowledges that her room looks terrible and claims that it was the first prince's faction that despises her, using the maids to harass her. She believes they are desperate because Willard stands first in the line of succession, and if he marries the Star Maiden, the first prince would have no chance at all. She insists that all she wants is to use her miraculous power for the sake of the citizens, expressing how frightening the royal family is and how relieved she is that Romano is there with her. Romano gently pats her and asks what kind of request she had called him for. She explains that there are items she must obtain no matter what, as she has been forbidden from leaving the palace. She tells him that she wants nectar of the Lilith flower and the tuberous roots of Esmodal. Romano wonders where such dangerous items could even be sold, to which she replies that many demon folk have recently opened shops. She emphasizes that no one must know the items are for her, slipping him a pink diamond as she speaks. Seeing the gem, Romano tells her to leave it to him, noting that there should be someone among the guards he can hire. Pina adds that if he succeeds, she will reward him even more, causing Romano to say that he can hardly wait. Pina reflects that she may not know how trade with the demon realm began so suddenly, but this is her chance, a chance to once again obtain purchasable items. Unbeknownst to her, this entire scene is being recorded and observed by one of Remilia's spiders. The scene then shifts to the king, who is shown deep in worry, realizing that this is already the fourth person this month, and wondering whether he has made a grave mistake. A man is seen running through a vast black pit. As he moves forward, confusion grips him. He wonders what kind of place this is and why there is no one around. Suddenly, laughter echoes through the emptiness. He calls out, hoping someone might explain where he is. When the figures finally turn toward him, their faces are grotesque and distorted. Unease fills him as he questions what is wrong with these people. At that moment, he sees his mother being prepared for execution. Sweat pours down his face as the realization sinks in. The crowd begins to clap, urging the execution to proceed at once. He screams for them to stop, demanding to know why everyone is doing this. The answer comes mercilessly: it is because he lied. The execution proceeds regardless. He cries out hysterically as despair overwhelms him. Abruptly, he wakes up. He stares into the darkness, questioning whether it was merely a dream and why he keeps seeing it again and again. Tears begin to fall as he apologizes repeatedly, unsure of the reason but vowing that he will tell the truth and help from now on. The scene shifts to the royal palace. A butler calmly informs the king that no matter how long he stares at the report, its contents will not change. The king knows this is true, yet he cannot accept it. He cannot believe that the witnesses would retract their testimonies. Time and again, every one of them has admitted that they testified at the request of the Star Maiden. Willard once claimed he had gathered perfect evidence, but now the king is consumed by regret. He realizes that he should have ordered a royal family secret service investigation back then. At the time, he believed she was merely attempting to avoid blame. On paper, the evidence had looked irrefutable. The overwhelming charges and extensive documentation left no room for doubt. Yet if it had all been a lie from the beginning, then the entire condemnation was nothing more than a farce meant to force Remilia to reflect on her actions. Willard never intended to break off the engagement. Elsewhere, people speak of the cancellation of Remilia's engagement. The revelation that some testimonies were false shocks everyone. Questions arise about why the witnesses lied and whether they were bribed. It becomes apparent that they felt compelled to help the Star Maiden at the time, even if it meant lying. Others struggle to understand how such a thing could happen. Some speculate that they must have been in love with her. Framing an aristocrat so boldly seems unthinkable, and it would not have been surprising if commoners were imprisoned for such actions. Although only a handful of testimonies have been exposed among a mountain of evidence, many believe this is only the beginning. There may have been far more harassment than previously known. Considering the opponent they faced, it is understandable why they felt cornered. The king's unwavering faith in Willard makes the situation even more troubling. People begin to wonder what the king plans to do with him now. Doubts about the condemnation drama begin to surface, and the credibility of the Second Prince faction starts to crumble. Those who remain silent gradually find their resolve weakening. If everyone were to testify at the same time, it would raise suspicion, so the slow unraveling works in Remilia's favor. Still, it is foolish for them to prolong their suffering by staying silent for so long. A knock suddenly breaks the quiet. Sophia enters and announces that a letter has arrived for Remilia, sent by her family. She hesitates, unsure whether Remilia would feel comfortable reading it. Remilia accepts the letter calmly, saying she will be fine. The letter reveals that her father wants to know whether she is truly conducting business with demon folk and whether he should become involved. In aristocratic society, where information warfare is vital, being slow to grasp the situation can be fatal. Remilia herself had taken numerous measures to keep them in the dark. The letter also explains that the duchy has been struggling with business, resulting in unemployment among some residents. This hardship is due to Remilia deliberately flooding the market with competitive products from the demon realm. Remilia states that those who are struggling to survive should be welcomed into their domain. She asks Sophia if she can handle the task. Sophia responds with joy, assuring her that it will be done. She believes they will become a valuable workforce. Remilia knows this to be true, and above all, she believes that Amy would have looked after them as well. A smirk appears as Remilia recalls how her father once revoked her status as a family member, declaring that she should consider herself without a family. She reflects that the letter is far too rude for business correspondence with a stranger. She swiftly accepts his request and resolves that he will face punishment for failing to believe in Amy's innocence. Another knock follows. Angel appears. He is asked whether he attended the meeting at the royal castle of Blue Flame. He confirms that he did and brings remarkable news. In 6 months, a banquet celebrating the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two nations will be held at Blue Flame. He expresses his desire for Remilia to attend with him. Remilia is stunned, questioning whether she will truly attend. Angel explains that as the guest of honor's partner, she will be given the opportunity to present her evidence directly to the king and refute the false charges against her. He keeps the promise he once made to her, assuring her that he will restore everything. Remilia smiles in gratitude, realizing that at long last, the true beginning is approaching. Sophia is overjoyed and immediately begins preparing all the necessary arrangements. The perspective shifts to Willard. He speaks harshly to Pina, questioning why there is a need for more dresses when so many have already been designed and tailored at the villa. He insists that there must be outfits she has not worn yet and reminds her that budgets are not limitless. Pina is taken aback, wondering how he can be so cold. She questions why he seems unconcerned about his fiancée being mocked by demon folk for attending a banquet in casual attire, as it would damage the nation's prestige. Willard continues, claiming that he is merely urging restraint in spending. Pina breaks down in tears, lamenting how distant he has become. Irritation fills him, yet he cannot bring himself to hate her. As Willard walks away, he notices the first prince walking joyfully with his close companions. Watching them, Willard wonders how everything reached this point. Remilia's image surfaces in his mind, along with her question about why he told her he loved her when he could not even believe her. The scene shifts again. Remilia stands before a mirror, cracking it with her fingers. She knows she cannot allow herself to be distracted. She must smile perfectly at the banquet, just like Amy once did. The day she cast that woman into hell, a new life began. She apologizes for keeping Amy waiting for so long. With full awareness of the weight of her name, she vows to take everything back from Pina for Amy. The first prince arrives at the village entrance and informs the guards that he has come to see Remilia. He asks whether they would mind guiding him to her. The guards hesitate and request the reason for his visit. He explains that it is merely for observation and that he wishes to see with his own eyes the village where demon folk and humans live together. When Thorn learns of the situation, panic sets in. Lady Remilia is currently away, teaching magic to the children, and the presence of a human from the royal family is no small matter. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Thorn knows that he will have to inform Remilia himself. At that moment, Sophia approaches and asks Thorn if she may have a moment of his time. Thorn briefly wonders who could possibly host a royal visitor under such circumstances. The scene shifts to Sophia formally greeting the first prince and extending a warm welcome. The prince apologizes for arriving without prior notice and expresses his relief at seeing that she is in good health. Sophia then introduces the first prince to Thorn, identifying him as the village chief. Thorn responds with respect, stating that it is an honor to make his acquaintance. He explains that Remilia is currently away and invites the prince to relax in her mansion until she returns. The first prince fixes a sharp gaze on Thorn, causing him to wonder if he has said something wrong. The prince questions whether Thorn is truly happy living here. Thorn answers that he could not be happier, then excuses himself, saying that he will go and inform Remilia of the visit. Sophia offers to guide the first prince in the meantime. However, she soon notices that the prince begins to follow Thorn instead. As she is about to chase after them, the prince's guard stops her. He apologizes and asks her to allow the first prince to walk freely. In return, he assures her that he will remain with Sophia. He explains that the prince is genuinely delighted to witness the village firsthand and does not wish for anything to be staged. He wants to see everything and experience it for himself. Sophia lets out a quiet sigh. Since the request comes from an old acquaintance, she decides that she can place her trust in him. Moreover, it would not be appropriate for her to pursue the first prince when he is unarmed and acting of his own will. Angel asks Remilia whether there is someone special in her life at the moment, someone she could never forget. After a brief pause, she answers truthfully. She does have someone in her heart, someone more precious to her than anyone else. The words nearly give Angel a heart attack. His thoughts immediately jump to the former prince, and he anxiously wonders if that is who she means. Remilia quickly dispels the notion. It could never be him. She explains that the person she is speaking of is someone Angel knows very well, in a way. Their first meeting had filled her with anger rather than warmth, but that did not define what followed. Angel grows increasingly confused. For a moment, he wonders if she could be referring to him. Considering the cold attitude he had shown her during their first audience, it would not have been strange for her to feel anger toward him at the time. Remilia continues, describing how that person stood up for her, cared for her, and even spoke of wanting to stand by her side. Before she realized it, she found herself caring deeply for that person as well. Angel's confusion intensifies. His thoughts drift to the time they fought together against the Creator in order to purify him. By then, he may already have been drawn to Remilia, subconsciously acting to protect her. Even afterward, he could not stop worrying about her well-being. He latches onto her words, wondering if she is saying that she began to care for him during that time. To him, it feels as though she is clearly talking about him. Remilia goes on. That person values her honor and, above all else, wishes for her happiness. She adds that this person even possesses a vulnerable side, one that makes her want to protect them forever. At this point, Angel becomes completely convinced. Overwhelmed, he abruptly runs off, declaring that he is glad they were able to have this conversation before the party. He mentions that there is something he wants to give her later and asks her to look forward to it. It is seen that Remilia is assessing a beautiful golden manna stone. It has the same color as Amy Remilia's hair and as Angel's eyes. Clement says the manna stone is something Angel crafted himself. If she were aware of that, what would it mean? When Remilia is asked about it, she says that no, she has not heard anything about such a matter, and she wonders whether it is something bad. Angel then goes to Clement and says that he has been mistaken, explaining that it is only meant to be an insect repellent and that there is no other meaning behind it at all, not what Clement thinks. Clement responds that deceiving someone in order to remove an obstacle in one's way is not worthy of praise. Angel continues, insisting that that is not the case and that he is not deceiving Remilia, but that he simply has not told her yet. In truth, Remilia knows from Amy's knowledge that the demon folk have a custom of giving a manna stone that has the same color as their own manna when proposing to someone, and that wearing it is a sign of a promise. Technically, however, she has never heard of it directly. She then thinks that she actually quite likes both of the brothers. This child is such a loyal retainer that he would sacrifice his life for his brother and his country without hesitation, and Angel is a capable ruler who can put his personal feelings aside and act for the future of his people and his country. Even if they are swayed and influenced by Pina, she can wholeheartedly trust that they will choose Amy Remilia, as they both will put the interests of their nation above their own personal feelings. Just at that time, Sophia arrives, apologizing for the interruption, saying that she has come to make a report and to consult Angel about it. Angel is informed that a corpse has been found, and regarding that matter, Sophia also presents her suggestion for the appointed day, handing him something in the end. Finally, it becomes the day of the party, and all the nobles and demons are present. People comment that this is the liline wine made from linen fruit, and they have heard that it contributes to one's health depending on the amount of mana one has. Apparently, the Demon King prepared this as a token of goodwill. Some people go up to the Countess and remark that it is a good day, asking whether it is just them or if she has become even more beautiful again, and noting that the jewelry she is wearing is from the Diamond Kingdom. They say they have never seen gems like these before and that she looks splendid. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widen when they see Pina arrive. They all make strange faces, yet still whisper that she has quite a refined taste. Despite the decline of her popularity, it seems that her budget is only ever increasing, and they wonder whether those are crushed diamonds sprinkled in her hair. It appears that only the Star Maiden is in high spirits, while her friends already look exhausted. They note that they have not seen Stefan in ages. He used to be the star of high society as a musician, but now they say that he does not even show his face at the magic tower anymore, and it seems that he now spends his days at home doing nothing. As for Lord David, the sword master's younger brother, his fiancée lost all affection for him and broke off their engagement. Then there are Lord Claude and Willard, who were placed under house arrest at the vacation villa. Who would have thought that these young men, who once had promising futures, could fall so far from grace? This only goes to show that one never knows what life has in store. Suddenly, everyone's attention is drawn forward as they are informed that the king and the demon king are arriving. Pina notices that Angel is present, and she is completely swayed by his beauty. The king takes his seat and expresses that he is truly delighted to welcome the demon lord to their country in celebration of the establishment of diplomatic relations with the demon kingdom, and he hopes that they can continue to work side by side as even better partners. Everyone grows exceedingly cheerful as they drink the linen fruit wine, and Angel asks the king how his body is feeling now. He replies that it feels as though all those years of back pain never existed, and that he sensed the same relief when he first tasted the fruit, though its effects are even stronger when it is made into liquor. Angel continues by explaining that this linen fruit was not merely brewed for the sake of the occasion, but was specially prepared with an added effect, the dispelling of curses, particularly the one afflicting the king's country. The people present begin to wonder what kind of curse he could be referring to. Angel elaborates that it is a curse which amplifies feelings of affection, and suggests that perhaps some among them have already noticed that their once inexplicable fondness for a certain individual has suddenly vanished. Just as expected, all four men begin to feel an intense sense of disgust toward Pina. By combining the linen fruit's ability to restore the body to its natural state with Angel's mana, which is resistant to the effects of love potions, and blending it into alcohol together with herbs from the demon kingdom, they have finally created the perfect antidote. Despite the chaos unfolding around her, Pina continues to gaze at Angel, believing that he is looking back at her as well. She rushes toward him, while Angel asks who this woman is. The king explains that she is the girl who possesses the power of the Star Maiden, the legendary centerpiece of their country. Angel remarks that she is quite the ornament, which makes her chuckle as she reacts playfully, implying that he is calling her something meant to be put on display. This reaction shocks everyone present. Remilia feels laughter rising within her and reminds herself to remain calm, knowing she must not burst out laughing, as she intends to witness the distortion of Pina's face with despair and regret up close. Pina asks whether she may call him Lord Angel. When Angel inquires about her name, she deliberately acts foolish and cute, pretending to forget, before introducing herself as Pina, also known as the Star Maiden, and insisting that he call her only Pina. Angel then addresses the king, pointing out that this woman carries the scent of a perfume used in their country to apprehend those who seek banned drugs, and wonders whether this should be taken as an act of hostility toward the diamond folk. At this, the first prince orders Sylvestre to restrain Pina. She is utterly shocked, unable to believe that Angel would interpret this as an act of hostility, and hurriedly insists that she would never do such a thing and that there must be some mistake. Angel continues by explaining that he received a report from their trade manager, stating that an individual had been searching for a prohibited drug capable of controlling the minds of demon folk. When threats, bribes, and violence were used, the trade manager instead handed over a harmless perfume native to the demon realm as a decoy. The scent of that very perfume is now wafting from Pina. Since this is not an attempt on his life, the question remains as to how exactly she could claim it to be a misunderstanding. Pina realizes that the situation is dire, as Angel's eyes possess the ability to detect lies. Angel observes that she is clearly aware of this power, yet she continues to insist that he is mistaken and that she merely wished to get along better with the demon folk. Angel points out that she resorted to drugs to achieve that goal, and Remilia inwardly acknowledges that her earlier warning had been entirely accurate. Pina reacts with outrage, questioning why he would even bring up that woman's name. Angel orders that the wretch's mouth be sealed, declaring that she has the audacity to insult the woman to whom he owes an immense debt for saving his country, and that he almost feels like strangling her to death. He adds that he never gave her permission to address him by name and commands her to shut her vulgar mouth. Pina is left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what Angel is talking about. At that moment, Remilia steps forward and intervenes, asking Angel not to raise his voice for her sake. All four men are completely taken aback when they see her, while Pina is equally confused as to how she could possibly be present. A murmur spreads through the crowd as people recognize Lady Remilia, remarking that she has become far more beautiful than when they last saw her. It is the dramatic return of the jewel rose of high society, and it is clear that events have taken an intriguing turn, one that tomorrow's newspapers will surely record as history. Pina notices the golden manna stone that Remilia is wearing and wonders whether it came from Lord Angel. Though seething with anger, she maintains her false composure and claims ignorance, insisting that she did not know the item was a banned drug in the Demon Kingdom and that she believed it to be nothing more than a good luck charm for making friends. A realization suddenly strikes her: from this point onward, relations with the Demon Kingdom are only going to deepen. With that in mind, she proposes that she, as the Star Maiden who represents this country, should marry the Demon King. This suggestion leaves both the humans and the demons utterly stunned and speechless. Angel turns to Remilia, questioning what nonsense this fool is spouting. Pina continues, asserting that as the Star Maiden, she has the power to draw out and enhance all kinds of abilities, and that she would therefore be the perfect queen for Angel, especially given the difficulties he faces in developing the inconvenient demon realm. Observers can see that Angel looks genuinely confused, which is not surprising, as the outrageous proposal is not a lie. Pina truly believes every word she says from the bottom of her heart. Angel's weakness lies in becoming confused when the other party sincerely believes in what they are saying, and her pleading, puppy-like gaze nearly softens him. Remilia then steps forward and addresses the king, expressing her gratitude for being invited to the party. She clarifies that today she is not present as the Duke's daughter, but as a guest of the Demon Kingdom, accompanying Angel. The king expresses his pleasure at her presence, and Remilia replies that being welcomed by him fills her with delight. She then remarks that it seems the Star Maiden is not feeling well and suggests that they take a short break, as more intricate matters can be discussed after the evening party. Even then, Pina continues her dramatic performance, shouting and crying as she accuses Remilia of coming to do something awful to her yet again, begging her to stop. She can hardly believe that Pina is attempting to provoke Remilia so openly. Remilia reflects that if it were Amy, she would never have tried to expose her in public, and she briefly considers giving Pina a chance to withdraw gracefully from the scene. However, Pina disregards this opportunity entirely, persisting in her actions, and Remilia knows that in the end, she will have no choice but to confront the consequences she has brought upon herself. Pina wonders what the hell the meaning of all this actually is. She immediately assumes that this must be another one of Remilia's dirty tricks. Even after Remilia was banished, Pina had paid thugs to attack her so she could never return, yet it seems they simply ran off with the money. She curses herself for not making sure the job was done properly, but decides that this is not the time to dwell on such things. The king steps forward and offers an apology to Angel for the disrespect and impoliteness shown earlier. He continues by stating that Pina will be removed immediately and asks Angel to overlook the incident. However, the queen intervenes and insists that Pina must remain. She points out that it has just been proven that the Star Maiden has been manipulating emotions, and that the only way to regain trust is to clear all suspicions here and now. She declares that this moment should be used to establish diplomatic goodwill for the sake of a future in which they stand hand in hand. In front of all witnesses present, she demands that the truth be revealed immediately. In the end, the king agrees with the queen's suggestion. People begin to wonder what will become of the banquet. Some even think that there may be individuals present who should consider running away right now. The idea that the Star Maiden, whom the country had propped up, could be involved in such a scandal sends murmurs through the hall. The Viscount grabs Thorns and urges him to hurry so they can move closer to the front and secure a so-called VIP seat. This is the first time the Countess has ever heard of a standing room only VIP seat. Angel expresses his gratitude, and the Queen responds by asking whether there is any way he might assist them. She orders Sylvester to stand back, making it clear that they do not want Pina remaining silent out of fear. Pina realizes that she has to somehow clear Angel's misunderstanding. At the same time, she thinks that she will never forgive Remilia, no matter what, and wonders why and how everything has come to this. The Queen announces that they should now hear both sides' allegations. Pina turns her focus to Angel and insists that Remilia has deceived him. She claims that the woman was banished for attempting to kill her. Angel responds by stating that Remilia had called those accusations malicious falsehoods, and that there had been no lies in her words. He implies that since he possesses magic eyes capable of seeing through falsehoods, Remilia. The crowd begins to chatter, wondering if this is truly the case and whether he can really detect lies through his eyes. If so, then the incident involving Lady Remilia must have been a lie as well. Pina continues, insisting that this is not the case and arguing that Remilia simply failed to realize that she had committed a crime. She claims that even back then Remilia had refused to admit it to the very end, and that there were plenty of people who witnessed her being thrown down the stairs. Declaring that now is the time to involve the accomplices, she brings up Willard, pointing out that he saw the incident as well. After all, he was the one who helped her when she fell, and he had even stated in front of everyone that he was disappointed in her. Willard responds reluctantly, acknowledging that he had said so, yet internally he is not feeling well. He thinks that he did not truly mean it and silently begs Remilia not to make that expression, not to turn her eyes away from him. The truth is that he loves her. Angel observes that Pina seems to believe she can escape the situation simply by rephrasing her claims. Pina shouts back internally, convinced that surely Angel can see for himself that none of what she said was a lie. Angel proposes that, in that case, she should answer his questions with only yes or no. He begins questioning whether she lied, whether she forged evidence, and whether she bribed witnesses in order to have Remilia punished on false charges. Pina glares at him, fully aware that this way of questioning is foul play. Angel points out that choosing silence in his presence is the same as admitting guilt. Inside, Pina panics, wondering what she should do and which choice she should make as she feels herself unraveling. The Countess calls out to the Viscount, asking whether he does not think that the power structure of the country will be overhauled tonight. The Viscount replies cheerfully that, regardless, this is the most exciting party he has ever attended, proving once again that he is a remarkably carefree fellow. Pina, meanwhile, has lost all composure. She begins to tremble, muttering that she is the Star Maiden and therefore should be the perfect match for Lord Angel. She fixates on the brooch Remilia is wearing, noticing that it is the same color as Angel's eyes. She thinks that the mana stone should have been hers, that she should have it, and that the criminal Remilia should be executed. Thorns, witnessing all of this, cannot believe what he is seeing. It was not enough for this woman to steal Lady Remilia's fiancé, she genuinely believes she can now set her sights on their demon king. It becomes clear to him that she is not right in the head. Angel declares that he does not care how sacred Pina's position is in this country, because when he desires someone, it is never for their title. With that, he takes Remilia's hand. At the same time, Willard internally begs Remilia not to look at that man and not to listen to him, desperately clinging to the belief that Remilia is his. Angel continues by expressing that the person he loves is someone who, even when she had not a single ally, never lost heart, never gave in, and always gave her all for the world based on her beliefs. He proclaims his love for the kind-hearted maiden known as Remilia. Remilia may be the purification who received the blessing of the goddess of purification, the youngest daughter of the Creator, but even without that blessing, Angel loves her all the same. While the people erupt into cheers at Angel's confession, Remilia reflects inwardly. She thinks that she understands this man very well and recognizes what a wonderful, discerning eye he possesses. Just as he loves her regardless of who she is, she too loves Amy Remilia regardless of her nature. As applause fills the hall, Pina's eyes widen in disbelief, her mind screaming as she wonders what in the world is happening. She attempts to rush toward them, but Sylvester moves swiftly and forces her to the ground, restraining her. Pina screams at him not to interfere and demands to know whether he thinks he can get away with such violence simply because he is the sword master. At that moment, Willard asks her directly whether she truly framed Remilia with false accusations. Pina shouts that she did not, claiming that she was genuinely afraid of Remilia and that she had constantly been driven into a corner by her. Remilia understands that, in a twisted way, Pina was telling the truth. Pina truly had been afraid of Amy. Even without using any items to artificially increase favorability, people had naturally been drawn to her. Those boys had genuinely loved her. That very fact was what had driven Pina into desperation. She knew she could never compete honestly, and so she resorted to underhanded tactics. Sophia steps forward and asks the king for permission to speak. She introduces herself by stating that she currently serves as Lady Remilia's secretary and has renounced her family name. The crowd murmurs, recalling the rumors that she had left her household behind. David, watching silently, notes that she had left everything to serve Remilia back then. He thinks bitterly that if only he had believed Sophia at the time, he could have stood beside her as well. Sophia brings out a bag and declares loudly that, in order to expose the criminal methods used and the evidence against Pina, she wishes to present a magic artifact before everyone gathered. She introduces it as magic that projects the truth, the water mirror of the past. Pina reacts in shock, demanding to know what such a thing even is. Remilia calls out to Sophia, questioning why she would reveal it now. Doing so would subject Pina to public scorn. Sophia answers with calm confidence that such concerns are irrelevant. The truth discerned by the light-detecting magic eyes of His Majesty the Demon King is something only he can fully perceive, but since this incident involves many parties, fairness demands that everything be revealed openly. Only by doing so can impartiality be preserved. Remilia reminds her that they had agreed to hand the evidence over to the kingdom only after the evening party. Sophia responds that she did not expect Pina to resist so obstinately. Because of that, she feared entrusting the evidence to the kingdom alone, given the scale of the scandal. Internally, Remilia thanks Sophia. She had suspected that Sophia's strong sense of justice would drive her to act like this, and thanks to her decision, Remilia can now openly reveal the truth of Amy Remilia to the world. Remilia turns to Angel, intending to say something, but he calmly responds that he will handle the projection himself. The Queen then addresses Remilia, praising her thoughtfulness but emphasizing that this matter has already struck at the heart of politics and grown into a national issue. If everything is not brought to light here and now, it will only breed suspicion and betrayal, leading to a dysfunctional government and a crisis threatening the nation's survival. In the end, the weight of such failure would fall upon the powerless. Remilia realizes that this is an unexpected helping hand. Clement then calls out to Remilia and asks her to come with him for a moment. As she moves toward him, Angel instantly deploys a barrier around the two of them. Remilia recognizes it as a mana barrier. Clement taps it lightly and remarks on how sturdy it is, noting that she could probably shatter it if she tried. However, since he is trapped inside as well, he might end up as collateral damage. Remilia assures him that she will try to break them out as quickly as possible, and gently enough to avoid injury. Internally, she praises Angel's decision. Amy would likely have devised another way to defuse the situation, but this ensures that nothing interferes. She realizes that before she can dismantle the mana barrier, the truth will already be laid bare. The people present stare in disbelief, astonished that magic capable of projecting the past even exists, and shocked to learn that locations can retain memories. Pina screams in panic, refusing to believe it. She demands that they stop this nonsense immediately, insisting that it cannot possibly work like an album of recorded moments. Meanwhile, the Viscount beams with delight, declaring that the final climax is about to begin. The Countess adds with awe that never before has there been a party where all the nobles of the kingdom are gathered, swallowing more scandal than wine. She declares that this night promises to become an unprecedented masterpiece. When the people witness the past memories, they are taken aback one by one. All those who have been accomplices of Pina are immediately ordered to be taken to a separate room. Even David, seeing this unfold, cannot believe that they were so thoroughly deceived. The evidence and testimonies had all been fabricated. Willard reflects on the claim that Remilia acted out of jealousy, thinking how absurd such an idea is, as if that could ever have been true. All of them had been completely ensnared by the spell of amplified affection, and now they are finally showing regret. Claude believes that the spell worked on them because, in some way, they had already felt attraction toward that lowly commoner. They were drawn to her to the extent that they ignored his sister and chose instead to spend their time with that woman, relishing the idea of his sister growing jealous. That twisted pleasure nurtured their affection even further. It should have been obvious from the beginning, yet these people refused to acknowledge the existence of any possibility that his sister might harm someone out of jealousy. To Claude, such a notion is impossible. At last, he realizes that he himself never once felt even a shred of affection for that woman. This means the curse had no brainwashing effect on him whatsoever, and yet the others had fawned over her, indulging in delusions centered on his sister's supposed jealousy. Watching their ridiculous display, he thinks that this had once been his chance. Claude had always believed that Remilia was the most beautiful person in the world ever since they were children, and he had always wanted to marry her. That was why he deliberately isolated her and went along with the terrible rumors spread about her. If she were officially disgraced and her engagement annulled, he would have made her his. He had planned to make a name for himself in politics, rise as a distinguished future duke, and then return to her, just as she had once welcomed him so warmly. With that realization, he begins to laugh. As it turns out, she rose on her own, spreading her influence across foreign nations and even working to change this country itself. He is far out of her league. From the very beginning, he was never meant to play a part in her story, and he finds the entire situation laughable. Sophia then announces that from this point onward, the projection may be too explicit for unmarried women. She recommends that all ladies present cover their ears and turn away. She reveals that the man shown is Romano, formerly Lady Remilia's personal bodyguard. Not only did he deliberately leak her schedule, but he also committed adultery with the crown prince's lover. The crowd erupts in outrage at this revelation, words like shamelessness and lack of decency spreading rapidly. To think that Pina had once been a candidate for the crown prince's fiancé while engaging in such acts only fuels their fury. Inside the mana barrier, Remilia acts shocked, wondering how such footage was obtained. She cannot believe that when Pina asked Romano to provide false testimony and fabricated evidence, she offered him both money and her own body. She had thought that part was edited out so it would never be shown. Meanwhile, Clement believes that Angel and Sophia must have restored it as the final nail in the coffin. In reality, Remilia had anticipated that they would notice and ensured it was included. Even she had been shocked upon discovering it, unable to believe that Pina had recorded such a thing under the pretense of preserving her chastity. It was so revolting that Remilia had nearly lost her composure. The Viscount declares that Pina is nothing more than a national-level con artist. Countess remarks that had she worked in a brothel, she might have ruled the place, but being born as the star maiden of all people makes her existence an absolute mismatch and a disgrace to the nation. The first prince reflects that, surprisingly enough, perhaps this was also meant to happen. According to legend, the star maiden appears when a great crisis throws the world into chaos, a saintly tale known across the world. Yet he believes the world had been far too peaceful to qualify as being in such chaos. The miasma from the demon kingdom had long been a persistent issue, but it never significantly affected the human world across the sea. Even without the Star Maiden's power, the nation had been capable of resolving it internally. Now, however, for the first time since the nation's foundation, they stand on the precipice of a great crisis, one that threatens to undermine faith in the country as a massive hegemonic power. Its downfall would inevitably send shockwaves through both the people and the wider world. A vassal member begins to wonder whether the first prince is implying that the girl herself could be the true harbinger of disaster. This thought leads him to question whether she was ever the rightful Star Maiden in the first place. Finally, Remilia manages to open the mana barrier and signals that this is enough. She understands that if this continues, people may think they are going too far. Knowing Amy, she would have even granted a semblance of dignity. Moreover, the necessary measures against Romano and the other perpetrators have already been taken. Meanwhile, Pina remains where she is, grinding her teeth in silent fury. Willard steps toward her, demanding an explanation for why she would do such a thing. Pina immediately breaks into tears, claiming that everything shown is fabricated and that Remilia orchestrated it all to take revenge and humiliate her before everyone present. She insists that Ramona is a magical genius and could easily create such convincing false footage. However, Willard calmly questions how that could be possible when the moles visible in the footage perfectly match those on Pina's body, marks that are currently hidden beneath her clothing. He further questions whether Remilia could have known about details like that as well. Pina is utterly shaken and shouts in disbelief, asking how Willard could possibly know about them. He reveals that right after they graduated from the academy, she had attempted to seduce him while wearing nothing but thin undergarments beneath her coat. He states that he is genuinely glad he rejected her advances back then. Pina collapses into tears, accusing him of cruelty for saying such things. Remilia thinks seems like luck is on Remilia's side, and she wonders if this is karma for her past behavior. The Viscount watches with visible enjoyment, recognizing this revelation as a critical blow. Meanwhile, Willard is clearly losing his composure. He recalls that the Demon King claimed to have broken the mind-controlling curse with wind magic, and this realization drives him to demand that Pina tell the truth about what she has been doing to them all along. Pina desperately insists that this is all a terrible misunderstanding, that she did nothing wrong, and that she is not the victor in this situation. Willard breaks down, declaring that everything is Pina's fault, sobbing as he shouts that he became someone utterly detestable because of her, and questioning who could ever love someone as wretched as her. Pina, in hysterics, screams that she knows Remilia planned everything and that this world was supposed to belong to her. Remilia reacts with mild surprise, wondering what such words could possibly mean, as the world does not belong to any single person. Pina continues to shout that the so-called evil god who appeared as the final boss was merely the corrupted form of the creator itself, and she accuses Remilia of deceiving everyone with that ridiculous rotator lie. Remilia instinctively recoils, questioning how Pina could dare call the creator an evil god. Pina angrily tells her to stop pretending and reveals that Remilia is also a reincarnator. This statement initially shocks Remilia, but she continues to feign ignorance, asking what a reincarnator even is. Pina explains that it means someone reborn with memories of a past life and demands to know whether Remilia also has one. Remilia maintains her confusion, which only enrages Pina further. Pina screams that Remilia should stop acting clueless, accusing her of deliberately misunderstanding and insisting that they are inside Star Night, the video game world. Remilia continues to deny any knowledge of such terms, stating that she has never heard them before and does not believe anyone possesses past life memories. Angel calmly intervenes, stating that Remilia is telling the truth. Actually, she has never lied, because she herself is not a reincarnator. Amy is the one who was reincarnated, and only she can glimpse memories of Star Night, the game also known as the Star Maiden and the Night of Salvation. Remilia truly had never heard those words. She expresses pity toward Pina, describing how she bribed, seduced, framed others, and even went so far as to control their minds, all for the sake of being loved, even if that love was built entirely on lies. She remarks that she must have lived a terribly sad and lonely life. This sympathy enrages Pina beyond restraint. She begins to scream and growl in a manic display, losing all composure. Remilia understands that this must be the most unbearable moment of Pina's life, having everything exposed by the one she could never defeat without resorting to underhanded tactics, only to then be pitted by that very person after being utterly crushed. She, watching closely, feels genuine sympathy for Pina. She sees her as foolish and pitiful, understanding that those bound to her through drugs and money would always be the first to abandon her. Pina's filthy tears are nothing like Amy Remilia, the difference as stark as night and day. The first prince then states to the king that Pina's crimes are now clear and that there is no reason to keep her here any longer. The king agrees and orders the guards to take her away. Angel remarks on how Remilia can feel sympathy even for someone who falsely accused her, praising her boundless mercy. This sentiment moves the crowd, with many beginning to cry, wishing for such a pure-hearted figure. Remilia feels relieved that people finally understand the depth of their sin in framing Amy. Angel then addresses the king of the human nation, clarifying that they do not regard the country and that woman as one and the same, and that they have no intention of further punishing those deceived by such a despicable devil. The king expresses gratitude for this generosity, then asks what Angel meant by calling her a devil. The crowd begins to murmur. Remilia observes that Angel truly possesses the qualities of a born ruler, resolute and decisive, clearly determined to have that woman eliminated. Angel continues, explaining that the Star Maiden possesses memories of the one destined to save the world, knowledge that can only be described as divine. However, those memories contain no trace of such a wicked creature. Admitting that he had long suspected that what resided within Pina was not the true soul of the Star Maiden, but something else, something evil. She wonders aloud what could have happened to the original soul of the Star Maiden, and then suddenly has an idea. He explains that prophecy and reality had diverged. Remilia's former fiancé and childhood friends, who were originally meant to save the world alongside her, were manipulated by that devil. Due to false accusations, Remilia was forced to journey alone through ancient ruins before eventually reaching the Demon Kingdom. After a long journey, she aided the Demon King in defeating the evil god that had been harming the creator. However, in addition to spreading miasma, that evil god also gave birth to a devil, causing destruction among both humans and demons alike. The recent incident was likely an attempt by that devil to empower another evil entity before scheming to eliminate Remilia, who was destined to purify it. The people begin to whisper among themselves, speculating that the Star Maiden may have been an impostor. Examinations had confirmed her ability to enhance others through prayer rather than magic, leading to the terrifying conclusion that a devil had possessed the body of the saint. A vassal remarks to the prince that this confirms his suspicion that she was the source of the disaster. By vanquishing the devil inhabiting the saint's body and exposing its plot to overthrow the nation, a connection with the once isolated Demon King was formed, resulting in a blessing of national prosperity. Whether the truth of this story matters or not, it offers the most convenient resolution, transforming what could have been national disgrace into a glorious new legend. Remilia realizes what Angel is doing. Just as she once revealed the existence of the evil god to her people, he is now turning Pina into a symbol of sin, using her as a scapegoat to erase inconvenient truths. Pina knows that the creator had degenerated into an evil god and nearly destroyed the world. She also knows that devils are what demons become when they fall into frenzy. Eliminating that devil would conveniently resolve everything, and no one in this country would oppose such a timely conclusion. Even so, she cannot allow Angel to decide Pina's fate. That woman is her prey. She declares that she wants Pina to live eternally, a statement that shocks everyone present. In her heart, she believes that even such mercy like death is far too good for her. Romano looks around in confusion, wondering what kind of place this is and what is going to happen to them. Panic sets in when they realize that Remilia herself is present. She makes it clear that they are standing within a dimensional rift, an alternate plane that functions as a laboratory she constructed inside a hidden chamber beneath dungeon. It is a hole torn into a world that has long since lost Amy's goodness, a world that exists solely for her. This is the true wilderness, a place where neither Amy, nor the Remilia they once knew can exist. This place represents the emptiness of her heart, her very self, and it is the destination for all those who destroyed the goodness of their own world and were cast away as a result. In this place, there is no mercy. She reflects on the terrible suffering she endured because of the rumors that man spread so carelessly. She questions whether his actions were driven by revenge, born from resentment after she rejected the advances of a lowly bodyguard like him back in the capital. One by one, women whom Romano deceived came forward to speak against him, leaving him with nowhere to run. There is no refuge left for him, not even with her former best friend. That former best friend hesitates, asking whether this person before her is truly Remilia. Remilia, in turn, wonders how she could fail to recognize the sweet, innocent Remilia she once claimed to love so deeply. She recalls how that affection was twisted, how her best friend exploited that wretched day to make her dependent on her, only to discard him so casually after graduation. Such coldness from someone who called herself a best friend is unbearable. When her former friend asks what will be done to her, Remilia finds it difficult to accept that this is truly the same person she once trusted, now revealed as nothing more than a disgusting pervert. She declares that an experiment is about to begin, one meant to dissipate the soul, or in other words, to challenge the very essence of humanity by meddling in the forbidden art of the gods. Romano questions whether she has lost her sanity, and she readily accepts that she has. All of them have driven her to this point, and yet she longs to regain her sanity again someday. Shortly after the instrument is drilled down, she is summoned to the royal castle. Willard expresses his regret from the depths of his heart, admitting that she shone so brightly that he felt unworthy of her. He confesses that he convinced himself she was as shallow as the rumors claimed, believing that only then could they become a suitable match. He acknowledges that he has been a fool, but insists there is one thing he wants her to believe, that he loved her, and always has. Remilia acknowledges that she loved him as well, but the person who so desperately needed to hear those words on that day no longer exists. With that realization, she bids farewell and leaves. As she departs, she coughs softly, briefly wondering what he truly wanted to say. It all seems like nonsense to her now, yet she admits that witnessing their tears and regret does ease the pain in her heart, even if only a little, the pain born from losing Amy. At that moment, she notices Angel standing nearby. He observes that she has finally moved on for good. She looks at him as he expresses his wish to marry her, and a few weeks later, that future begins to take shape. Elsewhere, a man remarks that he remembers a certain boy from a few months prior, someone who had been traveling toward a neighboring country with several others. The people looking for them reflects on their fate, noting that they were caught in a landslide along a mountain pass and knocked into a river. It was an unfortunate accident in which only the coachman and the horses were recovered, while the rest went missing. Two boys searching the area later find the wreckage of the carriage and scattered sacks drifting downstream, confirming that the group was swept away. Whether they survived or not remains unknown, but they have already crossed into the neighboring country, making any search nearly impossible. It becomes clear that they had planned to flee, and now their trail has vanished completely. Finally, the infamous trial is carried out with speed and professionalism. Even when the devil's influence is taken into account, the outcome is decisive, resulting in a succession of disarmaments and the dissolution of an entire noble house. The verdict is expected to strengthen national ties with the demon kingdom, which jointly helped prevent the world's destruction by a devil. For the royal family, descendants of the hero and the star maiden, preserving their authority now requires the birth of a new legend. As cooperation with the demon kingdom begins to benefit the country, remaining in the demon king's good graces becomes a crucial political factor. Regarding Pina's misdeeds, the first prince presents multiple pieces of evidence against her. What shocks the public the most, however, is the death of the man Pina used as an intermediary to acquire the perfume she intended to use on demon folk. Romano, a key witness, is caught in a rockslide while fleeing with his underlings and is now missing. Pina herself is spared the death penalty. Her official sentence is forced labor, requiring her to provide convicted minors in various regions with physical enhancement blessings for the public. That is the only punishment announced to the world. In truth, far harsher measures are imposed to prevent the devil from manipulating the prisoners. She is silenced with a magic tool, foul-smelling incense is constantly burned around her, and she is forced to pray for the inmates' protection while confined inside a vile cage. Her body is restrained within a wheel-like device. Trapped within it, Pina shouts in confusion and panic, unable to understand what is happening to her or why the cloth reeks so badly. She hears voices questioning why they are there and why someone like her has been brought along. Suddenly, the veil is removed, and someone expresses concern for her condition, condemning what has been done to her and declaring that he has come to save her. Pina is stunned to see Elmar. He has rushed to her side the moment he heard that the Star Maiden was captured. Pina recalls that they were supposed to meet in town and wonders why he is here, realizing that she may have been on Elmar's route all along. As she begins to grasp the situation, another voice complains that acting alone is foul play. One by one, many men step forward, insisting they cannot be left out and that they deserve credit for making it this far. Overwhelmed, Pina believes it all feels too good to be true. She begins to cry, convinced that her suffering has finally been repaid. But that was not a reality. We see two men place the cage back on the ground with Pina still inside. People outside shout that the devil has arrived and that her stench will rot their noses. Pina wonders whether everything she has experienced was nothing more than a dream. Eventually, the prisoners are ordered inside. Among them is the only son of a man who committed crimes such as theft and extortion to provide money and gifts to Pina, only to be silenced later through murder. It is clear that the welcome she receives is severe. The authorities do nothing, and she is left to rot, reaping exactly what she has sown. She is not granted atonement, nor is her remorse acknowledged. She is not even allowed to repent. From that moment on, she becomes a casket, a vessel of malaise. Her existence is reduced to ugly sobbing and wretched misery as she endures a life of torment. This is her punishment for taking Amy away from Remilia and for destroying Amy's kind world. Pina is deemed a devil, and living in hell is considered the place that suits her best. Elsewhere, people speak openly of the revelations. Someone expresses disbelief that the Star Maiden was possessed by a devil, concluding that this explains why the Magic Tower's budget was cut and why he himself was laid off. Jim asks whether he truly believes devils exist. The man replies that the way she rampaged at the ball was like watching a wild beast, something no one would consider human. He then wonders aloud about Willard, speculating that he may have been disinherited. Jim observes that the first prince is making a name for himself, and it would not be surprising if he becomes the new crown prince, especially now that strengthening ties with the Demon Kingdom has become national policy. Those who exiled Remilia on false charges are unlikely to remain in the castle much longer. The man then asks whether Jim is certain about turning down the job offers he received. Jim had the rare privilege of being approached by both the first prince and Remilia, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jim acknowledges the honor but admits that he has been enjoying his vacation too much to return to royal affairs, power struggles, and political games. The man feels relieved and reveals that he has been considering offering Jim a job instead. Ever since obtaining magic tools from the Demon Kingdom, he has been burning with passion. He plans to travel the world, meet demonic and dwarven craftsmen, continue his research, and eventually open a magic tool shop. His only obstacle is paperwork, and he asks Jim to help run the shop with him. Jim is taken aback by the timing and wonders about the prospects. The man answers honestly that they are not great, but that is precisely what makes it fun and easygoing. He suggests starting by simply going with the flow and encourages Jim to free himself from the burdens of public service. Jim laughs, admitting that this is the most attractive offer he has received, especially since he has recently wanted to try things he never imagined before. This makes the man happy. He remarks that turning down invitations from both the maiden who saved the kingdom and the handsome first prince to join him shows that Jim has remarkable taste, causing him to doubt his own judgment of people. He reassures Jim that one day he will look back and be grateful that taking this leap helped him regain his confidence. This decision is later conveyed to the first prince. It is remarked that the larger the canvas, the more freedom one has to draw within it. The maid admits she had already guessed this was a rejection, despite the effort and disguises used. The first princess sighs, acknowledging that Jim would have been a valuable asset considering the work ahead, but accepts it nonetheless, unwilling to ruin Jim's enjoyment. Sylvester teases the first prince, suggesting that he sounds jealous and that he had already resigned himself to his fate. The first prince reflects that after living a life of debauchery for many years, he never imagined becoming crown prince, especially amid such a chaotic political climate. The weight of responsibility feels crushing. Sylvester agrees, saying he understands, and jokes that if the prince ever truly feels like fleeing the country, he will personally kidnap him. A maid remarks that it sounds serious, like something he could actually accomplish. Sylvester assures them that he simply wants everyone to give their all without reservation, believing there is no greater feeling than showing one's full potential without holding back. Spoken like a true sword master, his words are persuasive, almost as though he would take genuine satisfaction in abducting the crown prince. The first prince remarks that he would not want Sylvester to become a criminal, but merely knowing such an option exists gives him comfort. Sylvester says that is something to look forward to once the prince ascends the throne. The prince pinches Sylvester's cheek in gratitude and states that he will rely on all of them to help him build a better kingdom. He acknowledges that if the demon kingdom's influence grows too strong, it could cause political distortion and deepen divisions. He is eager to put his skills to use and hopes his younger brother and others will rise in the provinces as well. His first priority, however, is reforming education, as the current talent shortage suggests that the age of hereditary monarchy may be nearing its end. Returning to the present, the moment arrives when Angel asks Remilia to marry him. He explains that he planned to speak properly once she settled matters with the prince, and he understands there will be issues due to their different races and lifespans. Even so, his heart has already been conquered. Remilia wonders how she should respond as he continues, expressing that her kindness, her gentle nature, and her inability to turn away from those in need are what drew him in. She lives caring for people beyond the labels of good and evil, and because of that, he is certain his feelings will continue to overflow for the rest of his life. To him, that certainty itself is the greatest happiness. Remilia is overwhelmed with joy, so deeply that it takes her breath away. Amy is seen drifting within a dream. In that dream, she is apologizing to Remilia, believing she failed to make her happy. Remilia gently wipes away her tears and conveys that Amy has absolutely nothing to apologize for. At that moment, Amy opens her eyes to hear Remilia greeting her, saying good morning, or perhaps more fittingly, saying it is a pleasure to finally meet her. Amy realizes who she is, and the shock of understanding her situation overwhelms her so completely that she passes out. When Amy awakens again, she learns that 15 years have already passed. She is resting peacefully, receiving a lap pillow from Remilia herself. As if that were not enough, she discovers that Remilia has saved the world and completely cleared her name of all the false accusations once placed upon her. Remilia's achievements are so extraordinary and efficient that Amy cannot help but feel she herself was nothing more than an amateur by comparison. Amy also learns of Pina's fate. Pina was sent to prison, and considering the weight of her crimes, she should have been sentenced to death. Instead, her punishment was to devote the power of her divine blessing to the people for the rest of her life. Amy admits to herself that she would be lying if she claimed to hold no grudge, yet she is still relieved that Pina was spared such an end. This realization causes Amy's eyes to grow teary, leading Remilia to briefly consider whether eliminating Pina entirely might have been simpler after all. However, Amy explains that this is not anger but rather a sense of release. She confesses that she had been terrified for a very long time, fearing that no one had ever truly believed her. She believed she had been condemned simply for obstructing the protagonist, Pina, from reaching her destined soulmate, and that fate itself, along with her father and the others, had conspired against her under the rigid control of a scenario. Learning that this was not the case brings her immense relief. At the same time, she realizes she had also been burdened by guilt for doubting the people she loved. This understanding that everyone in this world is living by their own free will, with all their weaknesses and flaws finally brings her peace of mind. Amy admits she had even worried that the distortion of the universe itself might have been her fault. Regardless of everything, what she truly wanted all along was for Remilia to be happy. Amy then wonders whether Remilia ever felt resentment toward her for taking over her body. Remilia's feelings are revealed to be entirely free of bitterness. On the contrary, it was her greatest joy. Even before Amy reincarnated, Remilia had already wished for her happiness, and that feeling alone meant more to her than anything else in existence. Remilia had lived without anyone on her side, unable to trust people, herself, or even the universe. The fear of having all her lives and all of existence seemingly directed against her was nearly enough to break her. Through Amy's memories, she came to understand just how painful that loneliness must have been. Amy reflects on how strong and admirable Remilia is, yet Remilia believes it was Amy's love that allowed her to grow into who she is now. Remilia also reveals that she has a child with Angel, and that this child's soul belongs to the original Star Maiden. She explains that Pina's real body had been taken over shortly before entering the academy. The suffering became so unbearable that the original soul abandoned her own body and sought refuge in the spirit realm, where Remilia eventually found her. That soul lost all memories of her traumatic childhood and everything that followed, and now lives happily as an ordinary boy. Amy feels genuine relief knowing that the real Pina has also found happiness. Remilia then turns her attention back to Amy and asks what she wishes to do next. It is revealed that this place exists because Remilia borrowed it from the Spirit King, allowing her to summon Amy's soul from within her own body for this moment. Amy acknowledges that she has already died and cannot return to her previous world. She says she would rather not remain in this state, nor simply disappear, though she wishes she could spend more time with Remilia. Remilia offers her a different possibility, becoming her child. The idea leaves Amy uncertain, wondering if such a thing could truly be acceptable. Remilia reassures her that becoming family with her would be a dream come true. If Amy were born as her child from the beginning, there would be no need to take over someone else's body. Remilia explains that using the underdeveloped body of a baby as a vessel would cause Amy to lose nearly all her memories. If Amy wished to retain her memories instead, Remilia could create a human-like golem for her. Amy immediately rejects that option. What she desires is to be reborn as a proper member of this world, not something merely existing within it. Remilia promises to try to negotiate so that Amy can retain as many memories of her family as possible. This surprises Amy, who feels as though Remilia can read her thoughts. Remilia simply finds this amusing, remarking that she has lived countless years thinking of nothing but Amy. Remilia embraces Amy and assures her that everything is going to be alright. All the love she poured into this world, all the effort she made for Amy's sake, will be remembered for her. Amy can rest peacefully now. Being called her beloved child and hearing that gentle, familiar goodnight allows Amy to sense the presence of the true Pina being reborn as Remilia's child. Amy comes to believe that she now understands why she was reincarnated into this world and lived as Remilia. Perhaps this world branched off from the original story because of her wish. Just like in the game, where the Star Maiden wished for world peace and fulfilled it by defeating Remilia, maybe the two of them were always destined to oppose one another as players, each staking their wishes and lives. Yet the rules imposed by the game broke down before their final confrontation. Remilia, who lived within Amy the Reincarnator, broke free from the scenario and awakened as a villainess who learned love. By giving birth to and cherishing the original Star Maiden, who was once fated to kill her, a world without the law of killing to fulfill wishes came into being. If this is true, then Amy can affirm that everything she lived through as Remilia truly led to happiness. Amy thinks of her real parents and sister and believes that even after death, she lived a life filled with happiness, so happy that it is almost a shame she cannot tell them about it. She knows she will not be able to clearly remember everything anymore, but she is content knowing that Remilia will remember it for her. She feels grateful that she will be born again with such a light and peaceful heart, believing herself to be a truly lucky girl. After the rebirth ritual is complete, Remilia begins to cry. She realizes that she can finally live together with Amy. She reflects on her own life, how she was never loved by her parents, her fiancé, or even the world itself. Even the creator of that world seemed to desire only her misfortune. No matter how she obeyed their will or tried to destroy the world as expected, she was never granted a single thing she truly desired. She was a villainess whose very existence was denied. She wonders if anyone could imagine how painful it is to be unwanted by everyone, abandoned even by God, and forced to live in a world with no place for oneself. She believed that if all that awaited her was madness born of sorrow, then it would have been better to never be born at all. And yet, even so, Amy was the only one who wished for her happiness. Amy was the only one who ever tried for Remilia's sake. Remilia wonders whether Amy truly understands how much that meant to her. Amy filled her entire being with pure joy. From the tips of her toes to the ends of her hair, every part of Remilia was saturated with Amy's love. She is grateful that Amy was born, and the fact that she was able to feel this way because of her is the greatest happiness she could ever ask for. From the moment she wished for Amy's happiness, Remilia became the happiest girl in the world. With that feeling, she gently bids Amy farewell, sending her onward into a gentle and peaceful world. Reborn Amy is seen speaking to her big brother Henry, pointing out that he is so lucky because he looks just like their mother and father. She notices that she is the only one in the family with black hair and brown eyes, and she cannot help but feel as though she looks adopted. Henry reassures her, noting that there are still not many children who are half demon and half human, and suggests that her appearance may change in the future. Sophia suddenly comes dashing in, declaring that this is exactly because Amy inherited her beauty from Remilia. She urges them not to look sad and excitedly announces that the first petite pastries the two of them had begged for are finally ready. Amy asks them to wait for a moment and whispers something to Sophia, while Henry listens closely. The scene shifts to Angel, whose heart is practically overflowing with happiness. He approaches and pulls both Henry and Amy into a tight embrace, overwhelmed by how adorable his children are. Amy explains that they know their father is extremely busy with work, so they brought him sweets, and she proudly mentions that she drew the faces on them herself using sauce. Angel is deeply moved, realizing that these are the very first sweets his children have ever made for him, and he cannot help but wish that Remilia were there to eat with them as well. Amy explains that their mother is currently away handling diplomacy with a new trading country, and she assures him that they will make more sweets when she returns. Suddenly, Remilia appears using teleportation magic, explaining that she sensed her children had made sweets for the first time and decided to come home during her break. She casually remarks that Amy already has a few strands of blonde hair coming in, marveling at how quickly children can change in just a few days. Amy wonders aloud whether her hair might end up half blonde and half black when she grows up. Remilia makes it clear that no matter what Amy looks like, she will always be wonderful. Angel then suggests to Remilia that they should enjoy some tea together before her break ends. Henry and Amy eagerly ask them to wait, promising that they will bring more cookies so everyone can enjoy them together with the tea.